KT 파이팅!
제카 파이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here on a Thursday, and we got KT Rolster up against Hanwha Esports. If you guys missed yesterday, we do have the fans back here for Week 9 and the foreseeable future, so that is awesome. I'm joined by Chronicler today. How are you doing?
I am doing great. I love it when a Week 9 still has a lot of stakes. And today's matches both have really big implications for who makes it to second and who makes it to playoffs. Because Kwangdong desperately want to win, and I don't know if they're getting one.
I don't know if they're going to get one today. Today is going to be a relatively hard ask up against D+ for a second series, and KT trying to take a upset win against Hanwha Esports for our first series. Hanwha Esports definitely looking on their own tier above KT, DK, and the rest, after especially winning against T1 in their last matchup, so feeling pretty good about themselves nowadays.
That win really did a lot for making Hanwha feel like a legitimate contender, because before that, I think we still very clearly, even with T1 showing some signs of weakness of them in a tier of their own with Gen G. Now, that isn't really the case anymore. Hanwha feels like they are actually contesting with that, well, with T1. I'd say Gen G, but Gen G did kind of slap them down. But for KT, we know that this team is capable of miracles. Yes, it was Senna and Barrel with some Nautilus heroics that was able to get them the win. But nonetheless, this KT team has shown some incredibly high peaks. So maybe today they can avoid the continuation of Hanwha winning against them, which was one series after, I think it was 12 games or 12 series in a row, as we saw there in the graph.
Yep, Peanut versus Pyosik, definitely a matchup that is favored towards Peanut, who has been on the better teams since Pyosik has entered, although Pyosik was on that glorious one team that did win Worlds, but again, they got 6th place in that one split, so, you know, not a lot of wins in the regional matches against Peanut most of the time. And so Peanut obviously having the higher win percentage there. Deft looking to hit 4,000 assists, the first 80 carry to do it. And on the side of Doran is looking to hit 300 wins for all top laners.
Looking pretty likely that Doran will hit that here today. Doran truly is still one of the peak top laner, where he does stuff that makes you go, Doran, why? And then in other games, completely takes over the game, completely takes over the map, and you go, that's why, Doran. You're looking for those moments. Even in the case of a KT win, a KT 2-0 would be absolutely insane and would, I think, kind of stupefy all of us. So a 300th win for Doran is definitely within the realm of expectations here today. As, man, the fans are back. We're getting fan signs again, and the creativity clearly still as high as it always was.
Yeah, it feels like the fans as well are really embracing, you know, the themes of the team and the stuff that represents them, especially the roller coaster on the side of KT. Not too surprising. They have been a bit up and down, which is why they're kind of right there in the middle near DK in 4th place at the moment. And, you know, this is KT. Maybe they flip heads a bunch of times against Hanwha Esports and take a surprising win tonight. Or maybe they just flip tails and we don't really like what we see. Hoping for their sake that it's better than the tails and that we do get a nice competitive match up against Hanwha Esports, who are quite strong.
You never know with KT. This team is as much of a roller coaster as any K team in recent times. As we see Hanwha here, really the glow-up of Zeka can't be overstated. I think the biggest reason as to why they were able to win, yes, Peanut obviously did well. Yes, Viper is amazing. The Light has had a bit of a muted season. Not bad by any means, but just hasn't really felt like he was as much of a breakout star as he was last year. But Zeka, he plays good Talia games now. The meta has shifted a little bit towards him. We see the Tristana still be very high in the priority. His Ahri obviously is great. And because Azir is global banned, he's playing neither Azir nor Corki, which is a big win for Hanwha.
It's a big win for Zeka, big win for his team. Although he did play the Talia very, very well, so maybe slowly but surely opening up that champion pool. We'll have to wait and see as the year does come along. Speaking of which, we are going to highlight our mid lane matchup here. Zeka, #1 in KDA for round 2. That includes players such as Chovy, Faker, guys who are on the top. Guys like Chovy who haven't lost a single series yet. So Zeka certainly having a very nice round #2, whereas BDD in his own right doing quite well in some of these stats.
And BDD's stats have looked great, but I feel like in round 1 he was actually contesting for one of the top mids. I feel like he's had some issues. Some of the quirky games comes to mind. The skill shot's not really hitting the way that ideally you'd want to. But a player that in his own right should be able to match Zeka very, very nicely. Definitely a more well-rounded player. But with the form that Zeka showed against T1, it does take away one of the possible win conditions. We've talked many a time about Hanwha Live's reluctance to just embrace Zeka for who he is. And it feels like they have gone more in that direction. It's going to be pivotal for them to get the win here today as well.
Perfect has been a nice project for Hirai and KT, talking about in recent interviews how he's really trying hard to expand his champion pool and pull out new things in the top lane and really embrace what it means to be a top-level top laner. He is one of the rookies this year and started off a bit slow but had some nice games, and now I feel like he is slowly getting better and better, and it's going to be interesting to see what his ceiling looks like as the years come along.
Always cool to see new players come in and grow. Perfect, how he looks now, is a far cry from the Perfect we saw in the first couple of weeks. But against Doran in particular, you do have to stand very vigilant. We haven't seen any games where Perfect really was chained down the way that he did in the first couple of weeks. But against a player like Doran, who is going to go for the big plays, no matter whether it is a good idea or not, having him be fed definitely is something that you want to avoid at all costs. We'll also see what the KT bot lane comes up. It's been kind of an interesting season in that Barrel actually looks in a better form, which that isn't too surprising, but he's looked more consistent than Deft as well, which is a little baffling to me, Valdez. What does it mean? I don't know.
What did Barrel mean?
I've given up on trying to understand Barrel a long time ago.
Yeah, he is the LoL wizard, the LoL master. And we are getting into this draft. We are on 14.5 this week, newly. We are going to stay on this patch for just this week. And it has been interesting to see some of the adaptations for this patch, including, well, not too much adaptation. More TF. More of the strong stuff you're used to. More Smolder. Had a pretty historic game yesterday where we thought it was not going to end because of Smolder. And then eventually Guma just shot him out of the sky and it was over.
Don't remind me of Jiwoo on his birthday, Feldes. That one stings.
Stomped out the birthday cake.
We have paid the peanut tax. I imagine it will be a B1 Vi here if you really want to stick with the power picks. Maokai, movement speed nerfs, it doesn't matter. This tree has actually been a decent amount of aggressive picks already taken off the board, but you do lose a lot of early agency, so I could see
Lush,
why...
Nami.
Sari, Lulu.
Or, I mean, they could just pick Lucian here next, but the Poppy already pretty good. Can't stop the cease and desist necessarily, but good against the rest of Vi's kit. And you can just pick this area yourself.
Just Smolder.
Lucian.
Why not? It's gonna be... No, it's Barrel. There's no way.
Zeri, Lulu.
No. Absolutely not. There we go. I knew I could trust KT to do the unexpected. That is going to be a great top half of the map. A lot of point-and-click CC. Great setup here for BDD. Renekton hasn't won a whole lot, but I do actually think that the pick is quite strong right now. It still has a great amount of power in the laning phase. As the... I don't know about this one, Humble Life. I am not loving the direction that we've gone in so far.
Yeah. Well, the core key, what it allows you to do is just keep range on all of what KT has at the moment, which is very skirmish heavy. Talia and Vi can certainly lock you down at level 6, but before then you can just kind of keep your range, and you're not going to be dashing over rocks very often compared to if you were going to pick like a Tristana in this case. But definitely not one of Zeka's comfort picks, which is the biggest issue. I feel like Zeka is one of those guys that you really need to put him on something he is comfortable with. But he did look good on the Talia.
Yeah, maybe the skill of Zeka on any of these type of picks has grown. And we'll see, because the last time we saw his Corki, it was probably the worst Corki that we'd seen. And it wasn't
in a while,
in a long time. As the Lulu taken away, the Lucian Nami being left open, as if Humble Life are saying, just pick that, we don't care. And they should, because it hasn't been doing a whole lot of winning. Do like the bans though here. Lulu obviously the best pairing with the Zeri and then Rakan, because it's Delight, and his Rakan is amazing. And also you can't really pick up Rakan if you are KT Rolster, because you're playing into Poppy. As the Gnar does come through here for Doran. Solid pick. Don't do it, don't do it, don't.
Where's the engage? Yeah, there's Lucian Nami.
Yeah.
It's available. There's not a lot of other good stuff that were left, and
so mid game is great for KT. Yeah, that's a solid mid.
2 thumbs up.
Yeah, late
just
game,
the mid game.
I don't know. Not gonna love that. As mentioned, Lucian Nami has just been seriously struggling in terms of getting the impact.
Okay, he's doing it. Support
let's go.
Camille.
All right.
Is going to be played here by Delight.
So this is the patch before the support items got very substantially nerfed. This is with the Bloodsong nerf, I think, already in place.
But they get nerfed every patch, Chronicler.
Yeah, no, yeah, very much so.
Which patch is it then?
So support in general is quite a strong role right now. We'll talk a little bit about how this works, as I myself have been guilty of stealing wins with this pick, as it is quite strong. Really exciting to see Delight pull it out here. And it's also, again, an affirmation of Lucian Nami is just not picked for the laning phase. Because with Camille, you're trying to go all in on the laning phase and then start getting snowballing early, roam around. Super cool that we're going to see it here. Can't wait to see what Delight does with it. He has always been great at these type of engaged supports.
Well, you guys can read the bottom. And also, she came here from Japan. And, yeah, Peanut is pretty good at this game. Not baseball, I don't think. He can ride motorcycles, we learned, though. That's pretty cool. Very skirmish-heavy comp here from the side of KT Rolster. They want to fight once the mid-game hits, and then fight a lot before it gets too late. We'll see if they can manage that. We also have the Camille coming in here for Delight as we are ready to hop into the Rift for game number 1. So one of the most even fan chants I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like there's an equal amount of fans for both teams.
Equal amount of enthusiasm and fervor. Good for them.
Generally, it's a bit one-sided to either the team that's closer to us or the team that just has more fans and generally the more winning team. But not today. Not in this series.
Ooh, okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we already see here. So Delight, as mentioned, Camille support, level 1, absolutely ludicrous. Generally go E-start and then just try to look for as many all-ins as you can find. Also has gone Halo Blades, as well as Resolve second. And Barrel, in response, has also gone for a Doran's Ring first.
Level 1 is pretty insane, by the way, for the Camille, so you always just kind of run into the jungle. If you've played this in solo queue, the Camille players are kind of insane. And for a good reason, because you should at level 1. It's very strong.
Especially with Ignite and Halo Blades, you can, if you catch people at guard, you can just 100-0 them in a very short amount of time. The big thing to note, though, is Delight didn't end up going for Doran's, but he ended up just going for World Atlas instead, which does mean that they need to be a little bit more careful on how they approach this early game. But you can't get hit by this Camille right from the get-go, and we'll see if Deft and Barrel can pilot this Lucian Nami lane that we've seen have so many more struggles, as due to the power of the level 1, they're also going to be dove on the wave, because Peanut is Poppy, and he's clearing towards bot side.
Yeah, there's no reason not to do this, and they should expect it too. They have a ward down, they know that Peanut's here. So Beryl and Deft, we'll see how they do handle it. They're going to start by stealing a mini Krug away. Very nice, as Doran's getting pretty low. He has Meganar on the way. Pyosik also considering it, but with the Meganar timing, I think they're just going to let him go.
Not really going to have an option here as...
Beryl's level 1. And Carrie was the last person to play this against Life, and now Beryl is just not here. Delight saving this hook shot, probably to just go on a Deft, which makes a lot of sense. He holds it. Very nice timing on the flash here from Deft, but again, it just doesn't really matter, as there's just way too much power in this trio with the Camille and the Poppy especially, and it is a free kill given over to Viper.
Played it about as well as reasonably you could be expecting, but unfortunately, as mentioned, like, Beryl is still level 1, so he doesn't have the tools available because he tried to maybe like steal something from Peanut so he doesn't hit level 3. Not gonna be the case. Early kill for Viper.
Oof, owie. This hurts. Zeka. Ooh, getting really close. Could have considered like a flash Q, but BDD's just gonna take the win and not overstay his welcome.
Yeah, Talia's damage early on is a bit precarious, as yeah, we see Deft. I like Delight also holds it for a little bit there. Deft waits until they actually commit, even with barrier, even with heal. There's no bubble, right? The bubble would have been the difference maker. So maybe Beryl, like in hindsight, should I have just stayed over the wave, but
I think he wanted to give level 2 to Deft.
Yeah, and
maybe if he stays, neither of them get level 2?
Might be.
I'm not sure if that's the case, though. Maybe if they like went all in, both of them on the wave, and really tried to hit level 2 as fast as possible.
I think realistically, you just die there.
Yeah.
And now only Deft died, and otherwise Beryl probably would have died as well. So it's not great, and it's this Lucianami, again, suffering some struggles here.
Yeah. And that's the other thing about Zeri too, is that we always talk about her hyperscaling, the way she can just kind of take over games if it does go late enough and kind of be a solo hyper carry, but also pretty good at skirmishing early on.
Oh yeah.
Her mobility, her ability to get right on top of Deft and do some nice trading early on in that dive makes her a really nice pick to go into this as well, which is, I feel like, again, part of the reason we weren't so happy about the Lucian Nami handshake into this, especially nowadays. As here we go again, this time Pyosik is here, level 4, and he's going to be scanned away, and they're just going to go all in onto him. Nice bubble this time around, but the steadfast presence keeps Peanut alive as the zap comes in, and now Pyosik is getting quite low. He's just going to sit under the turret as Hama Life will take their win. We'll see how long Peanut stays here.
Yeah, that was not great. I think Deft also dashed into...
Here we go again. Bubble is going to be good, but these trades are always favoring Viper and Delight. Deft trying to do his best, just trade a bit back, but at the end of the day, those are some very low health bars, and Peanut is still here.
This is the problem with the Lucianami, as you already pointed out. It's specifically that outside of your short trades, it's so hard to match the Zeri, the all-in, just incredibly tough to deal with.
Yeah.
And that's not even taking into account the Camille as, oh boy.
Peanut is still here.
Of course!
No reason not to be. They don't have a wave though, so Deft and Beryl this time did a good job of pushing that wave down and not giving them a real chance to dive. Meanwhile, speaking of diving, Doran's still not level 6. He's zoned away from XP, and he doesn't have his flash. Knows that Pyosik is here. There's not really much that he can do about it. With Peanut, the amount of time he spent on the bottom side of the map, Doran just kind of has to accept it as well.
I do have to give credit to KT for playing nicely around the knowledge that Peanut did stay around towards the bot side of the map, did not actually get to pull off the dive due to Deft and Beryl being able to thin out the wave. And this was the counter pick as well, as Delight will be making his way over towards the top side of the map.
Doran just let out a huge sigh. He's like,
yep.
I'm just the punching bag of this team right now. And he's about to get Meganar, but there's a Talia here as well, and Vi Talia is very good, but how about Renekton Vi Talia? Even better, and with no flash, he was just 100% dead. Delight was on the way, so maybe he could have waited or something, but...
Yeah, he really wanted to catch that wave. I just wait like 5 seconds for Delight, and maybe he can punish an overextension. Especially with Delight actually roaming over, but not going to be the case here. Nicely done by BDD, impacting the side lane. And yeah, as mentioned, there's no counterplay to that, unfortunately. For Doran, really crisp timing from KT. keeping the gold even here, even with bot lane having a rough go at it. And Humble Life, if they get to mid to late, they're always going to be completely fine. Like, they're not...
Yeah.
It's KT that needs to start stacking early objectives, which Drake not going to go their way because of the way bot lane has been going.
Yeah.
So you can dive Doran again and like kind of take him out of the game, but that alone isn't really going to be enough unless you can also add some meaningful objective pressure to the side of KT. We'll be picking up some of the grubs, and obviously Perfect is in a wonderful spot in this game.
Yeah. But as you were kind of highlighting, I would much rather have the Fed Zeri and the early Drakes compared to a Fed Renekton in this case. And Renekton, you know, can get pretty tanky and can be very annoying to deal with, but will he be able to deal with all of the damage from the Corki and the Zeri? The answer is no, eventually. And yeah, he'll very much enjoy this laning phase now against Doran, but eventually, once it gets to team fights, Doran just has to get a good gnaw into the wall and just be there as a frontliner, and he'll also have Peanut to help out with that.
It's also the guaranteed lockdown from the light, which makes it, I think, a lot easier to set up these type of plays, as Pioshik going to be waiting for his Q. This is Mininar, so you do see the response, though, from Humble Life already. I think they have an inkling this is going on.
Yeah, hot baited out. And do they have the damage to 100 to 0 him? It's looking pretty likely, and that they will, as Peanut does get here, but again, just a bit too late to help out his top laner.
Zeka, not able to help with that one, was pathing towards the top half as...
Oh, he's going in. Level 6 hit here by Deft, but not by Delight, and so he's not able to quite lock him down. But that is still the Ignite and the Flash taken away from Deft and the heal away from Beryl to try to make that play happen.
It's a triple summoner trade here, but you're going to be happy about that as Humble Life because you maintain pressure on the lane as Pioshik running bot again. This man is trying to ensure that every lane is doing well. Top lane at this point already a given, has been ahead of Peanut in that regard. Can they salvage this bot lane though, as now Beryl does have his wave available, but any gank from Peanut at from this point on is going to be so lethal due to the ultimate from the light now being available. Hextech Ultimatum obviously makes it very hard to get reliably away from all the bad things that Humble Life have ready for KT.
I feel like Delight and Viper really could have pulled the trigger on that one, but maybe just concerned about Pioshik's presence down on the bottom side of the map. And this is just pretty elementary, you know, hop baited out by Perfect, very nicely done, and then it's level 6-5. Presses R.
That's very nicely done there as well. Great use of the CC, you know, not layering anything, ensuring that Doran, because as you do with Gnar, right, like Renekton goes in, and then on the back end of the trade, that's where you keep your lane manageable. So it makes sense that you want to go for it really nicely. Timing found by Pioshik's BDD.
Delight is level 6. Gonna trade in a lot of damage back here onto Delight, will BDD, but he did, of course, have to flash away from that play, and Delight will hold on to his Hextech Ultimatum. And this is something you can do, as Camille, you mentioned it before, going to be starting to roam around the map and basically just collecting flashes.
Yeah, every time you E in, if they don't flash, they die. Even with Talia, a character that obviously has a built-in tool to deal with people dashing on top of you, Camille, due to the geography of Summoner's Rift, can always generally find nice angles unless you know she's coming, which in this case obviously wasn't really an option for BDD. BDD also
just
hasn't done a whole lot yet in terms of itemization completion, and Talia early on not going to be feeling super impressive as shivs are done. Deft and Beryl have been able to hold on despite somewhat of a rough early start here, so credit to them. Another dive and it would have actually been game over, but now KT actually sitting on the lead, and if they can get this next Drake, I think that we might see them try and further accelerate the tempo of this game, the way that I think they're really going to be looking to do, because right now you're still fine, but eventually we're going to get to a point where even Zeka can just hit 2 rockets and win a fight just through that.
Yeah, that is the idea. As Perfect is trying to gank here alongside of Pioshik in the mid lane. And already the Dominus is popped. Zeka could be in a lot of trouble here. He tries to just Valkyrie away, but he's stunned to death as you're not getting away from that combo. Doesn't matter if you had flash or not.
I love the play from KT here. It happens so often that we see their top side locked in, right? This Renekton, this Vi, this Taliyah, and go, man, that's a great top side. A lot of lockdown, a lot of synergy, really good setup for the Taliyah. You can see C-Chain, and then we never see it. Like, they never actually do it. But KT have been playing so aggressively towards this top side of the map. Will it be enough to offset Viper getting fed on Zeri? He's about 500 gold ahead right now. Definitely a big win, but by itself, not enough. This Dragon, though, if you end up giving this up, I don't even know if it's really worth it. Obviously, the Soul might end up being a bad one, so I guess in that case, as KT, they are actually contesting here.
Yeah, they definitely are. Delight is not with his team. This is just Peanut and Viper, and Peanut is going to have to rocket some people away as there he goes, and the smite is easy for Peanut as Delight's going in on this one, 1v3, and just dies. Not sure about that, but I suppose the package, maybe the call was to go in, and he just ends up looking a bit silly, but it is still the Drake going over to Humble Life Esports. Will it be enough is the question.
Yeah, that's a normal Camille support experience where you go, no, it's fine. We can do this. He shouldn't have. So taking a look at this, nicely done. Perfect, preemptively ulting there to make sure that he has the Fury generation for the stun.
승민이 나이스.
Good job, perfect.
Oh yeah, there an attempt from Pioshik to cancel the ult from Peanut, doesn't end up working out. This, yeah, I don't know about that one.
Viper had to flash to try to get away from this one, but it's so difficult to get away from the Lucian. It's just a straight up kill onto Viper. Had to use everything to try to get away from Deft, but alone he was not able to.
Might actually end up working out here for KT, even though they didn't get the early dragons. A 4 Drake Cloud Soul is now on the table for them. I assume much to Atlas's delight. And the gold lead is actually growing here. So on Life, they'll have bought a lot of time for themselves. But the fights up until this point, I think, have looked mainly in favor of KT. Topside in particular has looked great. And then now back-to-back mistakes from Delight and Viper as, very straightforward. Wants to get the back cancel and ends up paying for it with his life. And these are exactly the type of moments that the KT bottom lane can't be afforded to have, because that was the one part of the map where you had a lead as Hanwha in the Hanwha mid game, not looking very impressive here. And right now, KT, I think on the verge of really breaking open this game with the lead that they're building.
Now, Def does not have his flash. Peanut's just gonna flash at him, and Def just dashes away. He's got Hex Flash, it's fine. He's putting that on cooldown. He wants to use the better flash, right?
Right?
Yeah, well,
yes.
He has Knight's Vow, so he's fine. It's a good item.
It is a good item. Bloodsong Dawn for Delight now, but hasn't really snowballed the way that I think ideally you'd want. It started off very well here. That said, we'll always have the utility of going in, setting up a Hextech ultimatum, and ensuring that you can take down a target. But this is where I do think Camille support, particularly if you're playing into like these type of hyper carry compositions, it's insane, because it doesn't matter who it is, you can always lock them down reliably. If you look at the KT comp though, there isn't an individual carry. Like, anyone on that team can take over a team fight if left to their own devices, with probably the exception of Pioshik or Vi normally, but because he is quite fed, will actually be able to dish out a ton of damage here. So this mid game has to be navigated very carefully by Humble Life, because particularly with a comp that has as much side lane threat with a fed Renekton, a Taliyah who is currently on level 11 and can really easily ult to these side waves, and not a lot of priority for Humble Life as they're still trying to scale into the mid to late game. If you make a couple of mistakes, especially when Baron is up, you can lose control of the game very, very quickly. Is Perfect.
Perfect is going to be spotted here, but the push is still happening. Zeka is going to get away from that seismic shove, thankfully for his sake. Otherwise, probably would have just died with the amount of lockdown that KT do have. Pioshik also going to steal away this big Raptor. Just trying to get, you know, small advantages here and there, really open up the mid lane. They take out that mid tier 1, which is going to make things easier for them to take more Drakes as this game does come along.
Pioshik just ever threatening. Does get spotted here. Doesn't know it yet, but Peanut's going to say, hello, I do know you're here.
How about a Nami? Also, the Talia gonna make this a bit difficult as, yeah, Corki, doesn't matter how many dashes he's got, Zeka just not allowed to play the game. As TP will be utilized to save the bottom lane as this is happening. KT once again, a nice little incremental advantage. And now Doran just gonna ult him into the wall and walk this one off.
Again, Humble Life, see the composition. There's just so little counterplay to the CC chain. Like, if Pioshik presses R, you are dying. If any CC hits, it's either perfect or Pioshik. Like, the follow-up from BDD is amazing, follow-up from Barrel is great, the amount of burst that his composition has is insane. And we haven't even seen them use that while Deft is there. Like, imagine the amount of damage already available, but then add a Culling on top of that, as he has now hit his 2-item spike. It's not the most exciting 2-item power spike, but into a lot of the squishies on Hanwha Life, it's still going to do some serious heavy lifting.
Life Esports could just sit back and try to scale up a bit more, but also you've got a Poppy, so still opportunities for ulting Pioshik away and maybe stealing the streak. It is very risky, which is there for sure, as the smite is going to go the way of Pioshik. Pretty close, actually, as Delight does get in on that one, but the flash over the wall means Pioshik might be safe. The package does do an insane amount of damage to him, but now Life Esports in this one. Nice Gnar into the pit, but wasn't nice after all. Actually, it will be Viper's going to do a ton to him, as now Life Esports looking to push forward another dodge on the seismic shove, and Life somehow pick up a kill in that fight.
Perfect, getting caught off guard. Still had his ultimate available. If he could have used that, that could have been the difference maker. Also has gone for Eclipse as opposed to Sundered Sky. Doesn't have a Sterex yet, so is actually somewhat susceptible to getting bursted down. Drake does go over to KT though. You have to pay with a single member, but I think you're going to take that. None of the big shutdowns have gone over. As we take another look at this, we do see the attempt at zoning off Pioshik here. Really nicely done there with the flash to ensure that Delight gets pulled over the wall as opposed to him just getting taken out. And this is where Perfect makes a misstep. Nicely done as well here by Doran. And even though he doesn't throw him into the wall, it sets it up for the peanut stun. So isn't a lot of opportunity for Perfect to use his ult before that. They're just slightly lacking damage. You saw Pioshik as well there. Like, he's like channeling his cues, like, can we re-engage? I think they made the right call by not doing so, because you are somewhat reliant on finding target and killing target. If you go for longer fights, that's where the Corki and the Zeri are really going to have a field day.
The Baron has entered the Rift, and at this point, not sure if we're going to see any teams try to rush this one down. Top damage in the game is going to be the Adept, but that critical fight did slightly go to Life Esports. I mean, it's just one kill at the end of the day. KT did get the Drake, so I feel like they're pretty okay at this point in time.
I don't know if you saw, but Pioshik has done 1900 damage.
Hell yeah.
And Peanut, I think around 15. And Pioshik has been obviously doing a wonderful job in this game. But it really does highlight that even with him being this fat, he's an ult bot. That's his one job. He presses his R on someone, and the rest of his team does the heavy lifting.
Peanut went for the Bramble Vest, which I thought he was just going to go for the new build that everybody goes from the jungle, which is Nightfall and a Thornmail, but then he bought a nice little cloak.
Spectre's cowl.
Yeah, I guess it's more of a cowl, that's right.
It could be a cloak if it's long.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't see the whole thing, right?
So he's just building that for BDD, and essentially just delaying his next built item because of that. Pretty interesting choice.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he wants to go Koenig, Rookrun, but I don't feel like you get that much value out of it. If you're playing into the Corki, I'm like, thumbs up. A lot of value there, as this is great from KT. As I thought that they swept that, but I guess they didn't. But this is what you want to do, right? Take full control of the vision here towards the top side of the map. Force Humble Life to walk into you.
Peanut. Now he is Poppy, so he just spots them and just runs it off.
Oh, there you go. So just keep doing this. Eventually Humble Life might trip up. KT, this is where you really want to force a fight. You're sitting on 2 items on your Renekton, 2 items on Vi, 2 items on BDD. Deft might even be able to finish a third if you can get him enough resources.
Well, Spectre's Cowl helped out against that. I suppose. And he has a camp up here, so it should help him heal up a bit, but yeah. Doshi just going to start this one up, and immediately as he does, a ward gets placed. So kind of interesting timing on that one. You can see KT, they really do want to, you know, push the envelope in this game, which is correct.
The tough thing for KT is that their actual engage is kind of lackluster. Like, they have really good catch. Obviously, we've seen that their pick potential is absolutely insane. But for starting up a fight, it's not that amazing. We don't have something like Delight dive bombing into the enemy team. There's no Rakan. There is nothing that can really start fight.
No Nautilus, no Sejuani, no, you know.
No Maokai, even though Maokai engage, I think, has really been...
No Renata engage.
Oh, no Braum engage.
Yeah.
It's going to go down. No Janna.
No Tom Kench engage.
Okay,
Harry is actually pretty
that's
good
legit.
At that. Yeah.
Oh, that's I respect that one.
It's a nice little circle there.
If it's a farming Kench, otherwise,
yeah,
it's a little bit sussy.
Nowadays, it is farming Kench.
Yeah, it always is. We've seen like 1 or 2 Jinx Kench.
Yeah.
They weren't great.
Definitely pretty meh overall. Both these teams, they want to fight over this dragon. HLE Esports, don't blame them after the way the last dragon fight went. And KT, of course, trying to take every objective possible at this point in the game and utilize where they are strong. Delight is going to be spotted, and he does dodge the seismic shove. Meanwhile, Perfect into the wall. He's taking a huge amount of damage already.
Barracks.
And now Doran, he's got this Mega Gnar for perfect timing. HLE Esports in control of this one, and now a deny on the back once again. Wall is going to come down, but I'm not so sure about this as we got the channel, and away goes Perfect, and a mid-seismic shove again. Here comes the package right on top. Death is 100 to 0'd, and Zeka does get pretty low. Meanwhile, Viper goes way too ham into that backline. Immediately going to be taken out, and now KT are actually going to win the fight. HLE Esports do take the dragon, but KT Rolster, they have their eyes set on that Baron.
Perfect is gone, and without a Crocodile, HLE go, we can win this. Delight finds Deft in the backline, but this is what we're talking about. The one downside is that there isn't a single carry here.
I don't think they have the damage.
They do not have the damage, no. They have to do this.
I mean, they could try to flip it, but
it is
I'm not
KT.
sure if you really want to do that.
They don't have a tool of really keeping Peanut away from here.
Yeah, there's 2 control wards. There's also a Corki in the game, by the way.
Let it go. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, HLE Esports now, Dragon Soul. Yes, they did lose the fight in terms of kills, but they keep that Baron off the cards and they keep scaling.
Oh, mistake from Perfect there. Just ends up taking the action cone, but does have to pay as
the engage cone.
The engage cone.
Very rare.
Slapped him into the wall. Very rare.
Yeah, very rare species.
Don't spot that one often.
Nearly extinct.
Absolutely. Perfect gets knocked away, and without a Crocodile, there isn't anyone to stand guard here as they go in, but they throw so much onto Deft. Doran does not really hit anyone, and the moment that Perfect shows back up, yeah, Viper definitely is Zerrying a little bit too close to the sun with this one. But they still, I think it's still worth. They still got the dragon. Yes, they lost the fight, but they didn't lose the Baron. So I think HLE, yeah, it's a little messy. That's fine. That's not the end of the world.
Yeah, KT is definitely doing a good job of pulling HLE Esports down to their level.
Oh yeah,
at this point in time, and it's not surprising, I would say, given the type of team that KT is. It's KT's wild ride most of the series that they play, as it looks like Goshik should be able to take this move buff away. But yeah, should be HLE pretty happy. You know, as the game comes along, a 3,000 gold lead that used to be 4,000, it feels smaller and smaller as the gold balloons on both sides, and you don't give up a Baron, you take another Dragon. One step closer to the soul, you're still scaling. And still waiting. As long as your Zeri doesn't go Rambo into the backline and get stunned immediately and die, I feel like they should be pretty okay. Although we do have the Infinity Edge pick up here for Deft, so is still going to be a big threat as long as he doesn't get 100 to 0 as well. Speaking of which, Perfect, he's going to press his Dominus, and now Pyosik might pay the price for his sins as he's going to have to go in, but certainly did not want to. Meanwhile, Delight in a bit of trouble, and he's going to get a rock to the face as that one is traded back. And yeah, Yeah, just a clean 1-for-1 trade.
All calculated by KT.
Yeah.
Surely. Ends up leading to a situation where even with the jungler being gone, they don't want to risk it, because without the light there, Hanwha Life doesn't really have a great way to start fights, as Def is doing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah. That pickup of the Infinity Edge.
Oh yeah.
Is really helping pump those numbers up.
So take another look. Perfect, unfortunately, just walks into a brush. And I think maybe he was looking for a play with Pioshik, but they end up getting caught off guard. Really nicely done by Peanut there to find the angle. BDD saves the play there by getting on top with his wall and then getting Delight to eat a fistful of rocks. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. But even trades again should favor Hanwha, but with how these fights have played out, not really ready to count out KT at any point. I also haven't seen Hanwha Life actually use Corki to poke in any fight. It's been Zeka like just going in with his package, which obviously is a large part of why the Corki does have a lot of power.
Yeah. I feel like it's still good in certain situations. We don't have the insane, Eclipse Malignance synergy anymore.
That's good.
So a bit more of a dive bomber. Obviously, you're still going to be doing insane poke damage, but haven't really had an opportunity as they've had the package every time, and Zeka is not afraid to use it, as we have seen. And, yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, you can't count out KT because it doesn't matter what kind of scaling you have. CC essentially is always going to be there until everybody builds a QSS 6th item, which never happens. So if they have the ability to, 100-0 Viper, 100-0 Zeka, they can still win even if the game is 50 minutes in.
And Viper has been taking some risks in this one. Really, when you think about it, Zeka should be good at Corki. It's basically Tristana. You W into people, you're a Yordle.
But now you really W into people.
Now you're
Now you're really serious about it, As we're fighting over this Drake, once again, I've seen this at least 4 times in this exact setup. KT do have control of the banana brush, but not much control over the dragon, as Pioshik is going to have to pull the trigger, but he does not get in there. It's Cloud Soul here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and now Viper, he is going to get stunned up, and a 0 follow-up on that one, and now he's just able to do Zeri things. Perfect is like a monster, though, in that backline, but still Viper able to go 1v2 against Deft and Barrow. And now we do have the helicopter held here by Peanut to just get away from this one, and it looks like Hanwha Life Esports will be happy with this trade once again.
Fight is a bit of a mess, but it ends up working out for Hanwha as they get themselves the objective. Cloud Soul now going to be available here. If you thought Viper was already fast, going to be even more so the case now. And there you see the problem. If KT don't get a flank angle, or they don't get to pick off an individual target, that was just 5 versus 5. If we can see the wards here as well, every position of the KT member is known. So it's really hard to actually get on top of this. Barrel's trying to set up some form of engage. Doran ensures that Pioshik can't make his way over. And then we have 2 fights break out here. Zeka ends up making his way out, and then Perfect's like, I can do this. Ooh. Unfortunately for him, while he's off killing people in the pit, Viper has gone onto his backline.
Yeah, watch after he gets stunned, he goes in. He keeps saying this is doable, we win. And man, that yeah, imagine you're playing against this guy. There's not a lot of counterplay to that. Loved that little attack move on the last hit on Deft. Certainly pretty fast. Great mouse clicks. And now, Cloud Soul for Hanwha Life Esports. Still no Baron taken in this 31-minute game.
KT's gold graph has been very consistent, which is not, it's not what you want as a KT fan. That's not why you're a fan of this team, but it's also not what you want with this composition. That said, though, there is still an opportunity for someone to just get caught. That's what I'm talking about. If someone just steps too far forward, and we all know Peanut has done that every now and then, and you kill him, you get a Baron, it's still doable for KT. I can't believe I'm talking as if they're behind with their 3k gold up, but...
Well, we're going to press some R buttons. That's the Zeri! And they did it! They did the combo! They take him out, but Zeka's still alive. They're having trouble getting onto him. at the moment, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Pioshik is dead.
You got to go for Nesher, but you can't because you don't have a jungler.
Yeah. So KT once again in a very awkward spot where they would like to do things, but they don't get to.
I thank you, KT, for showing exactly why this game is still a nail-biter. As look at the amount of counterplay that's available here for Viper. Right, so he's there. And he's gone.
He did press ult and flash.
He did.
It didn't matter, but he did it.
If the bubble hits there, he might not have been able to flash out of it, which actually would have ironically ended up being better for him. I think he was always going to die there. Tried to flash out of it. Wasn't really going to be the case. Pioshik still has his flash available as well, so that amount of lockdown is always going to be a possibility, as we do in fact see Zeka has been doing a whole lot of damage. Deft is slowly starting to fall off, as he is of course much shorter range. BDD is Leandris, so numbers are always going to feel great.
Yeah, he is the main source of range damage for his team, so in some of those poke wars he has been able to at least layer in some decent damage. KT Rolster, looks like this time they're pretty serious about clearing out all the vision around the Baron and really trying to make a go of it.
Unless...
well, maybe they just do the same thing onto Viper, but he's pretty far down the lane. HLE Esports is all there. KT already taking a bit of poke here from Zeka. And HLE Esports don't look to be in any rush.
Oh no.
Just sitting here waiting, maybe waiting for the Elder. And just saying, okay, well, if you want to fight, we'll be ready, but if not, that's cool too. Just put some wards down.
Got to force a TP from Doran here at the very least. We'll see if they want to commit beyond that.
That is the question, as already at half health. But look at the poke damage here from the side of Zeka. The calling is going to be utilized by Def, but not nearly as much damage as Zek was able to do. And, well, that's it. That's their Baron try.
They don't
and
even
it's
get,
over.
They don't even get the TP. This is why, like, Hanwha Life is so chill. They're just sitting there like, yeah, start Baron. Watch us kill.
Yeah.
So many teams in the LCK, like the moment that the Baron is started, would have Doran TP at the very least to the wave, maybe even to a ward, and they're like, nah.
We don't believe you.
We're not buying it, you're bluffing.
Yeah. And it turns out they were, because Corki exists. It's not Smolder, it's not Jiwoo in a 50-minute game, but it's longer range, and it hurts a lot. And KT have not really been able to deal with it now at 4 items. As now it is going to be HLE Esports' turn to try to start this one up. They have the Meganar. They are holding on to it. Delight has an angle here on the left. It's going to be spotted, though, as meanwhile, in goes Doran, and there is the turn immediately. Huge damage on the barrel, as Pioshik will nearly go down as well, but it's actually Zeka who gets taken out. But now look at this, BDD is all alone, isolated up against the wall, as he is eventually going to go down. It took quite a while, but now the peel comes in for Viper.
Deft
might have the damage, but here comes Deft. He's on the chase. He's looking for more. And the health bars are too low here on the side of HLE Esports, so now Deft is going to culling him down, and he's looking at that Elder Drake now.
But there's no jungler! They still can't do anything!
This keeps happening.
As we take another look here, Doran finds 2 targets, and Barrel goes down immediately, but this is a really, really messy fight with a lot of damage going into Perfect. BDD actually does end up getting the kill, and with Zeka gone, plus the redemption from the grave, actually ends up making a huge difference. Perfect able to do take as much damage as humanly possible there, as Deft actually didn't have his calling available until that very moment. Otherwise, that fight might have been a blowout.
Well, that's a KT fan if I've ever seen the range of emotions within even the winning play.
So, Elder Flip?
They're like, this is great. Oh god, I'm stressed. Yeah, now we're just gonna flip some Elder.
Banana brush control here.
Now they're trying to get on top of Delight. The timing on that was not great, but this is Mininar, so Doran just dies? Okay. Very questionable TP. And
Hanwha?
I guess they didn't need their Gnar.
Well, I think they do, Valdez.
No, there's... no.
Okay, maybe they don't. I take it back.
Well, the redemption is going to be huge, as it has been all game, and Perfect now is trying to tank it up. Huge. Big one does come in, and now HLE Esports, they're going to go for the fight. In goes Delight, trying to zone everybody away, but Deft does immense damage on that backline as well, but not quite enough. Perfect is going to go down. Viper getting very much into the thick of things. He's forced over the rocks and stunned, and that'll be the end of that as Pioshik with the clutch at the end of the fight. And now KT Rolster, they finally win a fight with their jungler alive.
And Pioshik says, I'm not needed, I'm chasing after Peanut. I'm not letting him near the objective. And honestly, you might as well. That might be Exodia now available here, because I don't think HLE can contest with KT having the Elder available, Valdez. Have KT finally done it?
I think they have. Many times, like, these fights are really complicated because it looks like HLE are winning, but then somebody oversteps and they immediately die. Like, the amount of burst damage and lockdown that KT have has just been the thorn in HLE's side the entire game.
I am so impressed by Perfect as well. I think BDD, obviously, like, his flicks have been insane. So many of these setups have been exceptional. But the amount of damage that Renekton is taking every single game is ludicrous. I prefer not to speak because...
4v5, by the way.
It's a 4v5 fight, yeah. And Zeka, credit to him. Perfect, probably should have tanked that one. And this is where it looks like it's over.
4v4.
But look at this. They're actually funneling everything into killing the Renekton, which means that the Light is by himself. Yeah, I know!
Why?
And then Pioshik shows up. He blast cones Viper.
Well, he pushed him, yeah. Well, he pushed Zeka over the rocks with his ult.
Yeah. And
then he blast cones Viper into his team.
Yeah.
It was an insane clutch from Pioshik, who just got back to the fight.
At about a minute and a half left on this Elder. This is the moment for KT. This is their opportunity. Can they actually start a fight, though?
Yeah, I mean, with Exodia here, Baron and Elder combined, they should be just trying to start any fights whenever possible. And you see that HLE
trying to end on this push.
They're trying to clear the wave. They do have a Corki, but eventually, as KT might just be able to dive the turrets as well with this combo. Wave no longer alive. They do have another one coming on in. Deft is looking for it, but he gets way too close! And he is so low, but kept alive through everything, somehow, some way, and now the barrel is going to go down. Doran is way too far out in the front, and man, that's some low health bars now on the side of HLE Esports. They're still holding on, there's no wave at the moment.
They're still going! This is peak KT. My God! They're not giving up. Doran's dead again, but...
Oh boy. Yep, Deft, he's pumping some damage. Peanut.
Oh, he didn't get him on the rocks.
Didn't get him on the rocks. And this is Super Minion as well. We do have a package available. Jonas Strong's like, please pick that one up. In goes Pioshik. They're just trying to end the game. I don't think they can, though, as here comes the package right over the top, and it might just be enough from the side of KT as Deft stays alive for so long once again. And with the TA, it should be enough. KT Rolster will win game number 1 with Exodia on the Nexus. And that is going to do it. 1-0 KT, clean 1-game win. Nothing to see here.
Oh, that's my KT roller coaster, Valdez. Continuously looking, never at any point given up. They maintain control. Cloud Soul, yeah, it's a good soul, but it's not enough to instantly win the game. And the clutch moments in teamfights from BDD, from Pioshik, from Deft end up being the difference maker here. HLE, as we said at the top of the day, Doran has his moments. In this game he had a lot, but not in the positive sense. Shocked at the fact that Zeka has definitely worked on his Corki the same way as with his Taliyah, but it wasn't enough.
Definitely wasn't enough. Right there in that last fight, Deft just staying alive on basically 1 HP so many times, getting healed by Redemption, by Nami, by everything. And he stays alive. They're able to continue the push and just barely get across the line. Even against the Corki package, didn't matter. KT KT Rolster win game number 1. I have no idea what the rest of the series has in store, but we're going to take a break and have the space to break that one down. We'll be right back.
이거
코르키 풀 돌았어 이제.
속발 없어요 아직. 우리 장로 15초 남았어 이거.
이거 텔
할만해요 어때요? 아 못 줬다.
타고 생각할게.
장로 우리 뽀삐 장로 10초. 타워 칠만해? 베리 노공인 것 같은데?
나 앞에 더블 막았어. 제리 2 빠졌어. 제리
타워.
제리 2 없어. 오케이.
야 폭발
카메라 없어. 안서 빼줘.
야 천천히 앞에 봐.
해봐. 나가인. 봐줘.
봐줄게.
야, 끝내자.
그냥 눈만 갈라놓게.
감사합니다.
나갔다. 나이스.
나이스.
잘했어.
Says Guma trying to make himself felt at this point in the game before it goes too much farther. Aiming is going to get bubbled as he does have that very aggressive positioning. Here comes Bomb as they have the engage from behind onto the back line. As down will go King into the flash forward from Zeus. It's going to be enough. They take away aiming as he just gets wobble combo down.
Probably a lot. Uncanny how still Genji on the front foot.
Yeah. And now a Fate's Call is going to come through. Kellen does find the handshake onto Chovy and the bailout onto himself. Lance, is he going to go down? No, he's not, but it's going to be the double anyway. Lucid gets one of them, and there's one for aiming. He's 5-0-5.
Chovy just take this one.
Yeah, Lucid is running across the Cloud Rift. And he is going to be able to get in there. Not able to, but he gets into the back line. They managed to find Chovy, but he survives for that little bit too long. Pace is getting out of there, but that means he's not going to be able to defend the rest of his teammates. And D+ find everyone.
And we're just setting up for a Rift World fight, okay?
just came up.
And we're just gonna go for the flash forward from Carrier. Doesn't get much of anything as it's gonna go to Faker actually. Peanut in the pit. He is living for so long and he gets over the wall as well. Nearly gets another passive in there, but still going to be a nice little 1-for-2 trade. And soaking up a lot of it. Sigma, I mean, he'll just get to play the game.
Yeah.
Esports. Oh, here we go again. He gets it again. Down to 2 tankier members, but he's got his whole team there, and they all just burst to smithereens. It's now HLE Esports 5v3.
He moves to about 2/3 health. Will be able to possess Shelly. And she will be the demolition crew, but now they dive on in the 5-man Magnet Storm, and the stun is just as good! VRX, how are you finding these team fights in back-to-back games? And DRX, they're just all of a sudden on the floor! Quite do too much here as now Closer splits up the fight. Seismic Shock is so good as Cos, he's gonna get lost, and Execute gets into the back line, and there's no Meganar for Dudu. Bulldog is just torn to shreds, and Fearx, they do not want to give up on the playoffs. They are looking for it this early into the... Beryl did have to use his hook defensively, but has somewhat reset its cooldown. It looks like they are still looking for a fight. Valkyrie out there from Karis. There's a flash forward. Gideon getting on top of Beryl, but he's not necessarily a priority as the 3 knockups do come in, and now Perfect just launches himself into the backline. Mum gets angry. Gideon is just dead. It's a kill for the world champion Kindred player. And Polu, he's the next one on the menu. It's Def that's going to barbecue him. A triple kill. Are you kidding me? Make it a quadra. It's a pentakill for Kyojin. At 14 minutes, he gave one. Oh my God, it's incredible.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas. I am joined by the glorious Orcs and Wolf as we dive into this very surprising series, especially the beginnings of it. Started in the draft. So many things about this we have to talk about. And gentlemen, take us through what happened first, the draft. Let's begin there.
Yeah, I think KT's first 3, the Vitally, I think is a really strong combo. The point-and-click CC combined with the Seismic Shove. The Renekton as well. Like, you have a super powerful top side. You can play to the Renekton effectively. Wasn't as convinced by the Lucian Nami. And also, I think the main issue for me for Hanwha Life Esports is this Corki. We've seen Zeka towards the early start of the split really struggle in this pick, and I don't think this game dispelled any of my concerns.
I had some issues with Zeka's Corki as well, and I also felt like this was very obvious that KT were planning for the Viper's area angle, so they had all the answers there. And then the Camille didn't really convince me that that was going to be how they were going to fix it, as it is a strong pick in solo queue. Everyone's talked about this. We've discussed it a lot. But I feel like against this draft from KT specifically in the late game, the Camille falls off super hard because, yeah, you can isolate a single target. Which target do you really want? Most targets that you isolate will just turn on you and kill you with the assistance of the rest of the team. And he spent a lot of time on flank angles where he was just promptly instantly deleted. Whereas the Nami got way more value in team fights for the side of Beryl.
Yeah, I think one of the things is in solo queue, you can get like 10 kills on Camille support, and you end up like as fed as a carry, and so that's not really a concern. That's not going to happen in a competitive game, and also supports always end up so under-leveled compared to solo queue, so there was just no chance. Like, you saw him with the Eclipse, and he was just getting one shot.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the plan for this draft was, we're going to Hextech Ultimatum a target, and then the package goes over the top. And at the beginning of the game, they had a good plan to get things started. They were going to dive bot lane as many times as possible, and in this instance, it worked out despite KT's best efforts.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent effort there from Def trying to avoid the play, but just couldn't do any more. But on the other side of the map, you know, this obviously looks like Doran was being heavily punished, and don't get me wrong, he was, but he was losing lane before this point. Perfect honestly just gapped him in the 1v1, and the fact that we saw this setup from the rest of KT to punish further was kind of just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, and every action you make as a jungler on the bottom side, you will have an equal potential for the enemy jungler top side. And when Doran is losing that hard, I feel like if Perfect doesn't step up to the plate as well as he did in this game, perhaps Doran can actually stave off some of that pressure, doesn't get as far behind, because he was 30 CS behind for so long in this game, was losing plates, was losing early turret. And I mean, the fact that Perfect has leveled up this much, at the beginning of the season, we were like, ooh, it's looking really rough. Now at the end, he's looking like a really world-class top laner. That's a huge testament to how much he's worked hard this season. And without his leads, that topside play isn't possible. And the early game is a lot rougher for KT.
And it just shows, like, we've heard so much of the KT players talking about Perfect and how much practice he puts in, how much time he dedicates to
Practice does make perfect.
It does make perfect better, I think is the line. That's absolutely true. And he certainly has leveled up. He also managed to translate that lead into the mid lane as well. They picked off Zeka, then they killed him again top side of the map. And so spreading the wealth from the top lane is something we haven't seen translated in a lot of other games, was happening very well here. And now we're going to skip really far ahead, because honestly, this game, it got messy and KT was starting to lose their lead until they found this moment.
Yeah, and it looks like a pretty good start for Life Esports because they knocked the jungler away. But you see how Delight jumps in.
There's also
here.
a 4v5.
Yeah, the 4v5 Doran got picked at the start, and then Delight tries to jump on the back line, just gets one shot. Deft, in fact, starts culling the Corki. That's how unconcerned he is. And then here we see this ult that comes out from Pyosik. Super high value, not only catches Azeri, but knocks Zeka into the rocks. And at this point, you know, they're not able to end off the back of that because you see Peanut clear out the way, but they get Elder, and that was enough.
A lot of the setups on these objectives felt like half of Hanwha Life Esports did their job perfectly. Like, Viper was doing such a good job, even despite some of the deficits his team put him in. But Zeka's packages were super low value. He wasn't using his arm guard that he purchased early. And then you were seeing, on the other side, Doran also having really poor performance on the Gnar. His Gnar bar timings were really not great this game. His teleport there obviously cost them huge. Hanwha Life Esports just not looking that coordinated today. On the side of KT Rolster, start to finish, the coordination was definitely better.
It was absolutely amazing. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. I've got a bit... Yeah, there he is. BDD, 400 points. One about
goal ahead at end.
It doesn't have a massive amount.
Goal
Singular goals.
Oh boy. Yeah, BDD, I mean, he was the one who set up a lot of these plays and followed up on, like, every single play where either he started or, you know, Perfect started, he always hit the shoves when he needed to. His Weaver's walls were fantastic. This punish here onto Doran. Also not ideal for Doran. This is more of a Doran moment, but his rock placement allowed Pyoshik's play to happen here as well.
Yeah, I think, honestly, we don't see all of them here, but there were so many times where Zeka would go in for the package, try and Valk out, and end up getting Unraveled Earth, and just... As a result, the Corki would immediately go down or have to back out the fight. So really just solid play from BDD then. Talia is such a good pick for him.
Yep, his Talia, absolutely amazing. Was, again, amazing in this one. And now it's time to throw it back to the boys to get into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacemen, for that wonderful breakdown. We're getting ready for game number 2 here. We'll have to wait and see if KT can keep up this level of play because, as the guys on the space did highlight, KT coming in big. Hanwha Life Esports looking a little bit wishy-washy. I think the draft is going to look a lot different here for game number 2, though. Hanwha Life Esports probably moving over to the blue side, and we'll have a not Corki draft, hopefully. At least we're hoping so for game 2.
Hanwha Life, you learn your lesson. You beat T1 with Zeka on comfort. Obviously, Talia, I think, was a surprise to all of us. And we were hoping that it would also extend to his Corki. But unfortunately, it did not. So maybe let that one go as we get into the draft here for game number 2. KT really got to play a KT game there. A lot of chaos. Not giving Hanwha the opportunity to take control. Not giving Hanwha the opportunity to try and out-macro them. Out-rotate them. See if this game is going to be any different as Perfect. I actually was hoping that he would get some votes. I did like the shout out that the desk gave him as well. His development arc has been exceptional and we'll get the respect ban of this Renekton here. Senna, Smolder, both still open. Smolder was passed over last time though. Is it going to be a Varus ban here? Or is it just going to be the Senna as should be expected?
Or just ban Vi and say, okay, if you want to play Varus, by the way, it's Viper, the guy that beat Def Smolder that one time a while ago.
Yeah.
And, that was before Smolder did scale to incredible heights. But with the Senna available, they're just going to take the Senna, and they should answer with this with the Smolder for sure. That is what we're expecting, at least.
Oh, and you have an R5 counter pick for Barrel. It's so free, Valdez.
Look at his face.
Hey!
He's so happy.
Yoshik gets the lock in his Lee. Yoshik also did a great job on the Vi. Obviously, died a lot more times than some of his compatriots did, but that's going to always be the necessity when you're playing Vi as basically solitary engage. This is the combo, though, that was used to beat Genji, but you know who didn't exist back then? Little Elder Dragon. I think, from the top of my head, that was before there was an opportunity to counterpick with the...
Sounds right.
I feel like it is.
Senna, Nautilus, Karma
is.
as your first 3 picks is kind of insane. Now it is Zeka. He's going to move over to the Talia instead. That's just fine. And it's an incredibly strong first 3 picks for Humble Life Esports.
Will Barrow already lock something in here? Or are we going to wait? Is it instead going to be maybe a top laner? You know, Cassante lock-in. Not necessarily inspiring. No. I'm going to say we are not going to put too much stock into the lane and give Barrow the opportunity to engage. This Rakan was banned last time around by KT themselves to deny it to Delightus. Unsurprisingly, the peanut bans continue.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, you have Lee Sin and Rakan already. You pick the Rakan on R3, you get those bans to come in. And they're going to take away the Cassante. This is Perfect's most played. He's 10-3 on it. And Wukong is going to be taken away as well. Did get buffed on this patch.
So clearly Peanut going to slam the Rek'Sai here. As yeah, love that Corky ban. Just guarantees that it won't be picked here. Now, specifically for BD, I'm wondering if we're going to get the Syndra here. I think Syndra Lee actually is quite strong. And Syndra does have a lot of ability to zone for the Smolder. I think the obvious one is either Ari or Annie. Gonna be the Annie here for BDD. So making sure that you have a point-and-click stun, ton of power, ton of burst, and he hasn't been that successful. We've mostly seen it into Ari specifically.
Yeah, it feels like this works for the side of KT. You know, you have 3 champs that can engage, really get into the skirmish, and they provide somewhat of a front line for the Smolder, who is going to pick up the late game damage. Xin Zhao is going to come through here. No Karma alongside it, but in terms of what junglers are left, Peanut will say, well, that's the best one we've got. And it's Aatrox, which was overlooked. It is blind Aatrox. Let's see what Perfect will play into this.
Gnar, probably, knowing Perfect. Oh, we've had this happen before. That I feel a little bit better about. There is a lot of value in the Jax. Jax and Gnar, I think, are both perfectly fine.
Just not Camille, please.
Just not the Camille. Well, I mean, the Camille would be good for guaranteeing us a free gamer.
True. You know what? He should have played Camille.
Right?
Yeah, you know, I think for the chances of 3 games, we should have had a Camille instead.
Camille's still 0% win rate, right? Because I think it lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now, actually.
Well, this is
my long list of champions that have been played in this game, this split.
As we take a look at the drafts here.
It's a very long list.
A lot of power. It's fine, Val. Just take your time. A lot of power on either side. The mid jungle, I think, is going to feel great here for KT. Point and click CC is always something that Lee Sin absolutely loves. The one downside for
it won
KT,
1 game.
It won 1 game.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's 1-5 now.
I did forget, which I don't remember a Camille ever winning. But
Same.
I guess it did happen. The front line is a bit conditional because you are reliant on actually having Mega Gnar available. Outside of that, you might be the amount of CC, again, is exceptional. KT, imagine if they just get a 2-0 win here. Would dash the hopes of Humble Life to try and contest. Of for that second place, and it would give them even more leeway against DK.
Would make things pretty interesting moving into playoffs. Who knows which team could potentially upset Home Life Esports in a best of 5 in that case. As we take one last look at the comps, and we are ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. KT fans coming out in force after that win. Very exciting game. And we had a equally nail-biting one, maybe even more so yesterday, with Jiwoo's Smolder into T1.
Yeah.
Nearly won in a stalemate position of about 20 minutes. And then eventually Guma just shot him out of the sky with some help featuring Karia's Rumble. You heard that right. If you missed that game, you should definitely watch that after this.
Yeah, in the break, in between
Yeah.
Series 1 and 2, because you definitely want to catch Series 2 as well.
But now we have Smolder again, and no Varus.
And no Varus. No Archer to shoot down this baby Elder Dragon. Terrifying. But understandable, given that Deft Senna is, I want to say, probably his best champion this split. I feel like his mastery on the champion, because so often when we talk about Senna, we talk about what it does for the support. I think T1 are the best example of this, where it just turns Karia into a terror and a god. And obviously Beryl has a lot of those same characteristics in that he can really take over games when given the resources. But Deft in particular, I forgot what the exact KDA was, but it was like 11, 1, and 12 in like a 45-minute game that they somehow won.
Yeah.
Really, really showcasing, I think, the power of Senna as an individual pick. So I do think that it makes sense that Hanwha Live pick it up here. But I also think that when Hanwha Live beat Deft himself in the first matchup between these two teams in the round robin, it was all due to the Varus. That was even more insane, though, because he actually out-damaged him, which I still don't fully comprehend. And I think that's also credit where credit is due for Jiwoo's performance yesterday, even though it ended in a bit of a heartbreak.
Yeah, a little bit of throwing the birthday cake on the ground and stomping on it. It's very sad. Senna Nautilus on an 8-game winning streak. Generally nowadays, if you're going to give the Senna up, you do not give the Nautilus as well. And this is a very big risk that KT have taken. They didn't want to play Smolder Nautilus lane, and they just elected to choose the Lee Sin instead. They didn't ban Nautilus or Senna, and that's something we haven't seen in quite a while.
I get it, though, because they are the ones that started this combo. So they're also going to be like, especially Beryl, you just know he's like, yeah, it's fine, we can beat it. We get it more than anyone else.
Surely.
As to be expected from the LoL guru.
You know, Nautilus used to be played mid lane, jungle, right? And we used to see Nautilus with farm all the time. Beryl, speaking of dealing with it, not very much. So in this bottom lane, does get comboed. And that is going to be a bunch of missed CS from Deft.
It's fine. It's just a creative back cancel. Yeah, you bait.
Yeah. Also, yesterday, Jiwoo, he was like proxied between his turrets for like 3 minutes straight by 3 people, and he still hit like 600 stacks. So
yeah,
don't let your dreams be memes, I guess.
That did happen. I also think that ironically, actually, he benefited a lot from the fact that he didn't die until the very end of that game. Just because he did hit a lot of choose. So he didn't have any money, but he was very nicely chugging along in the stack department, which meant I think he hit, even given the early game, he hit 225 at 21 minutes. Which is mind-blowing given how that early game played out. And this early game, still looking rough for Deft. But not going to be the end of the world. We know not to count our dragons before they are definitively
before they hatch.
Down. No, before they definitively shut down above the rift. And also before they hatch, I guess.
Because that's the saying.
From eggs, right? Dragons, generally, in lore. Yeah.
No, the very real dragons that exist in the universe.
You have dragons. You got the Komodo dragon. That's a dragon.
Yes.
Yeah. Very intriguing creatures.
Very much like the dragons that
Well,
we see in this game.
they're not, but
Oh.
are you a lizard guy?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know. I love reptiles, man. They're so weird.
I have 2 cats. I think
Hey,
they
you
would
don't-
probably eat the lizard before.
You don't have to have a lizard to be a lizard guy. You can just be interested in them.
Yeah, I don't really enjoy lizards personally. Not a big Renekton player. Yeah, just kind of enjoying other champions. A big blob enjoyer, you know, Zach.
Are you gonna get the new?
Absolutely.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I don't play Rammus, but I kind of want to get Durian Defender Rammus.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the most nonsensical skin that I've seen in a really long time. Zeka gets outplayed.
Not much you can do about that. Tibbers just gonna leash all the way back to the lane. Yeah, unlucky. I'm happy that Annie is back in the meta.
I'm fine with Annie as a specific counter pick into matchups. When she was blinded,
Doran, not level 6, taking a huge beating. And guess who's here? It's Pioshik. As they do get the flash out of him. Perfect is going to tank up a bunch of that, and Pioshik ends up flashing out. Not the best dive.
if he just flashes on top of him and autos him, he dies. Just use your flash.
Yeah, but
it's
Aatrox
Aatrox.
is really scary.
But if he... One auto would have done it. Well, that was a little bit upsetting, but no one died. So ends up working out, I guess. Perfect's like, okay, you know, with ganks like that, I'm getting a call. We're not ganking. We're not ganking top again. That's not happening.
I do feel like that was his one big window, right? Level 6 versus level 5. He goes in, he's got Mega Gnar, he's got a very nice timing where he's got the wave pushing in and Doran is way too far up. Meanwhile, not sure about this timing. They're trying to get in on the red buff and Peanut will smite it away, but perhaps forcing the flash, and there it will go. Meanwhile, a fight here in the mid lane. Q is going to have to be flashed by Zeka now, as everybody just elects to not have that summoner ability.
I just love after Pioshik gives up his flash, Humble Life's like, we got you, bro. No problem. The comeback of like Season 1 and Season 2 champions just because they have point-and-click CC between Vi and Annie and Nautilus, I just think it's hilarious. It's beautiful to watch. And there isn't a whole lot of counterplay. It's perfect. He is going in on this Gnar.
Yeah. I said that he had his one time. I guess I was wrong. He's got another time here, and he's going to utilize it very well.
It's always the perfect time. This was the pick that also kind of blew our mind, right? And when we saw Perfect really pop off for the first time, it was his Gnar specifically. I remember, I forget which team it was against, but his team fighting was, even as mini Gnar, really, really impressive.
Wasn't it DK?
Might be, yeah.
Right, it was like him and he got that big Gnar on the wall right here.
Yeah,
it was like a crazy game. Aiming was playing Zeri, I think.
Oh yeah, I think so. And then he got like 15 hyper procs and just murdered all of them when his AD carry already died.
He was the AD carry.
He was the AD carry.
How do you think Doran feels about playing against players that buy his blade? Or any of his other items?
I assume he's getting a cut, so fine, I guess.
Royalties?
Yeah.
I think he feels thankful.
Well, he's got a naming
Maybe he takes it personally.
He's got a naming rights deal, right? So
yeah, surely.
I'm sure he benefits from it. And it gets more eyes on his personal brand, so he gets to monetize that.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
I am kind of surprised that he hasn't come out with a new line of Doran's items.
Right?
Right? It has been so many years.
So long.
I'm sure it's profitable. I mean, they're still selling like hotcakes every game.
Actually, they're selling so well that Riot has stepped in because they've deemed it unfair. So on the next patch, junglers and supports no longer get to.
Wow, it's crazy.
They're making too many profits, man. It wasn't fair.
Yeah. Trying to open up the market for other sellers rather, such as Jack Show and
Koenig.
Yeah, I almost forgot about Koenig, a new entry into the market. And Ornn, of course. He's got items of his own.
Always Ornn.
He hasn't used the same name for all of them, but he's got cool names regardless.
What stacks are we on for Mr. Deft? I'm not 100%
like
sure.
60-something
Makes sense.
Ish.
Hello.
Going in, and that is going to be the kick over the wall, straight into the Annie. But the Senna is going to help from the bottom side, and this is Xin Zhao, so at the end of the day, he just kind of presses his ult and goes away. Meanwhile, Doran's just going to have to World Ender to safety and get a nice little speed boost away, but still no kill in this first 10 minutes of Game 2.
Really big moment there from Zeka specifically, because if he doesn't use that wall, because Pioshik actually got caught on the other end, there isn't enough versus Perfect as Mega.
He does, and Beryl is here as well, but he's level 5, so just a 4v4 straight up fight here on the Bubs for some reason or another. KT are getting pretty low on health. It looks like they just want to hop out of here. Perfect actually going to flash the wall just to get out. We've been seeing a lot of very safe flashes in this game.
It's a big moment though, because throughout all of that, Deft is just alone in bot lane with a Nautilus. So he just gets to freely stack. Yeah, he's at 90 stacks. He really is 87, but it will be at 90.
Close enough.
Relatively soon. We're rounding up. It's fine. This game is very different from the last one. Although even the last one did a lot of world building before we got to the actual action. So I think that's what's happening here as well.
Yeah. Generally not a fan of the world building myself, but I know you are.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love downtime.
Well,
and lore.
Yeah, I meant more so like lore in RPGs and stuff. I'm like, okay, let's skip the text boxes. Let's get to the action.
Never skip the text.
If the gameplay isn't good, I'm not interested. As
he's dead. Yeah.
Wait. What?
He was setting up dragon control. I have no idea.
Okay.
I imagine he thought Humble Life was going to be 15 seconds slower to this objective than he thought. So he just died.
Okay.
Hey, calculations go awry for everyone every now and then. True.
So, yeah, let's just say dead level 5 Rakan, since Deft has been solo laning here for quite a while. Would like to have level 6, but he doesn't. Viper also level 6, as he is the support in this lane. And it's going to be slowly scaling up. That can be one of the issues for the Senna. It takes a while to actually hit those higher levels. Hit level 11 for that level 2 ult spike and stuff like that. Yeah, Beryl just going for a little walk.
So that blast cone alone he could probably get away with. If he like W's then over and heads towards the south part of the wall.
Didn't have banana brush control.
No banana brush control. Zero vision. Yeah, it's Beryl. This happens.
These things happen.
Yeah. We don't try to explain it.
Can't explain them. They're just part of the game, and then we move on. And Doran has been taking a beating in the top side, but he's not actually that far behind. He hasn't died. He's down 6 CS. That's basically nothing. So he's actually totally fine on the top side. Yes, he doesn't have a call. But just to get through this Gnar lane with pretty much flying colors, I think Doran will be a threat in these team fights in the mid game as long as he doesn't, you know, TP into 5 people. But we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Still, though, you're effectively playing top lane Smolder here. Like that's or solo lane Smolder. That's actually what is happening.
Yeah.
Because, and this is actually credit to Beryl. Obviously, that one roam was a little bit unfortunate. But by continuously making plays around the map, you're forcing Viper to respawn. Which, yeah, Viper will still pick up souls, but that means that the Light is in a lane where he has absolutely zero kill threat, and Def just gets to press Q and sneeze on him perpetually, meaning that already we're going to have a pretty accelerated Dragon. Do you think that the Ocean Soul is actually quite relevant into Smolder until we get to the really late stages of the game? In Def, he's about to hit 125 at like 14.5 minutes.
It's pretty insanely fast. And it's all thanks to a Nautilus that is standing there and taking abilities to the face over and over and over again. So, at the end of the day, you are going to have a very farmed Nautilus that can tank up a bunch of the damage, but can anything tank up the damage of a Smolder in the late game? The answer is no, as we've learned. Rolster trying to make a play here on the Rift Herald with a Smolder.
And no Mega Gnar. And they're hard committing.
Yeah. We'll see if this does work out. It's going to come down to a smite, and it does go the way of Pioshik, but he's absolutely dead as Bomb will be called in. Does like a smidgen of damage, and that's about it. And they don't even get the eye. So Humble Life Esports is going to be pretty happy with that trade.
Could have just TP'd Def to bot. don't have Maganar.
No, I had to fight with my Smolder.
Your Smolder doesn't need...
Nope.
Nope. Smolder doesn't even have 125 yet, and even that alone would not be enough.
It's like the opposite of how Gen G do macro.
Yeah, it's
not a compliment.
That's just what KT do as Doran.
Yeah, we're fighting here. Yeah, Delight and Peanut are both here, so he's just dead. And not much you can do about that. Just making this take as long as possible. And down he should go. There he goes. Peanut gonna pick up that kill.
Altogether, some questionable decision-making by KT leads to them giving up 2 kills for no discernible reason. That's okay. We're doing world building. We're just
world building.
We know that none of this matters if Smolders hits his stacks. That specific part is looking great. But here, the decision to try and commit on this, obviously not great. Nice hook there by Delight. Sets up the CC chain. And KT are able to actually get out. And then here, they think they have an angle on Doran. And to be fair, it is Doran, so I understand the thought process, but not going to be the case. Nicely done by Delight. Peanut sticking around. Will be able to get the kill on this eventual mini-Gnar. KT could have been shoving bot the whole time that this was happening. But they didn't.
Yeah. And Daft TPing into that fight. Of course, he did pick up a small amount of stacks from doing that. Would have definitely gotten more by just farming in the lane, of course. But wanted to stop the snowball of Home Life Esports, if we can give them the benefit of the doubt, for that macro decision. It is the Ocean Soul that you were talking about, and KT do look like they want to fight over this one as well.
It's going to be first turn bot going. And one Drake does make a really big difference, so I understand that I really want to try and go for this. TP is coming in though, Profane Hider done for Doran. Actually, it's not him TPing, it's Delight. Doran now also TPing on the other angle.
Yeah, and KT have not exactly been bursting this down.
Oh.
Taking their sweet time, but they are going to try to turn up to Doran, and he's just 100-0. Doesn't even get to press his ultimate ability. And now, 5v4. Will we see a steal here from Peanut? Zeka, oh no, he's just on the side, and he is going to be forced to flash away from the Mega-Gnar, and this will be the Drake going over to KT Rolster.
It is not Doran's day as he TPs to a certain death again. Credit to BDD for setting that one up. I thought that Lefeliatrix couldn't die, that he was a full-fledged tank. I'm happy to be proven wrong. If everyone on the team just jumps right on top of him.
Hell yeah, let's fight for the red buff.
We're gonna throw the game over a red buff.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not. I was getting a little worried there. But really big win for KT because this gives them the opportunity with Deft sitting at 175.
Yeah.
18 minutes in to guaranteed be getting to the prerequisite amount of stacks, and this is just with Smolder how it is. It just becomes only about that as, yeah, Doran, he gets spotted. BDD, I really like that he flashes as well, just to ensure that there's as little counterplay as possible. Doran could have gone for an angle there because they did actually have control in the pit, where you instead E over the wall and then try to find an angle that way. Instead try to go full flank, ends up paying for it with his life. If you have Edge of Night, I think you can make that play. If you don't, can't really do that as they've identified the win condition.
We've seen this before. And there's Tibbers, but he is going to flash it this time. And World Ender. Must feel like his world is kind of ending with how much focus he's getting in this one.
Actually, wouldn't have minded if you just end up going for Q there, because you have 2 people with you to go. Not going to be the case. Doran does make it out with his life.
186
yeah.
on Deft. Just going to call down Mom to help clear the wave. And stay safe while they do it. That's going to keep this mid turret alive and keep him in a good spot to stack it up. Okay, we're fighting over the Gromp now. Might as well, I guess. Not much else to fight over, and it is Xin Zhao versus Lee Sin.
Mid lane turret, something that Humble Life really want to get. Would open up the map, and they will be able to take it down here. Wave clear not quite enough, even despite the Smolder already being very nicely on curve. There'll be a topside turret being traded here, so when it comes to gold, KT not really going to feel too discouraged by this. 195 now.
Yeah. And much like in game number 1, KT did draft a composition that, you know, it's not Talia, Vi, Renekton, but it is Annie, Rakan, Meganar. You've got Lee Sin to help out. I feel like it's a bit harder to execute, but if you lead with the Annie, it makes it much easier because it is essentially point and click, and the follow-up CC is insane. So if any target comes within range, we just saw it happen to Doran, they are going to be ready to blow it up, and that essentially provides a front line for the Smolder, as Doran, underneath the turret, thinks he's safe, and he will be correct, although he did eat a big amount of damage.
Fortunately, he has his tank items at the ready, so he's completely fine.
Yeah.
Just takes that. Nicely done
The
by
dirt,
Viper
right?
as well.
Tank item.
Yeah. Oh.
Gave the Tibber money over.
Doran actually doing a good job absorbing all this pressure. Problem is just, as we have mentioned many a time, is that in any Smolder game, it used to be about, in a Senna game, you know, the Senna souls, but that's old news. That's not cool anymore. That little number in the bottom left, that's the only thing we're caring about now. That's what
19.
League of Legends has boiled down to.
Number go up.
Number go up, Brandon.
Hell yeah. I love number go up. It's a big part of gaming nowadays, and it has joined us here in our favorite League of Legends. He's on 2 items. He's about to hit 225. And yes, the spike of 225, not as good as it used to be here on 14.5, but it scales. And it's really strong. Scales harder, I should say, in terms of the burn that you're doing. And so Deft is going to be having a wonderful time, especially the fact that KT did pick up the 1 Drake means that they just have extra time to leave Deft farming and scaling and hanging out.
We'll be hitting.
Number go up.
Yeah, number is about to hit the threshold on the next wave. So once that is available, I'm sure we'll see KT try and fight. This, I think, is a crucial breakpoint here for
Here we
Hanwha.
go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number! We've done it.
229.
Look, 2 item spikes, basically across the board here, with exception of Viper. This is where you want to try and really end the opportunity for KT to try and use this dragon for a surefire when his barrel plays a little bit fast and loose, as he does.
Yeah. Meanwhile, BDD just waiting to TP into this one. You don't necessarily have to fight on this Drake if you don't want to as KT, but we've seen that having to do stuff doesn't matter in the minds of KT. They'll just do it if they want to. TP is coming in. The wall is created as well. And it in for Pyosik, but the light is moving away from the dragon. Nicely done. And the Flea Rocks are on the ground as well. Pyosik not going to land a Sonic Wave. And that's it. Although, now we're face-checking into this one, and a big amount of burst goes into Pyosik, but he's essentially the tank, still alive here. As in goes Peanut into that back line, and will create a ruckus to try to zone for the team. The hook comes in, and Delight is going to get this one started. Now BDD incredibly low, and the Aatrox is just going off in this team fight. Not the one that KT were looking for, and now Deft is left all alone. He is absolutely dead. Now Life Esports will take a big team fight win.
That's going to be Nash as well. And the dragon taken down here by Hanwha Life. KT, I get it. You TP'd BDD in. But running into the unwarded brush might not have been the angle here. As we take another look at this, I'm also wondering what happened with Barrow, because he did actually ult. He tried to dash and then got... He had flash available as well. So Rapunzel didn't do a whole lot. Deft doesn't actually have the damage necessary just yet. And if you start giving over kills to Aatrox, we all know that the fight will promptly end after that. Deft trying to get away with Peanut, ensuring that that is not the case. This is not enough to kill the chances of Smolder winning the game, as we do know. Elder and Baron buff are but small obstacles for the dragon. But if you lose all your inhibs, you also don't ever get to leave your base, which is what we yesterday saw as well. And that might happen on this Purple Baron power play, Valdez.
It might happen, but KT in this game, for some reason, have a propensity to say, well, we have this extreme late game win condition. Let's ignore it and just force fights anyway. It's not going well for them, as you would expect. And Nongshim, I think they actually played the Smolder comp better than KT is playing it right now. And that's not a big overstatement,
100%
right?
they did, yeah.
So I think that says a lot about what we're witnessing right now. And KT are going to have to realize now, especially from this far behind, they're about to lose a bunch of structures. They really just got to turtle up and not take these fights that don't necessarily matter, especially because that wasn't even an Ocean Soul fight.
It's fine. KT just has to adhere to the laws of equivalent exchange. So if they have a great game, then we need to have a game where they make questions or make questionable decisions.
Well, HLE Esports trying to get the most out of their Baron here. Beryl is so squishy. He's just going to go down, but bunch of damage goes into that front line. Down will go Zeka. He was so deep in that fight. I don't know why he was behind the turret. As now, it is Doran going back in, saying, hey, I can 1v5 this. Surely, down he will go. And now KT Rolster are giving away back into the game. For some reason, Chronicler.
The roller coaster goes up, and it goes down, and it goes back up again. KT get a really big winner. That's going to be the end of the Rebel Baron power play. Like, that's it. They're not getting any inhibs. Bounty Gold is going to be given over, and Deft is just going, I want to be like Chiwu. I'm going to try to be just as much of a dragon. And these are the type of moments that you gotta avoid at all costs, and up until this point they really were able to. It's understandable because they're trying to kill a mini-Gnar, but if you don't start off with point and click CC and you funnel into that choke point and you don't even hit the Talia flick, obviously it's gonna be a bit of a disaster than Doran, having seen, like us, many a Lethality Aatrox montage feels like he can pull it off, but
I guess he couldn't really get away either, so he's just like,
might as well try.
Yeah. You remember that game?
I mean, if he just flashes immediately, he might actually be fine.
Yeah. But he elected to take the riskier route, let's say. You remember that game? I think it was Kingen. He was playing Zac. He like dove into the bottom inner turret, into the Smolder, and then the game went for like 40 minutes and they lost.
Yeah.
That's what that fight reminded me of just there. I'm like, HLE, if you were in a great spot, you had the Baron buff, you did not have to rush things. Yes, I know you want to because you feel like you are on a bit of a timer here against the Smolder. It's understandable, but that was a bit too much. It was way too deep. It was in between two turrets, and it was very forced, right? It wasn't a clean fight. Either way, HLE Esports still trying to make a play here for this Ocean Soul, and Beryl has stayed.
They don't know.
Behind enemy lines.
The deep flank. Is it too deep a flank?
I think it's good, although they seem to have an idea that someone is.
Oh, well, now they know.
that's
Beryl!
you can make. Beryl's like, okay, guys, I'm going to get some vision. I'm the support. And you know what? He did. And he will be out just fine, but there's no more flank.
If your covered operation is successful, don't yell at them in the megaphone. I'm ready! We can go!
Are you guys ready over there? I'm going to start the fight.
They will never see me coming!
Oh boy. Well, where's Stibbers? I guess we forgot about him. Kind of got out of range, I guess.
Maybe let this one go, KT. That was a lot of your fight.
Why? No, it's fine. we can fight. No Mega Gnar, our engage failed. It's fine. We can fight this one. Beryl's dead. And Bomb is going to be called down. They still have the Smolder, and that's a lot of damage coming in. And the steal, it goes to the Sonic Wave of Pyoshik. He's going to put an end to that Soul, and now Perfect's in a lot of trouble. And we do see Deft, he's trying to layer in some damage, but he is all alone. He is going to have to flash away.
This is the exact same play!
Yep. On the chase. There is no turret, and Deft is just going to fly into the wall. And he will be fine. They say, no, you know what? That little baby dragon is a little bit too scary. Let's just leave him be. No reason to dive on him.
Let's just back off. Make sure we don't get Quadra killed. He did has arm guard as well, as that's Edge of Night. So this doesn't work at all. BDD also clearly is like, no. Yes, they do invest in ultimate themselves, so they end up going for this nonetheless. The fact that this almost works is kind of mind-boggling to me, because the burn does actually come through. Then Pyoshik,
oh my god,
210, really nicely done there early on the smite from Peanut. But then Perfect getting caught there. Did actually have the flash available, I think. Fuddy already had cleared the seismic shove. and then Deft here pulling his best Kane cosplay. It was like, haha! And I actually really respect the decision there, because if he starts getting kills and like BDD gets another rotation off, you can just outright lose the game there. But Drake went over to KT, so no soul, no Ocean Soul here for Humble Life.
Yeah. KT going to be very happy with that. They still have the arm guard on Deft, and they're still scaling. 30 minutes in. It's going to be a bit of a Senna versus Smolder angle. Obviously, we're talking a lot about the Smolder here, because we've seen what it can do, as now the engage comes in once again from Delight. Beryl takes a big chunk of damage.
Second.
And ults.
If you have point and click CC, you gotta shove.
Trying to get some here once again. They get the shove in. Pyosik is going to live for now, as Senna ult is layered in, and that is huge range coming out from Viper. Everybody on the side of KT is just trying to flash away. They're trying to peel for the little baby dragon, but it's not going to work, as down will go Def, down will go BDD, and now they're going to look to try to push mid.
That might just be the end of it. We'll see if KT get another opportunity to defend, but with their main wave clear, still 35 seconds on the death timer, I don't think it's happening. We're gonna have the TP in from Zeka as well. There is still a lot of structure standing, but I don't think that'll be the case for very long. There's no wave clear. Barrel's gonna be up in 5 seconds, but what is a Rakan alone going to do? And it looks like Humble Life, they were successful in taking down the threat of a dragon. Unless?
Perfect is going to have Meganar here, but they're still trying to layer damage into this turret. They're going to take down the 2 Nexus turrets.
That's it. They got to leave.
Where have we seen this before? And you got to just try to pull the trigger on this Nexus. Everybody's just trying to buy time for Death to get up. But if you just click on the Nexus, it might just end anyway. But oh no, Doran! He dashes back into the team with a Q on him. And that's going to be the end of this fight, I think. Although,
back in.
They're going back in. And BDD's just on the run here. Deft is looking to collect as now. There's one execute. Can we make it another? As the Light's got a shield, we got a TP coming in as well. The bounce is not long enough.
It's only Deft, though. I think they can just order the Nexus.
Just hit the Nexus. Just attack the Nexus. Okay, they're going to do it, it looks like. Yeah, Deft is going to go down. And finally, Humble Life Esports will end whatever we just watched. Game number 2 will go into their hands, and we will have a third one, because the first 2 were just so entertaining, Chronicler.
Give me a KT series any day of the week. Humble Life clearly also gets swept up, and I understand it, because you want the game to end. Like, from a Humble point of view, I actually get a lot of the decisions that were made, because you just know, you sold yesterday, you see yesterday's game, you know what can happen.
Yeah.
You gotta end it. So their decision making at times, like, it makes sense. For KT though, who knows?
I think KT are doing a great job of being a magnet, and whichever team they play against, they pull the other team towards them to that same level. And Humble Life Esports didn't look very comfortable playing this kind of a scrappy fight, a scrappy kind of a game. And there was a Smolder involved as well to add to that. Senna Nautilus will continue on to a 9-game win streak after this one. Def did a lot of damage, but the fights were just so messy that it did not matter at all. Doran is going to get the LCK top 2nd ever 300 wins. Congratulations to Doran on a big win this time around. And we will have a game 3. So guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
빠지자.
빼자.
애매한데 애매한데. 빠져. 역파.
아니야 이거? 오케이. 리시. 리시 봐줘 리시.
나이스.
천천히 한번 빼면서.
막 넥서스 깨자. 데리고 오지 마. 야. 위험하다. 빼자. 나 3점 모았고 그냥 갈게 이거.
봐봐. 좋아. 레인이 옆을. 나 텔 타고 갈게.
애니 스턴 모아져 있고.
나 괜찮고. 싸워준다. 나 텔 타고 갈게.
뛰었어. 텔 타고 오면 끝난다. 스몰도 노플. 브레스만 같이 맞지 마.
아트가 끝내줘. 대단하다. 그냥 타워로 갈게. 타워.
타워 끝내줘. 알파 잡아. 나이스.
끝내자. 잘했다. 나이스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. We're here to break down game number 2, where you might be a little bit worried about the state of the LCK after this one. You might be thinking, wow, the quality of gameplay really did downgrade in this particular game. Don't worry about it, because this is just KT. This is the KT experience. They bring people down to their level, and then you're just going to have a bit of a mess of a series. And that's what we saw in the last game. And it all started off in the draft, gentlemen. Wolf, do you want to take me through what happened?
Yeah, so KT, there's some serious issues with this draft for me for KT. The main two being that Def does not seem very comfortable on Smolder. I think this is a slight improvement from what we saw from him last time around, but you're drafting Smolder into Senna, so you're playing that scaling game. You basically take your agency away as Deft, and then the Rakan pick here for Barrel into the Nautilus didn't really fill me with joy. Just felt like all around, KT had a draft that, if it got to the late game, would have some opportunity, but just in general here, fell short for the player's strengths. Like, I love Pioshik, obviously, on Lee Sin. I love Danny here for BDD, and Perfect has a great Gnar, but the other two that kind of stick out a little bit to me.
Yeah, I think people should really stop picking Rakan when Talia is on the other team, because there's so many times where you're trying to look for an angle, maybe the Unraveled Earth comes out at the same time as you W, and you just die immediately. Something else I want to mention is the Senna Nautilus. We actually haven't seen this for a while. And the big reason is because teams have just been constantly denying it. We either see one of them banned, or one team picks Senna, the other team picks Nautilus. So we haven't seen it since February the 24th, and we kind of got an idea why. Remember, the only time Gen G lost a series was because KT picked this combo 2 games in a row on the start of the patch when it sort of came into the meta and annihilated Gen G with it. So it is really strong.
Yeah, and KT knows because they're the ones that lost to it most recently. So no excuses there, you could say. And the beginning of this game was a little bit of a disaster. We had like a crazy fight over some Void Bubs for some reason. We then saw a Herald fight where the eye wasn't taken. And then it brought us to this moment where Life Esports were ahead and then continued to kind of be so.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall was actually really good from Life to guarantee the Dragon, and then they just waited and brushed here to see if KT would come up and face check, and they did. And yeah, that was kind of the main part of the story. The reason why we grabbed this highlight is really because this is a huge turning point for Life getting back firm control over the map here because of KT's really big mistake here. And from this point on, they had, for the most part, full control of the rest of the game. There were some whoopsies, there were some weird moments, but this was just a really bizarre decision. I felt like Delight got so much value on this Nautilus this game because he was just constantly given opportunities to hook. His ultimates were big. And this is the difference, this comp versus what T1 was running yesterday. We had that insanely long Smolder game, is the fact that you actually do have really nice CC to either front to back or catch that Smolder.
Yeah, I even feel like they burnt so many cooldowns on Delight there, which just was struggling to cut through him. Like, he was in the fight for such a long time. He only got down to a 3rd HP. And meanwhile, like, you saw Pioshik and Beryl, just from, like, the Talia AoE, were both dying quicker than Delight, despite, like, 5 people hitting him. And, like, the Talia kind of just doing AoE in return. And, yeah, the Nautilus with farm is just insane how tanky and how valuable it gets.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous. And also holds down a minion wave as well. So you can have the Nautilus sitting off to the side. And we saw, you know, Viper pretty immediately roaming around. This has been the strategy with the Senna, even when it was Tahm Kench. But I feel like Nautilus in a side lane, a little bit more scary because if a jungler turns up, you just die. This is our final highlight, though. This is the last few nails in the coffin for KT.
And this is just, once again, Delight setting up good engages. Vision's gone. Uh-oh, Pioshik. A little bit of trouble. This is the kind of situation that we've seen so many times this game for KT when Life Esports walk into a dark part of the map because they have map control from that last Dragon fight, as well as the great sweeping we've been seeing all game long here. It's hard to control vision against a Senna comp as well, and Life Esports just hook into win. And that's kind of like the whole late game. The Deft is like, I'm getting big, oh, my front line is dead.
Yeah, and also, you know, we've seen a lot of times where picks like Zarya Smolder have kind of taken over a game, specifically when Nautilus or Vi are denied. Like, these two champions are so potent because there's no counterplay, you know? If you're super fed and you get R pressed on you, tough. That's kind of like that's just how it plays out. And we saw there that Deft, you know, you're struggling to make an impact. In that situation, obviously, they didn't really focus him down. They took his team down. But it's hard to be that big carry if you know in a fight, you're just going to get CC'd with no counterplay.
Yeah, and there wasn't very much of it, and it was large in part due to the person we're going to see on our screen right now. POG goes to Peanut. At one point in that game, it looked like he had over 100% kill participation. I assume that was a little bit of an error, a clerical error perhaps, but the man was an absolute monster.
First DPM there as well. Look, for me, I think Peanut had a pretty nice early game and was able to do a decent amount. He had a pretty big impact over some of these mid-game fights. But for me, it was definitely a Delight angle. I feel like Delight tanked a ton of KT's damage. He was the one who set up all the engages. I don't hate a Peanut vote because he was involved in basically every kill for 90% of the game, ended up with 90 KP in the end. But I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised by this one.
Yeah, I will say it does kind of show that we've seen the meta shift quite a bit. You know, start of the split, it was very much these tank junglers all the time. And now we have this in-out pick where not only are you a constant threat in fights, but the damage being pumped out is pretty significant. And yeah, you know, there are a lot of people thinking that Delight should have been the POG.
Media and Chronicler.
Well, I thought that Peanut did have an absolutely fantastic game as well. So I guess it's absolutely fine. We are going to throw it back to the casters now and get into the third game of the series.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Media and Chronicler giving Peanut
and Jonah
the
Strong.
victory. Jonah Strong's a known variety voter, let's say.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
And one KR analyst as well.
And the Vietnamese cast?
True. Just another instance of the 3 media votes controlling the votes. Nothing to see here. We are ready to jump into game number 3, and I hope that it's a bit more competitive and a little, just like a smidgen cleaner.
It won't be.
A little bit.
No can do.
How about like
it's KT? You can't.
Okay.
It's got to be messy. You know, the wheels of the roller coaster need some grease. It can't just be a squeaky clean game. That's not how it works. We're not just gonna leave Senna open, right? Humble Life will just ban it here like they did in game number 1. There we go.
Yep.
Actual gameplay. B1 Vi. Just run it back.
Poppy Zeri. Zeri. Morgana. No, it's not Morgana. Talia.
Okay, that's a good adaptation. Zeka was perfectly fine on the Talia. Additionally, we do know that not only has he gotten better, but BDB also was the POG in game number 1, and just in general plays a crazy good Talia. It's going to be the Ahri here. Ahri Vi, absolutely insane 2v2 combo. Ahri also has been really both. Yeah, has to be, right? Don't really have to swap anything else. Downside of this is that it's harder to impact side lanes compared to with the Talia, but your straight 2v2 is a whole lot stronger.
Yeah, I think it's a good call from the side of KT Rolster. They say, okay, well, you took away the Talia. It's not going to be a huge deal. We're going to essentially go with what worked in game 1. Poppy, though, is quite strong into this, and they say, okay, well, you can't deny this, so we'll just play the Poppy again.
It's actually such a good adaptation from Homa, because it does a couple of things. You still get Poppy, but now you get Poppy into Ahri, which is much better than Poppy into Talia. But you also get the Talia yourself, and Poppy Ahri, Orcs already talked about this, is a really strong combination. You get to activate the stones, you get to very easily use the Talia wall for setup as well. So it makes this combo so lethal to deal with. We'll see what KT is gonna be able to do and try and mitigate it, as we are actually getting the Lucian banned after last time around. They did fall to the Lucian Nami.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily because of Lucian Nami, but Def did play a pretty nice Lucian in that game number 1, and it feels like, you know, are you really worried about Jinx in this meta? Like, just take away the comfort of the Lucian. I think it's just fine. And try to get yourself a good bottom lane once again, although the Lulu and the Rakan, same bans here from KT Rolster as game 1. Maybe not going to go the Gnar angle this time.
Jack's coming through here. There are, of course, some crazy flex shenanigans possible where you flex the Poppy towards either top or support. Don't think that is going to be the case here. And is straight up deft his Jinx to come through here with Barrow on the Alistar. That is a set of comfort picks to come through here for KT. How it all works together though, this isn't the traditional like try and protect the Jinx composition. This is we get a pick and Jinx gets excited. Very different in terms of playstyle. You're looking to utilize the top half of the map, Bard, to very aggressively set up a kill so that Deft can then take over a team fight as opposed to kite back, which we often see with Jinx compositions. The Bard though into an immobile AD carry is going to get a ton of value. It's going to make it very hard for Deft to reliably play the game because they
should have played Janna.
No Kanch. I would have loved that. Yeah.
I mean, you've already got Zeri, Talia. You have a lot of zone control. You have Poppy. I guess they felt like maybe they didn't need any more, and they just wanted something that can maybe bully in the bottom lane early on, and then eventually, you know, the ult from the Bard can kind of change the landscape. It can break up engages, but it's pretty. It's not just pretty. It's very difficult to actually utilize, especially when people are like flashing on you and insta engaging. To actually get value out of that can be rough. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually make it work.
That's a great alpaca. Love that. Look at the charisma coming through. Yeah, with Bard, there's always also such a thin line between looking like an amazing Bard and actually trolling. A lot of the ultimates that you want to go for, if you do try to split the fights, can definitely backfire immensely. This topside 3v3 though from KT, still strong. But I do think Home Alive have a lot more fighting power than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game number 3. A lot of tailoring of drafts to get to this point in time as we are ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
As we are ready to hop into match 83. KT Rolster was able to win the first game with a pretty similar draft. Obviously, I said in the draft, you know, it's okay to leave the Jinx available. It's not really that good in this meta. It is, of course, Deft, so you kind of like, it's not meta, but you've got somebody who's very comfortable and very strong on this pick, so it kind of evens itself out. And I feel like putting Barrel on Alistar as well is always a win. I feel like they should do this more often. And the fact that he can play it in this lane is also a benefit. And we don't have to watch Lucian Nami again.
And we don't have to watch Barrel's Rakan again. So there's a lot of wins here.
Yeah.
It really is all coming together.
If you're playing... if you're playing Rakan into this, I mean, you already played it in Talia, but now there's a Poppy as well.
Oh, they banned it themselves, fortunately. But
yeah. Just imagine.
No, I don't want it. That doesn't sound good. I actually wouldn't have minded if Doran goes lethal tempo here. He can 1v2 early. Like with Counter-Strike, you can actually walk into the enemy jungle and really put this Vi behind. I think one of the things that we have seen a lot of really good teams do when the Vi is this heavily prioritized is that her level 1 is really, really bad because you have to go W. That's the most efficient for your jungle clear, but it also means that you literally don't get to do anything but auto. There's an opportunity there, but Home Alive not going to push the issue too much the way that some of our other teams might do.
Yeah. I think it's all right. I mean, you just won the last game. You don't necessarily have to go insane in the next one. And just kind of play things out, take it slow. And I kind of do expect this one to slow down. Although, I mean, KT Rolster with the comp they had in the last game, they were trying to fight for every single objective for some reason, so perhaps they just do it again anyway.
I think they will.
This time, it's a much better comp to do it with, so all power to them, I suppose, this time around.
We'll see if they are respectful. The one thing I am worried about is that Zeri in early fights has a lot more to offer than Jinx does. Jinx really needs to... obviously, you can last hit, and if you do get excited, you have a decent amount of power, but compared to Zeri dive bombing into multiple people with the rest of the team, isn't really going to compare as this topside matchup. We see Doran having a great time here. The first 3 levels, I'd say, are really heavily Jack's favorite as you are able to counter-strike. But you do got to be a little bit respectful, which Perfect is not doing. Doran not going for the extra auto there, but It really is once you get to around level 6, once you get a couple of points in Q, that's where Renekton takes over. And then obviously in late game, you're going to be feeling great. You are down a level, my guy.
No level, no care.
No level, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. He's got a ward there. He's like, okay, Peanut's not here. He's not diving me at least. I've avoided the dive. I have skirmished. I have cleared the wave. I am safe. And he is. He's going to teleport back to the lane, whereas Doran is just going to walk there. So might be able to hold on to his teleport for a better timing. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Beryl just picking up some money. And that's about all he wanted from that.
It's playing Phase Rush, so it has a lot of extra utility. Movement speed going to be really nice, both to set up aggressive plays and to get out of problems, which Beryl does tend to find himself in. Not going to have the same level of tankiness that a Aftershock is going to have, so it does need to play a little bit more respectful, which I'm sure he won't.
No.
So we'll see how that ends up working out.
Yeah, I just think they're just going to send it, if possible.
Even if not possible. Cole picked up for Deft. Biggest advantage that you obviously have in this lane is that you do have a range advantage, but with Zeri, you always got to be very, very careful that you don't open you up to an all-in window. Even into, again, the Lucian Nami lanes, we see that end up working out a lot. Doran, you are forcing longer trades.
It's okay, he has teleport.
Renekton with Conqueror. He does actually have a teleport lead, so this is actually not bad at all, but if Perfect can crash the wave, then I don't think there's that much of an opportunity. He needs to be careful though, because if he ends up dying, the lane is extremely rough.
Extremely Omega Boom.
Yes, you can't really afford to make any
until
lead,
like 3 items.
Yeah, lead level, or rather give away your lead with a mistake as Renekton. That just kind of ends it generally. But he gets the crash here. Should be able to back up this cannon wave, or we just all in on Grubs and waste a perfectly good back timer.
Fight.
Doran is going to be able to TP back into this lane, so Perfect, yeah, we'll be able to shove this pretty quickly, but I do think that as Doran then TPs back in, is going to be able to get something going. Perfect is still quite strong.
He missed the cannon though.
Yeah.
So, not sure how I feel about the strength. Doran is going to stop. No, what? I guess because he didn't want to miss his cannon. And I think he would have if he stopped the back.
He definitely would have.
I wonder if it's worth.
I feel like if Perfect has TP, it's not, because he definitely still wins the all-in just because of the level lead. Which I think is why Doran was like, you know what, this might not be the best idea. Which is good.
Showing restraint? Wait. Oh. This is Hamlife Esports Doran, right?
I don't even know which Doran is the most Doran. Like, what is peak Doran? Probably Gen G Doran, but even that one had a lot of moments where the restraint was nowhere to be found.
He was kind of unleashed, you know, on that roster. Kind of just do whatever he wants. Level 6, 7 rather for BDD, as he is looking to roam and maybe rush with his spirit at people. But he will not be denied that this time around.
Really good vision control here on the bottom half of the map, ensuring that the Viper and the Light continuously get to shove in wave after wave. Deft sitting, as mentioned, on his Cole. Also has his triple cookie still. Hasn't really needed to beat any of those. Level 6 now available.
So why did he take them?
I don't know. Because of a situation like this?
Yeah, let's see. Seismic Shove is going to be the big one, but instead, Beryl just going to try to engage. But now it's 4v1, and Deft is in a lot of trouble here as Delight can easily tank that one up. First blood is given to Peanut, which is kind of unfortunate. Would have wanted that kill onto Viper, but it's a kill nonetheless, and Hamlife Esports will have it.
Don't even get this flash on top either. Doran actually able to avoid that gank. Pioshik investing his ultimate, so really big win here for Hamlife. Take down Deft. As we take another look at this play. If it was just Peanut, it might have been fine. Deft actually buys himself a ton of time here.
Ooh, very nice from Peanut.
Yeah, really well done. But
he dodged the combo, which is why he was able to knock him away. Otherwise, you know, it was really, really close on the movement back away from that.
A little bit of miscommunication there. as Perfect backs off as Pioshik ults in. Not going to be the kind of gank that you want to have happen, but also, to be fair, trying to gank Jax as Renekton Vi, it's not so great.
Yeah.
Especially if he has played it Steel Caps done already.
I feel like it's a great adaptation in the draft as well, because you could have just picked Gnar again.
Yeah.
But instead, it's like, well, what's going to do even better, especially if I'm getting pressured a lot? It's, well, Jax. And it has a good matchup into the Renekton. It has a good matchup into the Vi as well. So, at the end of the day, this feels like a much safer pick. And Dorn will be happy for it. He might fall slightly behind in CS. But as long as he's not getting bullied like in game 1, where he didn't get to touch the wave for 2 minutes, I would say this is a bit of an upgrade.
Especially with the bottom half of the map still going the way of Hanwha Life. Because of the CS lead in mid and jungle, there isn't really a sizable gold lead here for Hanwha Life. We'll see if they're able to accelerate that, as we have a lane swap coming through here. Maybe looking for 6 grubs is KT. Deft might be able to get a plate out of this as well, as we do have Delight and Viper making their way over as they take the Highway Express towards the top lane. So I don't know if Deft will have enough time. I don't want to take the risk, and instead just play for the grubs.
Yeah, not a line of strategy we see very often, because the grubs are not very good.
They're kind of there, you know.
He gets some extra money on Deft. He's got 30 extra gold. He's like feeling okay. He gets 6 grubs. You win a team fight, maybe you can take out a turret faster.
I think it was it DK into Gen G where we just saw like 15 lane swaps?
Sounds right.
Yeah, that was to take the 2v2 out of a really bad matchup. I feel like in this situation the matchup was actually fine. It's perfect. You know what? That might actually be the angle.
Just run away from the lane. Go the opposite direction.
No, you had the right idea.
Wait, he saw the rocks.
Yeah, he knows. He's fine.
Zeki used the rocks into the tri-brush,
Okay,
and that's going to allow him to probably get away from this. Although...
Oh, no!
Nah, he's fine. Right? No? Maybe not. He's going to have to flash away, and he is very not fine, actually. Down he will go, and Zeka will collect a kill. Meanwhile, Dorn's getting some alone time with this turret.
Guys, if you have flash, just flash the Talia seismic shove instead of flashing after it's already connected.
Yeah, but then you lose flash.
Yeah, that's true, I guess. Look at BDD getting grub value. You're not finishing that back, I don't think. So maybe, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Deft is in mid now, still looking for a lane to call his own. Life with that kill, going to be a little bit further ahead when it comes to the gold. And they don't really need to be ahead. They obviously have an incredible 1-4. You can even go 1-3-1 with the Talia, shadowing sides, if you do want to go in that direction.
Okay, a little bit of layering CC, and that's what the Tempered Fate is for. Very nice binding does come down, and Peanut is totally fine. I mean, this is a Poppy, and so much was used to try to get into this. A 3-man knockup is going to be pretty big, though. They still can't take out Peanut. They finally do as BDD gets in there. A double magical journey. Not sure if that was on purpose or not, as BDD desperate to get more value out of this, but it's not looking so good. Will be able to take out the Light, but that is the end of his journey himself. Perfect. Now alone against 3.
Nicely done by Hanwha. KT, I gotta question the decision to throw everything into Poppy.
Don't bring logic into this, okay, Chronicler?
But I feel like we should. It's Poppy. It's Poppy. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yes, you get the setup, but you don't. Deft doesn't even get any value out of his ultimate. Viper already has him on half health. And this TP was relatively late as well. If you TP a little bit earlier and you actually get BDD in this fight right from the get-go, like, you might be able to win. You're so reliant on getting a reset. It means that Jinx is excited. It means that BDD gets to control the fight. But instead, you throw multiple resources into trying to kill Peanut, who's like, yeah, okay.
I'm Poppy.
Lose the Drake. end up giving up a bunch of kills. So now Doran is unmatched inside. Zeka is fed, and Viper picks up a bunch of assists.
Yeah.
Suboptimal.
Wasn't great. I mean, if nobody else was able to get there on time and you had the DPS, then taking out the jungler would be very high value. But, you know, it's a couple of conditions that I listed before that just weren't the case, right? There wasn't enough DPS. He wasn't alone. There was a Bard right there who's got a very long range ultimate to save him and buy extra time.
If you have BDD there, Ethan, you can go for that play, right? You just need a little bit more CC so that it can't ult people away. And do not underestimate the pick potential of this composition. These type of moments can still lead to big wins, as Delight does have his ult. And I think with that, they might decide against trying to get a pick here. Good call, because I think what happens if they try to go for that is Delight ults, the whole squad's there, and that might be the end of it.
Well, it is KT Rolster, so we have to fight over this objective. It is going to be smited by Peanut, and we got TPs
We're going ham!
And that's going to be a denial there on the helicopter from Peanut, but now the TP from the side of Humble Life Esports. We got Perfect and Barrel in that background, in that backline, and now Doran is going ham here with Peanut. They can't quite kill the Poppy, as finally they will take him out, and Doran now in a bit of trouble. BDD getting so much value on the Dory, but the charm is going to miss. And now the Talia and the Zeri will run amok in this fight. Viper now going to stop that back. Deft electing to ghost, and it's not going to be enough, as he is just not fast enough. Here comes Viper over the wall. Not a lot of counterplay to that, although Pioshik tries to get away, and Viper just flashes on him. Picks up another kill.
Nice attempt, I guess, from KT, as again, they funnel into the waiting arms of Humble Life, and this ult from the Light, absolutely pivotal. So much gets invested in trying to take down Peanut. Perfect is sitting here on the flank. And in theory, you kill Peanut, you win the left side of the fight, and Perfect just buys time. But what happens instead is the teleport gets fully channeled, they buy enough time, and then yes, eventually they're able to take down Poppy. Eventually they're able to take down Doran. But that is with Zeka doing a ton of damage already, and Viper going completely unchecked. Even if he hit that charm, I don't think it really matters. And you know, Bard Zeri, I've never thought about it until now, but the amount of speed and movement through walls which you have, just, that doesn't seem right. That's too much. Walls were meant to be respected, Valdez.
We've gone too far, Science.
We're TPing?
Yeah, again, this is...
No!
Okay, no.
I guess it's fine.
The charm is going to come in. Again, this is Poppy. They're putting everything into Peanut.
They got flash!
I don't know what he said to them between games, but they did not appreciate it very much. And they're trying to make Peanut feel it, and he's not. He's still Poppy. So that's the end of that fight. And Doran just has a free side lane. I feel like KT, you know, they've identified their comp, and they're like, okay, we're just going to fight all the time, never ending. It doesn't matter what the reason is. If we can fight, we will take the excuse and fight. And it's worked sometimes, like a little bit, but obviously, as you guys can see, not overall. Some Life Esports are totally fine to fight with their Talia and Zeri getting insane value, especially when the fights start with throwing everything into the frontline tank that has a couple of the best disengage abilities in the game.
Surely, if they just keep throwing stuff into Peanut, eventually he'll just die. Deft has,
I mean, yeah, if it was a clean engage, maybe.
Deft has one item, Valdez. This is a Jinx that is 10 CS behind, 4 kills and like 4 assists. Oh boy.
Well, Zeka should have saved his... oh, they both dashed over it. Okay, well, that's the end of that. As Barrel, he's just on the run now. I feel like this is a done deal. KT are just scrambling like leaves in the wind. And Humble Life Esports are just taking everything on the map now.
Yeah, Humble Life brought their leaf blower, and they're cleaning out Summoner's Rift. Mid lane charge. Bounties coming up, and this type of Scourge composition, if it starts falling behind, it doesn't look great. Deft just doesn't get to be relevant in this one. That's going to be a very early soul point. And Humble Life looking to take the expected win here. And the 2-1, sure, but from this point, I know KT is capable of some miracles, but again, Delight, absolutely amazing. This is the dream scenario when you are playing the Bard.
Oh,
yeah, the Q as well. Just really, really nicely done. And I stand by my decision. I stand by my previous vote, but...
Did you see the wall block the Rift Herald, by the way?
No,
yeah, Zeka's wall just blocked his own Rift Herald. It was kind of funny. I mean, he got in there and they got an extra kill with his help, but
ended up working out.
Shelly was not very happy about it, let's say. Well,
oh boy.
BDD doesn't really get to dash away, especially if he's just stunned the whole time. Tries to flash, doesn't even opt to use his ultimate ability. That's a flash to the death now, just with one Tempered Fate, as Pyosik goes in, because at this point, I suppose you might as well. 3-man Counter-Strike is going to seal the deal on this fight, and Beryl is not going anywhere. Although the Light is going on a little happy magical journey into the jungle because the fight was already over. Even at TP.
Even Pyosik? No.
He knows. Wait.
No. He did not know.
Wait, he dodged it.
He missed. Is he just gonna get out? Oh, that's
yeah.
Very
calculated. Very smart play from Pyosik. Well done. Well, it's 17-4. It's an 8,000 gold lead. There's no smolder in the game. It's rough.
It's kind of it might be done, Valdez. I think it's safe to say.
I really like the Bard into the Jinx actually. You know,
it's been really good.
Yeah, into these like immobile AD carries that just stand there and they have to flash it. It's like, well,
yeah.
Now you're Jinx without a flash. Good luck.
It's the same thing that we had with Hanwha Life or Red KT in game number 1. We always say this when people lock in Bard against like Caitlyn or Ashe or Varus or in this case Jinx, and then we never ever see.
Yeah, because the Bard always loses.
Yeah, and now Delight has gotten what, like 3 ultimates off, or at least forced the flash out of the Jinx. I remember when Deft's Jinx win rate was like 90%.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, though, that he's playing against newer and better Jinx. Zeri.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's Jinx, except you have better mobility, and you're faster, and you might do more damage sometimes. Pyosik is on a little flash
He did
journey.
get out! No, maybe not.
Delight could just ult him, but...
No, let him go!
Okay, they might do it.
No!
Intentionally. No, he's dead. That's the end of the jungler on the side of KT. Pyosik not very happy with that.
He dodged so much.
He did. It was a nice little montage of Vi escape times. And that's the Baron.
But then it ended in like the sad anime song as he goes down.
Ooh.
No way.
Oh man, that was pretty close.
Not too bad actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, fellas, even if that steals it, I actually don't think it matters.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
It would have been fun though. Would have been a good moment.
All right. This time for sure. Oh yeah, he sees him. Binding, gonna hit perfect. And Delight, he is quite tanky. I mean, take a look. He's got the lock-in, he's got a Mikhail's, he's just very fed himself. And now Perfect almost dead. They're on the chase. Charm does come in, and even BDD takes a while to take him down. He does get the kill at least. As you see Delight with a sheepish grin. Barely get away from the Poppy as flash on in from Doran. Will get the job done and make this a 4-on-4.
If Deft has like 2.5 items, that play might work. He might actually be able to kill Peanut. Not going to be the case. Pyosik has gone. Oh, he has ult.
Yeah, Zeka not going to respect it, and now the follow-up comes in. He is going to use his arm guard as now maybe with a little bit of help from Peanut. No, it's not going to be enough. That's going to be Deft excited, but here comes Viper on the Zeri into this backline, and nobody can get onto the Zeri at all. Nobody's got any leftover CC. And Deft is just on the run. He's just going to get flashed on as Zeri does not give a damn. And now, with that triple, maybe they'll just push to end.
For a moment there, with Zeka getting taken down, it looked like KT had found a a small chance, Valdez. Just a glimpse of a future where maybe they pull this game back. And then Viper slides in and says, no, no, not happening. Taking a look at this, yeah, Zach ends up going down, but he does actually buy a ton of time with his arm guard. Or Zonya's not sure. Ends up going down.
Arm guard.
So that is exciting. You're like, oh, maybe it's playable. Barrel tragically knocks Viper out of the traps, but let's be honest, it wouldn't have really made a big difference. Delight was also on his way as he ended up going down.
아, 표시코 잘 숨어 있네. 영 가자, 영. 사영 먹고 그냥 다시 매.
They were hiding there. Oh no, he said.
Great summary of the situation.
It was oh no, and then it was oh yeah, as Viper burst through the wall. And he only has 11 kills. And 9 assists. This does feel like one of those games where it feels okay to vote for the boom boom damage vote. What do you think?
Oh, I did.
Oh, you already voted.
Yeah. Oh, you wanna I can show you?
Looking over. Okay. I'm not gonna spoil it.
I'm gonna ooh, exciting.
Yeah,
Like that.
Don't want to influence any other voters that may or may not be listening. HLE Esports. It's all over but the crying, as Wolf says. And I feel like there's already been a decent amount of crying already, actually, in this game. As the ult is, well, it's going to hit depth, but the engage does not follow up on this one. Pyosik does go into the back line, but it's just desperation at this point. Peanut trying to provide a front line for the team, and Beryl trying to do the same, as the seismic shoves have really been on point this game from the side of Zeka. There's just no way out, and there's no follow-up. They're just too far behind. The giant safe full of cash and gold coins that HLE have in their hands. They have dropped it on the heads of KT Rolster. Even just one by one, they're just coming in here trying to do something, but it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, this game number 3, not nearly as close as the first 2 that did come before it, as Viper is looking for some more kills to put on the scoreboard. It's not going to matter. GG, as the Nexus will fall, and HLE Esports will take a 2-1 victory.
Game number 1, it was a big win for KT. Game number 2, we kind of had an inkling some of the decisions made, not quite working out. Game number 3, though, felt like the only one that truly was a stomp. You have the composition from KT, but it just feels a little bit worse than what they had before. The adaptations from HLE and Draft, I really got to give them credit to it, because I think if they go back, if they go and make the same decisions, we might see KT win here after all, but instead take away the Talia, get the Jax so that Doran can't be focused down, which I think Doran should appreciate. I think it's good if Doran gets picks that don't get focused down quite as easily.
Yeah.
That'll be the end here. Unfortunately, for KT in this series, not going to get the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, would have been interesting if KT, was able to outplay HLE Esports in the best of 3, because it does make the playoffs a little bit more exciting. But this does kind of confirm, where the teams are slotted in the standings. We did expect HLE Esports to take this victory tonight. We did think they were the better team, and I think they proved it by the end of it. Games number 1 and 2 were a bit messy. I think HLE Esports were like, okay, you want to skirmish? Let's skirmish, and that's KT's comfort zone. And things got pretty interesting, as we have crossed out Peanut and we have put Delight.
Nice. Good change. Love that.
Not sure how the Peanut fans will feel about that one, but I suppose it's fine. Delight also having a fantastic time here. And they're on the same team. So there you go. A pretty decisive victory in game number 3. And HLE Esports now feeling pretty good about their last bunch of matches that they've had.
Big win for them as well. Keeps them in the running to potentially secure that second place spot. Now, it is important to note that due to game score, how much HLE win with doesn't really matter. They basically just need T1 to lose a series, which is not likely. I'll tell you that in advance, especially with the win that T1 found over Nongshim yesterday. Smolder not enough to help HLE out with that one, but in this game, I think they played it really, really well. Bot lane obviously doing a great job, but Doran actually learning from his mistakes. Credit to him. Did a good job there. Zeka, that was perfectly fine on the Taliyah. Was where he needed to be. Peanuts Poppy, it just remains a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. We don't show the win rate every single time he plays it, but it's very high. It's above 80%. I think it's at around 85%, which is insanely high for professional play. And he just keeps winning on it. Viper here. Eventually, you know, they threw so much into Zeka that it's like, okay, well, 10,000 down, and you've got a Zeri on your back. Just kind of ran out of steam eventually.
따당 넣을 수 있어. 앞라인부터 바이 먼저.
The Taliyah remains such a powerful pick as well.
바이 노플.
Like here later, you'll see Beryl try and attempt a combo on Doran.
바이 놓쳤어. 천천히 해.
It's for Taliyah.
알리.
Yes. Still trying to figure out what those rocks on the ground do.
It's like Wave, we just don't know.
We don't know what he does.
We can't figure it out.
Try to dodge his abilities and see what happens. They're just shouting out, you know, who to attack. Tower hit the tower.
나 미카엘 있어 현준이 형. 가져.
야 바이.
They're, you know, basically saying, help me. Let's fight this.
아리 따닥.
And then Viper says, I'm going to hit the Nexus instead. After getting 14 kills. Let's take a look at the post-game breakdown. Viper did do quite a large amount of boom boom damage in this game. But no vote from Chronicler.
What about those grubs, though?
Yeah, they did get 6 grubs.
Yeah. The value, Veldas.
Yeah.
For KT.
They got 1 tower out of it. Yeah.
1 tower to 10. It was a stomp. It was a shellacking by the very definition, because I think it's 26 or 27 minutes.
26? Yeah, ish.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
By Humble Life. Good bounce back after a rough game 1.
Yeah, the first couple of games were messy, but eventually Humble Life Esports did take the clean victory in Game 3. We are done for this series. Let's go over to the space to break down that game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Absolutely amazing cast for our first series of the day. And that one, a little bit less intense, a little bit less exciting, or maybe a little too excited were the KT fans for this one, because this was over very, very quickly. Much more of a decisive win. Orcs, Wolf, take us through the draft and what happened here in this one.
I really like this draft for KT. Like, it's Dev's Jinx. That's enough said, but you get the Vi Ahri combo. Jinx gets excited when you get a pick. You have the Renekton. You have more of that single target burst that we saw in Game 1. It's great. It should all just work out. All you have to do is kill one champion, and then Jinx does the rest. I would not choose the Poppy as that champion, though. That's not be the champion I would choose, but this is champion KT chose.
Yeah, I think for me, I like the fact that they brought the Jax out, because the plan with the rest of the draft for Honor Life Esports was to focus bot side, and the Jax very good at mitigating the pressure, because you know that whenever you're going to focus down bot side, they're going to focus your top side, and obviously the Renekton can't set up stuns easily on him. But to me, when I see like the Poppy Taliyah is very good against a lot of champions on the side of KT who have all those dashes, but also like they've been so good at diving side lanes, and with the Bard as well, you can literally just all stream in. You know, you have the Weaver's Wall, you have the Magical Journey, Poppy can slam them into a wall, into a shove. So like from the draft, I knew Deft was not going to have a good time, and yeah, that's kind of how it played out.
That absolutely was. I actually felt like the Zeri Taliyah change up from the Zeri Poppy that we saw in game number 1. That was a massive masterstroke in the draft for Humble Life Esports, because I think Taliyah has really been a main character of this series, and she definitely was once again, although probably not POG. Let's dive into our first highlight, though, and really see where it all started to go wrong. And this was like a bunch of things that looked kind of okay for KT, and none of it mattered.
So many of these fights, when they were trying to focus Peanut down, he just lives for so long. Delight had a ton of amazing Tempered Fates in this game as well, and that alone just turns this fight. And then once Deft is dead, that's it. That's your damage.
Yeah, and I just find it amazing the fact that you have an Alistar who has a point-and-click combo and a Vi who has a point-and-click ult, and you decide to commit that onto the Poppy. So Viper, who's playing Zeri, you know, the champion who you usually draft Vi into, just gets the free hit for the whole fight. And if this happens once, sometimes you mis-execute on a fight, you make a wrong call. If this happened once, I don't think we would have made it as big of a talking point. But it didn't just happen once.
No,
It didn't just happen 4 times either.
Yeah.
It didn't happen just like 6 times either.
This Zeri did get 2 very large numbers of kills. Kind of ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. Was able to do it. It was almost like the Zeri had stealth throughout the entire game and could even fire from stealth and no one could actually see her. It was ridiculous.
Don't pitch that. Not for the next champion.
Oh no! I won't email that through.
Which needs a rework where you can go over walls, is that what you're saying?
Oh god.
Oh dear. That's it's a little bit dangerous. And it got even more dangerous. Let's dive into our second highlight here because and this was still relatively early, gentlemen.
Yeah, so once again, you're trying to get Jinx excited by getting a pick, and while on the right side of this fight, Beryl is trying to prevent the rest of the carries from coming in here and actually stopping this from happening. It's another great Tempered Fate here. Peanut is living for so long because his Poppy has Steadfast Presence, and yes, you got him. You did it, mission accomplished, but so much damage has been done before the fight is actually over, and then this Weaver's Wall is actually fantastic. Viper is able to get through with a Magical Journey, and I mean, this was the game-winning fight. Essentially, for us, we were watching this, we're like, well, there's just no coming back from this at this point.
Yeah, and I think we always talk about Zeri being that pick where if you lose a fight by a bit, it feels so much worse because of the chase down potential. But you add a Bard and Talia in who are both really mobile. Like you saw, I thought there was a point where he was going to slide over the wall. Nope, Magical Journey. And then he saves the slide for later to pick up Gilsig. So super punishing if you misplay. And again, starting off by focusing the Poppy, not the play.
No, yeah, you slide over one wall, you go through the other wall, and then all of a sudden you're on the other side of the map. It is absolutely ridiculous, and we thought that Zeri didn't really need any more mobility. Let's have a look at the POG, though, see whether Delight got robbed. Yeah, he did. Viper's going to pick it up, 500 points for the boom damage, baby.
Really? I mean, I love Viper. I really do. And he had a fantastic game. He had a pretty good series, even in the loss in Game 1. He was playing pretty well. But where is it? This highlight starts at the end of our highlight, too. Now we're just going to watch him run and zap people after the game was over, like, 10 minutes before.
Yep.
Delight, man. He did all of the things with Tempered Fate. If you're not going to vote for Delight, vote for Peanut at least.
And
Come on.
I wanted to see the mid lane. Like, we missed some of our highlights because we're like, we'll see them in the POG, but like that mid lane Tempered Fate into the 2-man Cosmic Binding as well. Gorgeous play. And so we're going to see where the problem... Yeah, well... Yep. I like the curious Doran vote as well. That one makes me
I mean, this was not the worst.
Honestly, as far as like narrative is concerned, though, like Doran's level of improvement was very, very high. And now it is time for us to throw it over to Deer for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Peanut and Viper on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations! Peanut, how do you feel? The fan just called you handsome. Thank you so much. And thanks to you guys, with the energy that you sent us, we were able to win against a strong team, KT. And if you had lost today, you would have handed T1 the second place. So what mindset did you come to the venue with today, Viper? Yeah, the standings are very, very important. And our opponent was someone who locked in playoffs. So we wanted to play without any regrets, and it went really well. Just like Peanut said, KT was definitely a strong opponent. And with a close 2-1 match score and frequent team fights, it was quite a fun and eventful match to watch. So how did it feel playing in game? Yeah, we lost the first game, but we told ourselves that as long as we're able to keep our heads in the game, that we will be able to win. And we were we had a lot of faith in our team. And after game 1, for games 2 and 3, you guys took Talia away first. So what was the feedback like? Yeah, BDD happens to be a really good Talia player. And we noticed that they were focusing down top side with the Talia, so I think that's what led us to picking the Talia. And in game 2, You got 5 target bans, so how did it make you feel? I had a lot of other cards to pick from, so I said, it is what it is. So yeah, you took Xin Zhao out of all those cards that you had. What was an important factor during the picking stage? With the options that we had, Xin Zhao looked like the best option. And I think that's what led us to picking Xin Zhao. And this was your first time in spring playing Xin Zhao, and in your overall career, you rarely played Xin Zhao. Regardless, what is the secret to performing so well with him today? I don't actually practice him that often, but even in the playoffs in the past, I didn't really play a lot of Xin Zhao, but it just happened to be a really good pick for the comp, and I feel like it's just something that I always have up my sleeve. Yeah, and we have some great team fight play in this next team highlight. Can you walk us through? With the team fight opening up, we knew that it would be really advantageous to us, and we saw how many resources they exhausted. So I went in with Xin Zhao, and I think it worked out really well, luckily. And Viper, any thoughts on this highlight? So Delight actually was looking to open a team fight. I was Senna, so it didn't really matter in the end, but my teammates did really well. And Viper, in Game 3, you banned 4 AD carries. And that's how Def picked one of his signature picks, Jinx. So was this intentional? So when we first picked Seri, it didn't really... it wasn't very surprising whatever AD carry picks they came up with. I think I was really confident with whatever picks they were going for. And you guys took Bard as the R5 pick, so what was the reasoning? There are a lot of options for supports as well, but this is something that Delight is really confident with, so I think that's why. And Viper, we knew how good you were with Seri, but we were just so impressed with how you got your 3 core items by 20 minutes, and you had a 807 KDA. It applies to a lot of other AD carries I play, but as long as I can pick up some kills, I think I'm able to carry. And let's take a look at the Seri highlight. It looks like you went in fearlessly to get some kills, so please walk us through this. So there was a team fight that was opening up. And I think it really didn't matter in the end because I was just so big already. It was just a really easy fight. Now, for Hana Life Esports' last match of the season, it'll be the next Saturday showdown against D plus Kia. What is your resolution? As it is our last match, I really want to win. And since we're able to play in front of our fans after a long time, we really want to win in front of them. And I hope that we're able to continue our momentum. And Peanut, you get to see your fans after such a long time. Would you like to say a word of gratitude? For our match against D plus Kia, it would be the last match before our playoffs, so we'll make sure that we do well. And thank you so much for coming to cheer for us. And I think we would appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you so much. And this will be the end of the interview with Peanut and Viper, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the interview. Translation, great to hear from both Peanut and Viper there. Viper being very honest.
I do appreciate that, yeah, I was fed, so it didn't matter.
I wonder how we got fed. I wonder which teammate contributed to that.
I wonder about that one. But let's leave that up to maybe a Reddit thread or something like that to argue that Delight was obviously giga-robbed in that game. So, Hana Life Esports still retain their 3rd place and are still fighting for 2nd. Of course, they will rely on T1 dropping a game. because of course game score is a thing. But ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for Who Are You Man? Before we get into our final series of the night, which is D plus Kia taking on Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see you there for that one after Who Are You Man?
내가 없는 곳에서 최강을 논하지 말라.
저희를 이길 수 있다는 그런 생각을 버리시길 바랍니다.
쏘리 플러스 기아 입장에서 최강팀들 상대로 갚아주고 싶은 게 많긴 하거든요.
플러스 기아를 가볍게 보지 마세요.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨. 이제 칼바람의 왕자의 주인공을 결정지을 마지막 관문 결승전만이 남아 있습니다. LCK 최초로 시도되는 복면 칼바람 대전. 앞선 두 번의 라운드에 멋지게 살아남은 두 선수를 무대 위로 모셔보겠습니다. 개코맨 동대맨입니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
와, 만났다.
네, 이번 결승전인 3판 2선승제로 승패를 가르도록 하겠습니다. 뭐 여러 가지 질문이라든지 의견 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
혹시 이제 개코맨의 그런 시그니처 프로 혹시 팔짱 끼기인지
구마요시
갑자기. 네.
개코맨님 혹시 제일 좋아하는 과일이 오렌지신가요?
오렌지 안 먹습니다.
오렌지는 먹지 않는다라고 얘기를 해주셨고요. 지금 보니까 붕대맨 쪽은 이미 추측이 좀 끝났나요?
끝났습니다.
저는 이제 폭시 팀의 이제 밀러 선수.
폭시 팀은 어디죠?
폭스.
아니 폭스 팀은 아니고 PRX.
PRX 팀의 윌러가 아닌가라고 혹시 그 근거를 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
아칼리를 하는 거 보니까 정글러인데 라이너에 대한 그런 이해도가 좀 있는 그런 선수가 이제 오너 선수나 윌러 선수 이렇게 루시드 선수 이렇게 등등 있는데 그 중에서 이제 윌러 선수이지 않을까.
나머지 패널분들 동의하시나요?
동의합니다.
맞습니다.
겁이 없어 보여요.
네, 겁이 없어 보이더라고요.
네, 갑자기 또 한숨이 드셨네요. 알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 경기를 앞두고 있는 두 선수의 각오 한 말씀 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
애플 전멸은 D 전멸에게 지지 않습니다.
자, 붕대맨도 각오 한 말씀 들어볼까요?
지금 이 가면을 보다 보니까 이 살벌한 이 외형으로 지금 게임을 하고 계신 것 같은데 제가 한번 이겨보겠습니다.
자, 그럼 서로를 도발하는 어떤 제스처 한번 보여주시기 바라겠습니다.
결승전, 결승전.
좋아요.
결승이니까.
발 때리면 안 돼요. 때리면 안 돼요. 발 때리면 안 돼요. 때리면 안 돼요.
아, 이미 개코맨이 지금 압도하고 있습니다. 자, 그러면은 결승전 개코맨과 붕대맨 경기 시작합니다.
그래서 여기까지 온 김에 무조건 우승하고 가겠습니다. 붕대맨 하는 것도 봤는데 아이 챔피언 봤을 때 정글일 것 같다는 또 확실히 또 든 것 같아서 뱀픽할 때 더 수월하게 할 수 있을 것 같은 생각이 들어요. 꼭 결승전 우승해서 그 붕대 다 풀어버리도록 하겠습니다. 결승인 만큼 최선을 다해서 우승해보도록 하겠습니다. 황모님도 이제 칼바람 하신 거 보면은 좀 도수다 생각했는데 이기신 거 보니까 이번에는 좀 진지하게 임해야 될 것 같습니다. 아무래도 흔치 않은 체력이시다 보니까 목을 보면은 경이로울 때가 있는데 느낌이 와가지고 바로 떠올랐습니다. 붕대를 다 뜯어버리겠다 하셨으면은 저도 역시 이제 그 코를 뜯어버리겠습니다.
개코맨 뒷목 봤어. 두께? 바로 알아버렸어.
목 두께?
바로 알아버렸어.
두께를 봤어. 누군지 거의 파악이
거의
다
파악은
되는 거죠.
끝났죠.
오.
들어간다.
자, 이제 후아유맨 대망의 결승전인 3라운드입니다.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 혹시 팀 뭐 하실 겁니까? 뭐 원하시는 거 있으십니까? 원딜 쪽으로 할까요? 원딜이요? 이거 네네.
가갈, 갱. 그래서 서로 간에 아칼리, 뭐 이렐리아, 그라가스 안 잘렸습니다.
가볼까요? 혹시 고르셨나요? 네, 고르셨습니다.
트리스타가 또 1레벨 세지.
초반부터 그냥 점프로 초기화시켜가지고 한번 잡아보겠다는 생각인 것 같고요.
이런 중요한 자리에서 트리스타나 이게 약간 개코맨 선수에 대한 힌트가 될 수도 있지 않을까 싶은 생각이 드는데
그렇습니다. 와, 1대1은 나도 빠질 수 없지. 칼리스타 나왔습니다.
잠시만. 이상하게 나왔는데요, 지금?
야, 이거 3레벨이 끝나겠다. 네. 초반에 끝날 것 같아요.
이거 서로 뭔가 방어적으로 하기에는 좀 부적합한 챔피언들이라 뭔가 앞 경기들 그 이상의 화끈한 싸움이 나올 수도 있겠는데요?
트리스타가. 트리스타 세지 않습니까? 세긴 한데, 이거 밑에 챔프가 여기로. 트리스타 밑에 챔프 아닌가요, 이거? 아니죠. 런데에 있던데요, 트리스타. 그러면 인정이긴 한데, 이거 투수랑 견학입니다, 지금.
이게 또 칼리스타는 6렙까지 질질 끌리면 안 좋은 게 결국 W랑 궁이 없는 스킬이
이런 매치업이면 보통 막 진짜 뭐 점화 탈진.
그러니까.
생각해보면 칼리스타가 원래 이제 결속을 통해 싸워야 되는데
네.
1대1이다 보니까 그걸 할 상대가 없어요.
친구가 없어요.
과연 이 상황을 붕대맨이 어떻게 돌파할 수 있을지. 자, 첫 번째 경기 만나보겠습니다. 자, 이제 패널들 사이에서 이런 선수들의 소환사 주문 선택이나 룬 선택을 보고 여러 가지 의견들이 오고 가고 있는데 지금 양쪽이 소환사 주문을 보니까 개코맨은 점화의 보호막?
그치. 아니 이게 맞지. 전멸이 필요 없지.
확실히 점프를 뛰면서 어쨌든 뭐 뒤로 빼지 않겠다라는 의지가 보여지고 있는 거잖아요. 상당히 막강합니다.
그리고 붕대맨은 칼날비 들고 왔어요.
한수 내겠습니다. 저랑 계약하실래요? 저 살인인데. 대단이야.
야, 이런 모든 것들을 고려해봤을 때는 붕대맨은 짧게 치는 딜 교환을 많이 선호할 것 같고요. 근데 개코맨은 한 번 들어가서 빼지 않겠다라는 거거든요.
개코맨 템사느라 늦어요. 개코맨?
시 당구? 이거
고민 많이 했어.
왕치 당구?
큐포 맞딜 싸움에 유리할 수 있는 방관템을 구입한 붕대맨이고 체력을 좀 보강해주면서 오래 싸움 내가 이겨 라는 생각을 보여주고 있는 개코맨이에요.
반갑습니다. 쌤이 살벌하신데요? 페달에 걸려있어야죠, 안 되네.
라인전 단계에서 서로 다 강한 챔피언들이다 보니까 한 방 한 방에 킬각이
바로 앞점프!
그냥 점화 걸고
점화 걸면서 뽑아뜯기 좀 뽑아뜯기.
한 방에 킬각이
바로 앞점프.
그냥 점화 걸고
점화 걸면서 뽑아뜯기 좀 뽑아뜯기.
와! 호탑이 마무리! 시즌!
감사합니다. 여기서 또 이렇게 이거 생각도 되는데 이거 운명이겠다 이거.
붕대맨의 정말 기적 같은 승리가 나왔습니다.
호탑이 마치 결속을 한 것처럼 도와줬어요.
왜안 죽었지?
붕대맨이 아슬아슬하게 살아남으면서 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 여러분도 어떻게 보셨나요?
너무 쫄깃쫄깃한데요?
네.
이게 역시 결승전이구나를 좀 느꼈습니다.
그 추측은 다 마무리가 되신 건가요?
저는 아까 전에 봤어요. 이 개코맨의 가면이 왜 앞에 목 쪽을 가렸는지. 뒤돌아서 가고 있는데 누가 봐도 이거는 제카 선수의 목이었어요. 네, 저는 이거 확신합니다. 100%다.
그렇게
생각합니다.
예상을 하시는군요. 알겠습니다. 그럼 우정이는 혹시 2세트 이제 개코맨과 붕대맨의 경기가 예상이 될 텐데 뭐 추천하고 싶은 챔피언이나 뭐 그런 게 있을까요?
옆에서 자꾸 티모라고 지금 얘기를 해가지고 뭐 티모도 괜찮고 아니면은 그 저희가 대충 추측을 했잖아요.
그렇죠.
그러니까 이제 뭐 본인들의 시그니처 픽을 이제 꺼내봐도 좋지 않을까.
아 사실 결승까지 올라온 이상 붕대맨과 개코맨 두 선수 모두 무조건 우승을 하고 싶은 그런 마음이 있을 것 같은데요. 과연 2세트 붕대맨의 2대0 승리가 될지 아니면 개코맨의 1대1 동점 3세트까지 가는 접전이 될지 2세트 경기 시작합니다.
한 수로 부탁드립니다. 이거 저한테 또 1승을 감사합니다. 아니 이거 전멸 잘못 들어오는데 이거 6렙 못 싸울까? 이거 할리스가 너무 힘든데 야.
자, 후아유맨 대망의 결승전 2세트입니다. 지금 붕대맨 선수가 1세트를 가져가면서 이제 이걸 이기는 순간 후아유맨의 초대 우승자가 나오는 상황이에요.
무서워 너무 무서워. 안돼 이거.
빨리 마지막 판이
그렇습니다. 쟁쟁한 선수들이 정말 많이 참여했던 만큼 초대 우승자라는 그 타이틀이 더욱더 특별할 것 같은데요. 야스?
설마 이거 야야전 가나요?
와, 그래서 진짜 낭만 선수들.
됐다. 이것도 3렙에 끝난다.
아니 이게
낭만 검객들의 대결 빠르게 완성됐습니다.
스펠은 어떤 거 드실까요? 전화전멸 갑시다. 전화전멸이요? 진짜 전화전멸? 진짜로? 이거는 다시 할게요. 진짜 전화전멸. 오케이. 전화전멸. 진짜요? 당연하죠. 무조건 나가요. 말할 거 없이 바로 전멸 전화하겠습니다.
야수하니까 14년도 때. 맞아요. 옛날에는 꽉 가면은 블라인드 픽이어가지고 미러전이 가능해요.
이제 옛날부터 뭐 솔랭 하다가 약간 트러블 있고 분쟁이 있으면 금방 가?
바로 가는 거죠.
가면 그때 또 이렇게 야수 대 야수 한번 해보는 거잖아요.
맞습니다.
두 선수의 자존심을 건 결승전 2세트 야수 대 야수 시작하겠습니다. 자, 이거 양쪽이 소환사 주문 선택이 좀 재밌는데요.
그렇습니다. 한쪽은 전멸을 들었고요, 한쪽은 방어망을 들었습니다.
제가 일단 방어막을 드렸거든요. 이러면은 강전사에다가 물약 2개? 물약 2개 오케이. 진짜로? 알았어요.
한 번의 승부를 볼 때 오래 버티겠다는 생각인 것 같은데 개코맨 선수의 이 전멸은요 좀 더 공격적인 전멸이라고 생각하시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
역시 아이템은 근본이다.
서로가 야수에 대한 이해도가 높아요. 신발 이런 중요하거든요.
맞아.
그래야 수가 빨리 가니까.
그거 한번 또 보여줄 수 있는 거겠죠?
둘이 지금 스킨도 똑같은 걸 끼고 왔죠?
아이템도 서로 공평해!
아니 개코맨 이 매너는 대체 뭐죠?
그러면 하이그나이트도 한번 가주나요?
스킨도 똑같아. 쌍둥이야. 스펠 없이 가겠다.
근데 이러면은
와, 자 진짜 손싸움.
서로
반갑다고 걸어갑니다. 오 스킬 피했고요.
근데 이거 진짜 어지러운데요?
개코맨 두 번 찔렀고 오 개코맨 이거 피지컬 뭔가요?
아 붕대맨 수세에 몰렸어요. 지네.
오케이, 깜빡 지렸어요. 깜빡 좋습니다. 만들어주셔서 감사합니다.
근데 큐 2개 찍었어? 역시 개코맨의 야쏘.
야쏘는 개코맨이지.
개코맨이야. 큐를 다 맞췄어. 개쏘.
그거 봐. 이렇게 크로스 되는 와중에 어떻게 이걸 다 맞추지?
순식간에 낭만 검객들의 승부가 한 몇 한 만에 끝이 났습니다.
개코맨 정말 미친 듯한 피지컬이 돋보였어요. 반갑다고 걸어갑니다. 오 스킬 피했고요.
근데 이거 진짜 어지러운데요?
개코맨 두 번 찔렀고 오 개코맨 이거 피지컬 뭔가요?
붕대맨 수세에 몰렸어요. 지네.
네, 후아유맨 결승전 2세트 경기 개코맨이 빠른 시간 안에 야스오 대전에서 승리를 가져가면서 1대1 동점을 만들어냈습니다. 일단 그냥 이런 시간 안에 경기가 마무리가 됐고요. 야스오끼리의 대결이었는데 어떻게 보셨나요?
저는 뭐 개코맨이 그 야쏘를 좀 되게 잘할 것 같이 생겼거든요. 그 가면에서부터 느껴지는 그 포스가 뱀픽에서부터가 약간 붕대맨이 밀리지 않았나. 좀 그렇게 어느 정도 생각하고 있습니다.
어쨌든 뭐 같은 챔피언 간의 승부였기 때문에 더 긴박감이 있었던 것 같은데 우정이 보시기에 그 플레이적으로 좀 뭐 지적할 만한 부분들이 있었을까요?
개코
아니 저희는 뭐 이미 다 추측은 했으니까.
잘 하셨는데 디테일이 조금 아쉬웠어요. 지금 또 1대1이잖아요.
그렇죠.
여기 때문이 아닌가. 꽉수빈 씨 때문에 지금 꽉 삼각 가는 것 같거든요.
저도 뭐 크게 부정하고 싶진 않은데 같이 있으면 항상 이렇게.
네. 근데 당구님이 제 카운터이신 걸로 알고 있어가지고 저는 조금 안심을 하고 있었는데 제가 이겼네요. 네.
오늘은 또 우리 또 윤수빈 아나운서의 그 힘이 좀 강력하게 느껴집니다. 게릴 선수, 두 선수 중에 어떤 선수의 승리를 좀 예측하고 계십니까?
누가 확실하게 이길 것 같다 이거는 모르겠고 승리의 여신이 이렇게 손짓하냐 그런 거에 좀 달려있지 않나라고 생각합니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 개코맨과 붕대맨 이제 단 한 세트 남았습니다. 과연 누가 초대 챔피언에 올라갈 수가 있을지 개코맨과 붕대맨의 결승 3세트 시작합니다.
자 이제 대망의 결승전 마지막 세트예요. 이제 그냥 간판이라고 생각을 해야겠죠?
그렇습니다. 여기까지 오늘 정말 오랜 시간 걸렸지만 이제 정말 찐막이거든요.
어디인가? 한수요.
다 풀어버리네.
마지막 배는 개코맨 선수 일단 나나나
오
이제 갑니까? 이제 왔어요. 가시자. 빨리 깔죠.
그러면서 서로 간에 다시 한번 이야기가 좀 오갔나요?
이거 천하제일 스킬샷 대결 한번 해보자. 이번에도 이즈리얼 대 이즈리얼로 가네요.
이거는
입을 맞췄는데 이거는?
진짜 마지막 게임이 될 수 있으니까 진짜 손 대 손으로 가자.
손 대 손.
이것 또한 되게 재밌는 매치예요. 리신 대 리신, 이즈 대 이즈 1대1 매치의 정석이거든요.
짚고 오른쪽. 상황하겠습니다. 네, 상황하겠습니다.
이지리얼이 또 스킨이 많잖아요. 어느 이지리얼 스킨 이게 제일 좋아하시나요?
펄스는 약간 투박한데.
저는 서리빛.
저도 서리.
마지막이 될 수 있는 이 무대에서 어떤 선수가 더 멋진 모습을 보일지 벌써부터 기대가 되죠.
맞습니다. 과연 이 두 선수 마지막 순간 어떤 경기력, 어떤 피지컬을 보여줄지. 자 이제 마지막 경기 들어가 보겠습니다. 자 이제 후아유맨 오늘의 마지막 칼바람 나락입니다.
그렇습니다. 너무나도 좀 기대가 되는 매치업인데요. 서로 연운 안 사고 그냥 광해의 검으로 달릴 생각이겠죠?
광해검 하나에다가 롱스 대 포츠랑. 오케이. 스근하게 할게요, 스근하게. 오케이, 스킬 다 찍습니다.
그러게요. 지금 보면은 소환사주문도 똑같고
네.
지금 집중 공격으로 맞춰왔고 아이템도 똑같이 갔네요.
이거 런소드 포션
똑같죠?
맞췄네.
룬도 똑같은 것 같은데.
아 룬도
QW 하나씩
똑같고 아이템까지 다 맞춰왔어요. 지금.
그래서 이즈리얼 플레이 하면서 가장 중요할 수 있는 건 어쨌든 패시브 스택이 있잖아요. 그걸 누가 더 오래 유지하면서 싸울 수 있는지가 중요하겠네요.
자 패시브 싸우면서 개코맨.
이게
방금 거.
아 운다. 아 운다.
약간 좀 경기가 빌드업이 좀 필요하지 않을까? 이런 생각도 들고요.
맞습니다.
얘기하지.
어쨌든 바로
빌려서 무지 플레이.
와 이거 피했고요.
빌려갔어요.
아이 시원해.
썼습니다. 인정. 썼습니다.
붕대맨이 이걸.
와 진짜.
붕대맨 실력이다 이제.
이거 진짜 이거 인정.
이거 이제 운이 아니야.
아 진짜 실력이 진짜 실력.
결승이 이렇게 끝나도 되나요? 정말 화끈한데요.
진짜 한 방에 서로 맞승부를 내면서 경기가 마무리됐습니다. 진짜 서로 양보가 없는 킬각을 보면서 경기가 마무리됐네요.
맞습니다. 와 누가 먼저라 할 거 없이 러브샷이 나와버려서 경기가 끝나버렸는데요. 붕대맨이 먼저 잡았죠?
아마 그런 것 같아요.
네.
자, 그럼 이제 저희가 이 모든 걸 단군님께 넘겨드려야 될 것 같은데 저는 지금까지 해설의 래퍼 임주환이었고요.
저는 해설의 고수진이었습니다.
자, 단군님 나와주세요.
네, 후아유맨 대망의 결승전 붕대맨이 승리를 차지하면서 우승을 차지했습니다. 축하합니다.
붕대맨.
네, 우승을 차지한 붕대맨은 세레머니와 함께 무대 뒤편에서 시상식을 준비해 주시면 되겠습니다. 개코맨 너무 안타까웠습니다. 정말 한 끗 승부였어요.
네. 아쉽네요.
2세트 야스오 대 야스오는 뭐 추측하기로는 패널 분들 입장에서는 개코맨이 조금 유리한 챔피언이 아닌가라는 예상도 있었어요.
네, 뭐 첫 판 제가 졌으니까 한 판은 이겨야 이제 또 상과 가니까 이길 수밖에 없었습니다.
의도한 플레이였다. 패널 분들 아까 저에게 이제 말씀해 주시기로는 이 개코맨은 제카 선수일 확률이 높다. 이런 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
완전.
그 생각에는 여전히 변함이 없습니까?
변화 없습니다. 100%입니다.
과연 패널 분들의 예상이 맞을까요?
맞을까요?
자, 그럼 개코맨 아쉽게 준수를 차지한 개코맨은 돌아서서 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해 주세요. 공개해 주세요. 네, 바로 제카 선수였습니다. 너무 고생 많이 하셨습니다. 네, 제가 듣기로는 이거 가면을 계속 쓰고 있으면 너무 힘들다고.
죽는 줄 알았습니다. 쓰다 보니까 진짜 개코가 된 것처럼 온몸에 이게 털이 묻어가지고 진짜 개코가 된 것처럼.
뭐 그래도 아쉽게 그래도 우승하고 싶다는 생각은 안 하셨습니까?
막상 하니까 이게 좀 뭔가 지기 싫어가지고
맞아, 그렇게 돼요.
여기까지 왔는데 막판 져서 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요.
그러니까요. 특히나 1세트 때 크리스타나로 그거 전 이길 줄 알았거든요. 근데 왜?
평타 실수가 나와가지고 조면을 잘 쓰시더라고요.
그러니까요. 너무 고생 많이 하셨고 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
초대해주셔서 너무 감사드리고 오늘 엄청 재밌게 즐겼던 것 같고 시즌 또 재밌게 엄청 잘하는 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 더 열심히 연습하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 다시 한번 고생하신 제카 선수께 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 마스크 들고 가시고요. 네,
버려도 되나요 이거?
버리면 안 됩니다. 예, 저희 소품이기 때문에.
버려.
안녕히 계세요.
네, 퇴근하시면 되겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 단 한 선수가 남아 있죠. 우승자입니다. 붕대맨! 붕대맨입니다. 미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 제1대 후아유맨으로 등극했습니다. 자, 패널 분들은 윌러 선수가 아닌가 이런 또 예측을 해주셨는데요. 변함없습니까?
100%입니다.
100%인가요?
예.
아니면 어떻게 하실 걸?
엉덩이로 이름 쓰기.
엉덩이 이름 쓰겠습니다. 100%.
100%다. 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면은 우리 붕대맨 가면을 벗기 전에 하고 싶은 말 있나요?
한 번 더 선택의 기회를 드리고 싶네요.
그렇게 말했기 때문에 오히려 더 바꾸지 않겠습니다.
오히려 더 벗기지 않겠다. 고집을 부리고 있습니다. 알겠습니다. 자, 붕대맨 과연 그 정체는 누구일까요? 지금 바로 뒤돌아서서 가면을 벗어주시길 바라겠습니다.
맞다.
네, 무대의 살던 윌러 선수였습니다. 축하합니다.
맞아. 드디어 맞췄다.
아, 윌러 선수 오늘 너무 고생 많이 하셨어요. 우승 진심으로 축하드립니다.
아유, 감사합니다.
우승 소감 좀 들어볼까요?
오늘은 우승까지 하게 될 줄은 정말 몰랐거든요. 근데 오늘은 참 운수 좋은 날인 것 같습니다.
아, 운이 좋았다라고 했지만 사실 운도 실력이거든요. 내가 언제 좀 우승할 수 있겠다 이런 생각이 좀 들었습니다.
하필 이제 결승전이 이제 제카 선수라 가지고 너무 잘하셔서 끝까지 한 치 앞도 알 수 없었습니다.
패널분들은 이제 윌러 선수에게 뭐 하고 싶은 말 없나요?
잘생기셨네요. 처음에 깜짝 놀랐어요. 그리고
그래요?
목소리도 중점이셔가지고 너무 순간
받으셨어요?
조금 반했습니다.
심쿵했나요?
심쿵했어요.
좋습니다. 설레네요.
아, 너무 설레고. 예, 또 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
저희 이제 POX 많이 노력할 테니 다음 경기도 열심히 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 항상 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 너무 축하드리겠습니다. 자, 그러면은 후아유맨에 대한 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 시상에는 도움을 주신 분들이 계신데요. 바로 호주맨과 카우맨이 시상을 도와주시겠습니다. 네, 우승 트로피와 함께 우승 상품 CGV 영화 관람권을 선물로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하합니다.
모든 영화 다 보겠네.
한 달 내내 볼 수 있어요.
그 트로피도
가치가
저희가 정말
있네.
심혈을 기울여서 만들었습니다. 이게 끝이 아닙니다, 여러분들. 자, 잠깐만 여기다 놓겠습니다.
어쩐지
제가 들고 있는 이 봉투.
큰 건가 보다.
큰 거 같다.
어마어마한 킹 상품이.
설마.
제가 선수가 한번.
10만 RP?
예.
10만 RP?
진짜
10만 RP면 근데 엄청난 거예요.
역시 뭐가 있을 줄 알았어.
시즌 2.
우와!
우와,
진짜 던져버렸는데요?
그렇습니다. 버리지 마시고요. 바로 후아유맨 시즌2 출연권을 선물로 드리겠습니다.
너무 부럽다.
선수로 될지 아니면 패널로 갈지는 알 수 없는. 왜냐하면 오늘 패널분들의 실력을 보아하니 지금 좀 물갈이가 필요합니다. 차라님 상태 안 좋아요.
이분은 시즌 일단 이번에 시즌 없을 예정이에요.
안 돼, 여기 있어야 돼요.
여러분들 지금 시즌2가 될지 안 될지 알 수가 없습니다. 이게 좀 잘 돼야 시즌2가 이제 돌아갈 수 있을 거니까 그 윌러 선수도 시즌2에도 윌러 선수 함께 저희 한번 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여러분들 미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 계속해서 시즌을 이어갈 수 있도록 여러분의 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드리겠습니다. 그럼 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 다 같이 외쳐볼까요? 후아유맨! 감사합니다.
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
글러쓰기야 화이팅! 글러쓰기야 화이팅!
운동 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. D plus Kia up against the Kwangdong Freaks. And our first one was kind of messy for the first couple of games, and it was wild and wonderful. And then Humble Life Esports woke up and decided to win. Now we're getting into the second series, which on paper, D plus should be the big favorites coming into this one. But Kwangdong Freaks, they need a win somewhere because they have Fearx hot on their heels right now.
I'm certain, Valdez, that it won't be another scenario of Kwangdong looking like, by far, the best teams out of the eastern side, having only effectively one more win as a necessity to make it to playoffs, and then just losing. And losing,
surely
and
not.
Losing. Then what? They did that in summer. They won't do it again. Well, guess what? If they don't win this, it is looking increasingly likely. And given the respective forms of these two teams, I think DK most definitely have a favorites. Now, do you trust DK? That's a whole different question. But looking at the struggles that Kwangdong is going for right now, it's hard to imagine them really being able to make a stand, particularly when the pressure is on to this extent. It's week 9 and we haven't locked in our playoff teams just yet.
D plus Kia, they also want to get 4th seed so that they can have side selection against KT when playoffs do begin. And for Kwangdong Freaks, they need a spot. They need to get a spot, which at this point, Fearx is favored against their next couple of matchups. So if Fearx get 2 victories and Kwangdong Freaks lose twice, Fearx will go to playoffs and Kwangdong Freaks will drop out. So Kwangdong Freaks, they really need to get just one win somewhere. It's not going to be easy for them, though, going up against, of course, both DK and KT, I believe, later this week. As the jungle setup is going to be key. Lucid demonstrates what a cracked Lee Sin is like. And then we've got Kwangdong Freaks' win condition in Cuz. Lucid did look a bit awakened in that last game. It's kind of crazy.
Against Gen G, no less. But yeah, you really highlight the key issue here. For Kwangdong, their opponents are DK and KT, which they beat, but that was in a very different era of Kwangdong compared to where we are now. And then on the flip side, Fearx faced Nongshim and Brion. And now I'm as much of a Nongshim enjoyer as anyone, but that's gotta feel good for Fearx's Quantum. Again, in the starting lineup, led the team to victory against Fearx. We already saw Undeal in Challengers, so we had an inkling that this might happen, but it can't be good, Valdez, when the players are getting swapped out. It is so reminiscent of what we saw last summer with Moham and Undeal sharing spots as well.
Yeah, and we do have D plus Kia over here on the left. Showmaker stifling a smirk, whereas aiming gives us nothing at all. Kellen looks very happy today. And they're here to win. They're here to take names. Trust me when I say that Showmaker will not give away any free wins for, you know, just to have Kwangdong Freaks to make it in. He will try his absolute best to play spoiler and to try to knock down Kwangdong Freaks and not give them the victory. And obviously they're fighting for their own 4th place seed. So certainly D Plus are going to be coming out here and try to bring that energy that they had against Gen G at the end of the week. They are at the moment looking pretty strong, especially if Lucid and Aiming are playing consistently. This is actually a really strong team.
As we take a look at the Kwangdong Freaks, with Cuz coming in, with them being 5-3 near the end of round robin 1, it looked like it was all going to be okay. Unlike the debacle of last summer, Kwangdong Freaks was gonna make the playoffs, and then the same style of collapse that we saw happened again. The Bro Week. But man, the fans are really trying to support this team, and they need it because the pressure is on for them. No playoffs for Bulldog, no playoffs for Dudu, for Cuz would really, really sting.
Yeah, it definitely would. The fans are like really going ham back there. Obviously, this team does have a lot of fans, and I think that they want to let them know, especially while they can hear with the headphones off, that they are here to support. Back here for the first time with Kwangdong Freaks with the audience. And we're taking a look at the stats here from round 2. Bulldog does do a lot of damage, but sometimes the stats can be deceiving. Depends on the champions you're playing, what your team is doing in terms of damage percentage and stuff like this.
Bulldog is great at scaling mages, and the problem is that he has a jungler that wants to play Viego and snowball the early game. It's really weird because I feel like Bulldog definitely is the weaker of the duo. I think Bulldog's laning phase has been very often called, and very justifiably so, called a weak point. On the same side though, and as good as Kaze has been, I think like it's kind of the opposite of what we've seen from Showmaker and Lucid, where I think Lucid has been way more inconsistent than his counterpart, but when the two connect, they look like such a good mid-jungle duo, and we saw that come up against Gen G. It was one of the large reasons why that series was competitive in the first place. And that, I feel like even when Kwangdong was winning, we just haven't really seen. It's more so about Kuz and Dudu. And the bot lane, the honeymoon phase of Bull coming in did kind of started to drop off. Just like in Challengers, team started banning his champions, and the performance kind of took a nosedive from there. Hui, I'm sure that if he gets to play it again, he would absolutely love to here for Bulldog, but you need more. You need something that can actually push back on the mid-jungle, because there have been two main win conditions for DK. It's either aiming on one of his AD carries on a good day. There's Lucian, has been outstanding. Obviously, there's his usual comfort picks of the Zeri, of the Xayah. Although Xayah right now isn't good and shouldn't be picked. I know that he still rates
second most picked for aiming, by the way.
And then it's Showmaker coming in first, with Lucid coming in as his buddy. That's been, I think, the most consistent parts, but Kingen really stepping up, Helen looking like less of a liability, have also been really big. It's just that the amount of waves that this team drops to try and make a play against some of the better teams didn't end up working out. Against Kwangdong, though,
what is macro?
I think you get away with a lot. What is macro indeed? And after last series, I don't think we're any closer to an answer. And I don't think that we're going to get the answer in this one either, Valdez.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, but that's okay. It can be a fun and close series. DK just challenging the best team in the LCK, but now they got to go up against Kwangdong Freaks, who are they're really going to be fighting their hardest to try to make it into playoffs, right? And I am very interested to see what CV Max does have cooked up here for 14.5, what the draft priority is going to look like, and D plus Kia will be starting off on the blue side, which is generally seen as a benefit nowadays. The blue side once again reclaiming its spot at the top.
We already got our first free gamer today, Valdez, and I wouldn't be surprised, given the reputation of these two teams, if that is going to be the case again here today, as DK immediately paying the Bulldog tax. I wonder if they want to go in on more than that, or if it's just going to be the way. Aurelian Soul is also one, as Kwangdong confirmed that they did, in fact, watch the Gen G series and go, let's not. If they ban away Rel now, they immediately push Lucid to some of the picks that he's looked much less convincing on. So I wouldn't be surprised if they end up going in that direction. As long as they don't ban Maokai, I think they're on the ball. If that's locked in for DK, you are. It's double thumbs up. Not just one, because Lucid.
For Kwangdong Free.
Because Lucid at no point has looked good at that. As we do see the Talia also taken away, so indeed, very heavy focus towards the mid lane.
I do wonder what the last choice will be for Kwangdong Freaks, because you have to consider power picks such as Kalista, Varus, but maybe you leave it up for Bull, and then there's, the Smolder to think about. There's the Lucian for aiming that you might even consider.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of different choices here for the third pick.
I really like the bans from DK, going for the respect bans.
Ash.
So there's two comfort picks for Bulldog. There is Dudu, who actually looked insane on the Renekton. His team fights were, and I know that Lord Morgan exists, but probably the best that we've seen. Wasn't enough for them to take the series against Ferex, but he was a big part of that, as we do see the Kalista come through. With the Ashe, I think that is kind of a given. Normally you'd be afraid of playing into Varus and Ashe. That's not going to be the case here. I would love for Bull to just slam Draven, So we know he loves the champion, is one of the classic counter picks into Kalista, but I don't think that's very likely. Probably just going to be Varus and maybe Nautilus. Can even prioritize an early Rel pick up here, because I do actually think that that's 100% going to be the lock-in here. It's going to be like Renata, Rel, if you don't end up taking those picks away.
Yeah. You could go Varus, Renata, Glask as well.
I hope so.
And that does mean that Lucid does get the Rel, and it's even flexible, although I think you would much rather have that on Lucid than Kellen, who is more of an Enchanter support and would love to play Renata Glask, one of his favorites. So do we take it away here, Quando Freaks? Or do we value something higher than Kellen's best pick alongside of the best pick with the Kalista? And it will be the Aatrox who does get locked in instead.
Renata Rel seems to be the obvious choice here. We'll see if DK pan away from that. Aatrox blind remains a power pick, and Dudu, he's really been trying. So I don't fault them for going and ensuring that they get they scared us a little bit.
I got scared there. Oh no.
The Vi pick obviously would have been completely fine.
Yeah.
Lucid has shown that he's pretty good on that, but yeah, no Maokai, please. As the
Showmaker's just doing his Syndra hover.
You could argue that picking Renata blind is a risk, and instead you'd want to try and lock something else in because you can get counterpicked by Quantum on support. I still think that it makes complete sense, and it's a really strong combination, and it's going to be Tristana coming through blind here for Showmaker, but that puts Kwangdong in a really awkward position. Either lock away, oh, no, never mind, no awkward. Bulldog just says,
awkward.
My Hui is gone. It's Acel time. And we know his damage is going to be good, but getting through the early laning phase is going to be a bit of a roughie.
Yeah. Still surprised that Renata Glass just fell to the wayside. Just doesn't exist. And it's not even going to be banned away first here. The TF has been a big answer into the Aatrox nowadays. They're going to take that one away first. The Poppy also banned away. Definitely can be very strong into the Rel if you do time your W correctly, which has been a problem sometimes. Let's see if they ban it away, or if they consider picking it here, or if we just have our eyes set elsewhere than the Renata Glask.
Ban Gnar. I'd say Kingen has been known for his proficiency on free champions, as I assume that they're looking to lock Rakan here, so they're banning Maokai support, or they think that the Rel is guaranteed going to be going towards Kalen here. I don't want to not want to run the risk.
Yeah.
I just
Kalista Rel is also strong.
It is.
So you can just play it.
But then Lucid would be playing Maokai. That's a win. So I think reducing the odds of that might not be worth it. We'll see what Kwangdong end up going towards here, looking like a jungle pickup.
Cuz has a bit of a smirk on.
It's Viego. It's Cuz.
It's Rek'Sai.
It's Cuz.
It's Viego.
This is what I mean. It's Acel Viego. That's not a combo. That's not a mid-jungle 2v2. It's a dragon and a ruined king. They got
universes apart.
They literally are.
Well, definitely comfort for the side of Quantum Freaks. We can say that.
Yeah.
And that's about all we can say. Let's take a look at what we have over here. Will it be the Rumble for the top lane? Looking like it.
We still don't know anything. It could be Kalista Rumble.
Could also be that. And it's fine. So it looks like we have our pieces in the places that we kind of expected them, as Vi will be in the jungle.
So jungle Vi, Rel towards support, obviously a great combination. Not the most Kellen pick, but something we're going to be happy about nonetheless. As the Alistar comes in.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, I think the read from Kwangdong to hold off on support until we actually see DK commit is nice. I'm sure DK had some other trap cards up their sleeve. But when you look at the draft, that's where I gotta be a little bit worried. If this composition gets ahead early, if you're able to obviously have the insurance of Bulldog carrying in late game team fights, but like how do you actually play out the early fights into Kalista, Vi, Rumble, and Tristana, right? Like trying to Yeah, trying to get lane prio is really hard. You don't really have great engage. Like, obviously, I think Alistar is fine, but Alistar as only engage always feels a little bit dicey to me because he flashes combos. If he doesn't have flash, he really is very lackluster at
he
it.
loses a bit of his peel power, which I feel like is part of the reason why you picked him.
Yeah, compared to Rel and Vi, who are a great duo, there isn't a lot of big front line because it won't be Rel jungle, it'll be Rel support here for DK. So if we do get to late, that might be an angle. But I think that DK is very happy with the draft today, and for Kwangdong, it is a lot of comfort. So maybe because with the magic of his Viego can run this early game and get them to the promised land of Bulldog breathing on everyone on D+, menacingly.
I feel like that sign said that that guy was going to shave his head if Quantum Freaks don't make playoffs.
Oh boy.
That's a hair bet you could take, I guess. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1.
Shout out to the Kwangdong friends. My God.
They're here to watch their team make playoffs. And it's simple. Just beat DK and you make playoffs. Just win one series here in week 9 and you make playoffs. Easy for Kwangdong Freaks. For FearX, it's obviously much more complicated than that. They do have to win both their series by a certain number, and then they have to have Kwangdong Freaks lose both their series by a certain number. And yeah, not a guarantee. But it's going to be interesting to see how it all does play out here at the end of week 9. As Bulldog will enjoy 2 stacks of Stardust.
Nice.
GG.
GG.
Yeah.
Scaling early.
It's over.
Looking at the rune setups here, Showmaker going for Lethal Tempo is interesting. We've seen mostly the Halo Blades. Not going to be the case here. The early ward does get taken. That is going to feel great for Kellen and Aiming as they are able to take control. As Quantum is going to be hopefully the big difference maker. Is that
so
level 1
you're Alistar.
that's Callista.
You don't win this trade.
No, but you see Kellen crash down on not people, so you have to go in.
Yeah. Okay, well this one went much better. You know, about as good as it's going to go. Again, I don't think it's very advisable to go for it at all, but it's okay. It's not going to be the end of the world. Definitely a decent amount of pressure put on Quantum to just be subbed in and then given R5 counter pick.
Yeah.
And say, all right.
Good luck. Also, if you
better carry.
Yeah, if you lose this series and the next one, we're out of playoffs. So,
yeah. And then also Andal will come back.
Probably, yeah.
For summer. No pressure at all, Quantum. It's
fine. No problem.
Yeah.
As we do see jungler pathing towards opposites of the map. Lucid starting on top side. Because on bot side, I don't think that there will be any dive opportunity as Bull and Quantum did hit level 2, and we didn't see any pathing from Lucid. Vi's early dive is okay, but it's not quite the level of something like a Poppy, so I'm not going to look for that just now. But Aiming and Kellen did a great job getting a large early CS lead here right from the get-go, and you have free pressure lanes. You have no prio lanes as Kwangdong. You have Ignite Rumble, which obviously is going to bully the Aatrox early, even with Dudu going for the Meteor tech. Then you have Showmaker.
Wait, the what tech?
Meteor? But it's not.
I
thought
you said Media.
Oh, the Media tech?
So they're going to vote for Viper.
I don't even know why I call it Meteor when it's a Comet.
Yeah.
A Comet could be a Meteor, right?
Arcane Meteor.
If it slams into Earth?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
It is Aurelion Soul. I mean, I'm sure he can make it work.
I'll find a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Cuz is living a jungler's nightmare, which is you have no prio lanes, and looking at the how gankable are the lanes as well.
No.
You have mid, which is no.
Quantum in a bit of trouble here, and he's just gonna headbutt him away and pound the ground, get a stun down onto Kellen, and actually ends up to be not a bad trade. So he handles it, although it did look a bit dicey there, understanding, calculating exactly how much health he needed.
Aiming also flashed.
Yeah.
So not going to be too bad of a trade here. Actually, Summoner positive. Gonna be feeling good about that one. Lucid has not taken the topside crab yet, but should be able to pick that up. Has already gotten his back in as well. But yeah, so ganking mid is basically impossible. Ganking top can be done, but you do have to be very careful and know where Lucid is, because if it ends up being a 2v2, you do not win that with the Ignite.
Ganking bot is doable.
That's doable. Yeah, that's really the only one. So I think it's really big that Quantum and Bull actually were able to bounce back and fight back a little bit on the wave bounce, because if they don't, and this bot lane really starts, and still it's a large lead, but I think in the lane it's always somewhat expected. Bull and Quantum also didn't play the early levels very well. So now going to be a pretty sizable CS differential.
You remember when Rumble got nerfed and people didn't play him for like a week or two?
Yeah.
We were like, yeah, Rumble's not as good anymore.
Well, he's not banned/blind worthy, but he's still, you know, still Rumble.
He still does pretty well for himself, doesn't he? And now he's flexible. As
I
people
love
have decided that
Rumble
he's good in the support role.
So funny.
It does damage.
Thanks, Life.
It has slows.
I do wonder if that's one of the things that is going to go away when the real support nerfs hit on the next patch. But we'll see what ends up happening. As thus far, no real action here. But DK just naturally getting ahead through their shoving lanes and CS leads that they've been able to find, as we might have a top side angle. Kingen is alone. There's no Lucid. I think he got spotted on mid on that ward. So this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, as we do not have any hits, so Kingen's just going to flash, but they do get the flash out. And could mean that they just go for the dragon, but they're not going to start it up just yet. But with support rel and no jungler from the enemy team, they could consider it, but with a massive wave going into the turret, it does look like the pressure from Bull and Quantum will deny them for this, although now we have Showmaker roaming down, and it's Alistair, so that's not going to amount to anything.
He says no. A little bit of a miscommunication there, I think, between the bot side of the map. Oh, Lucid is level 6.
Yep, now a chance as Quantum a bit far forward here, as he will flash away on time. Very nicely done. Is going to get out of dodge right before he gets ulted, and will be just fine.
If they get mid-side prio, this should still be the Drake going over to DK. Lucid is alone, though. Needs to be respectful. We do have the pings. Aiming out, gets the shove in. Don't think Bull will really be able to walk up, so that should be the Dragon going over. Guangdong playing a little bit of interference, but not going to really commit, which I think is the right call. With a level deficit in jungle in particular, having the Vi ult already available, and having Aiming's ult already available, you don't want to try and fight that.
Yeah. Definitely a good call. Just let it go. That's kind of what you drafted yourself into.
Like this?
Yep.
A little bit of a roam.
No flash, but it is going to be called out. There were a bunch of red question mark pings in the river, so I thought maybe they didn't know, but Kingen is going to play it safe. It is kind of weird when Aurelion Sol isn't in the lane, isn't it?
Yeah.
As now we do get an engage here. Quantum does not have flash, and that's a lot of sticks in the cow. That's going to be first blood given over to Aiming. And the Fate's Call just used for dramatic effect.
Didn't even need it. Ended up deciding at the end there that they were going to get the kill nonetheless. That is a very, very big win here for DK. Already Dragon stacking has started. Aiming picks up an early kill. Basically a best case scenario. Showmaker decides, I do not want to fight with the Dragon. Bulldog doing a nice job of farming. This is also where I think the lethal tempo going to feel a lot weaker compared to the Halo Blades for these type of short trades. Normally we see Tristan next up, but obviously lethal tempo skills absolutely incredibly well. So I think DK are going to worry too much.
Yeah. We have some backs coming in for the side of DK pretty much across the board. This is how this happened.
Quantum and Bull are both level 5, but even Callum being a level down, the 6C is more than readily available. It's very straightforward against Kalista in particular. Those type of slide positioning errors walk a little bit too far, and with the passive, you're just going to get a run down in the lane. That's now a 700 gold lead for Aiming. Obviously, Kingen just haven't been left to his own devices outside of that one Cuz gank. He's doing great in the top side as well. Is not going to be getting great stars from Huni, though. I can tell you that.
It's probably going to be Leandri's.
He will.
But he will have Swifties.
That's like already a star.
That's like a star and a half.
Even into Aatrox, Huni does not accept it.
He's brutal. Yeah, no, he no proto belt, no Swifty boots, no mobility at all.
Huni also wouldn't miss
damage.
Spares.
True, yeah.
Has missed 2.
Harpoons, he would be 100% hit rate.
Absolutely.
And he would have already gotten 2 solo kills. But
on Rumble.
Now Huni has moved on to bigger and better things.
Being our space.
Part of the space, yeah. And now, D plus Kia looking to maybe make a play on the Bubs. We have Kellen up here, we've got Quantum, the whole gang is here except for the carries.
No!
Showmaker just missed 4 CS, including a cannon. Kingen on the run, waiting for his teammates, and as long as he doesn't take the stun from Cuz, but he is going to be hit by that, as now we do have Lucid coming on in, and this is immediately a 3v2, and they're both on fire as Dudu and Cuz are going to bite the dust. And Kellen and Lucid just get there before anyone else.
Top side of the map not going great for Kwangdong here, and that's one of the power points that you do have. Unfortunately, it looks like DK didn't pay attention. Not a fan of that antiquated media. So now Bull and Quantum, it's gonna have to be up to them.
Another media reference, Chronicler.
I know. I'm feeling topical today, Valdez. But now we're talking about multimedia, which is...
Yeah.
As we do see, they know as well that Rel is topside, so they're taking a really big risk here. If Cuz is already there, I think you can actually kill Kingen and maybe win this play. Right? If you're faster, if you actually coordinate it, if both of them are there at the same time, it's a flip. It's going to be on a timer, but if you can kill Kingen, you get the early reset. On Viego, you start spitting fire yourself. I think it's playable. If you lose Dudu right from the get-go and you don't actually kill Kingen, obviously the play is going to be a disaster. And it was a very short time that they had there. They didn't find it. And now DK already running away with this game. Like, this type of competition needs to get a lead, and right now, they are feeling amazing. Second Drake is coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, and this wave is pushing away from Dudu. He's down a level. Nothing has really gone right for him. He had to go for Hex Drinker early, and so it is going to be cleared up at his Rumble after all, but that top lane is not going to feel much better. And Cuz, especially with the Drake coming up, he can't necessarily just camp the top lane forever, especially after the way the last gank went. And so we'll just kind of have to move on and potentially challenge this Mountain Drake. He is moving down to the bottom side of the map. But DK are very dangerous right now.
Yeah, you see this so often with teams once they start getting into losing streaks, because to start winning you need to regain confidence, so you pick comfort, but then your comp doesn't really make sense. And then you are trying to make it work nonetheless. And if you do pick comps that are better, then you don't feel like you can make the plays. We'll see. Kwangdong, this is basically a must-win fight. If they lose this, I think the gold lead is going to be somewhat insurmountable.
Yeah, and look at this. Kellen's coming down already, but that is the Drake gone. They want to take a follow-up fight here. Teleport is coming in from the side of Dudu. As Quantum, that is a big equalizer right on top of that teleport as well, as everybody on the side of Kwangdong is pretty low, as immediately the first kill will go to the side of Kwangdong Freaks, but you see Bull is going to go down, and Aiming is just throwing a bunch of spears into everybody, as Cuz, being kited out here, might be able to take down Kellen, but I feel like eventually the rest of DK will come in here and help him out, although trying to utilize the brush, and Showmaker can't get close either. He knows what's going to happen. And so they got to just wait for Kingen and Aiming to make their way over. Cuz still potential to get out here, and in fact, they will let him go.
Could have gone worse, technically, but still not great for Kwangdong. Gold lead remains very firmly in favor of DK, and that's excluding the wave being missed.
6 Void Bubs and plates are up for 20 seconds. He's going to get 2 for free.
Yeah, as we take another look here, Kellen's engaged, not really inspiring. Good job on Quantum to cancel that, ensure that they don't actually get into the backline. And this is the dream scenario here for Bulldog, where you can just sit in the backline, do a lot of damage. Lucid ends up going down immediately due to all the damage and AoE. Showmaker took a bit of a gamble there to get his reset, but it ended up working out. But Aiming and Kingen both are completely untouched.
Okay, we don't necessarily know how this happened. Fate's Call is not available. Kalen is okay.
Yeah, there's no...
I don't know why I called him Kalen, but...
Kalen? I don't know what accent that is.
It's fine. It's been kind of a weird day. And, yeah, he's fine. Just kind of caught in the jungle, probably just warding. Gets out. That's another Baron Pit objective going to the side of DK.
I do think that was a great equalizer. So I have a question to ask you, Veldas. What if Kingen ends up carrying? Would Huni be mad if I voted a Rumble that built Swifties?
I think it'll be okay. I think we'll probably get the official Huni rating of like a 2.5 out of 5.
If he ends up carrying, maybe he'll you know, win back a star. Yeah, I know.
I think Huni really considers that.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, it's not part of the rating system. You'd have to ask the official board of Huni about that. But it's probably something along the lines of, did he hit all of his equalizers? Were they good? And did he build correctly? That does factor into the rating.
Only 5-star thus far has been Carrier.
Yeah. We did have a 4.5 out of 5.
It was clear.
Yeah.
He did play very well. But right now, DK fans are always going to feel a little bit uneasy because this team, their mid-game decision-making has been questionable at times. I say, as soon as this ends up working out.
It's okay, we can just go straight at the Alistar, and in this case, they actually can, as Quantum is going to have to unbreakable his will. And meanwhile, Kellen just hiding in the banana brush. Quantum does not have Flash. He does not have his Unbreakable Will anymore. And he is no longer with us on the Rift for now. So that'll be another kill going the way of DK. Now we got a TP coming in here, but those Swifties are going to get King in.
He's running!
Out of dodge. He's going to dodge that second one as well. As I don't know if you're going to get away from the Dragon, though.
No.
Equalizer going to deal some damage. And eventually King in will just die. Shutdown does go over to Bulldog.
That is actually huge. Bulldog is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if Kwangdong do want to come back. Now, Aurelion Soul isn't quite smolder level, but as I'm saying that, yes, it's cool.
Meanwhile,
oh, God.
A lot of huge things happening in favor of DK immediately afterwards, although they are pretty deep. Aiming is going to try to go down to the Varus, which he will.
Yeah, that then, okay, so the bot side play was amazing. All right, bot side play ends up working out great. They get a second charge. They get so much gold from that double Herald charge. Aiming, getting the kill was great. Then dying to the turret was quite funny.
I feel like he should have ran at the Alistar and tried to at least not give the kill to the Varus, but it's min-maxing at that point.
And here, nicely done. Good teleport play coming through. Kingen punished for his lack of respecting ATP. Stands a little bit far forward on his wave. And the moment you get tagged by Rylai's, you're going to end up going down. If you're taking a look at this play, Bull, unfortunately for him, does have cleanse, but it doesn't do a whole lot. And here, Aiming, not able to make it out as a wall.
Trying to bully King in here. I'm not sure if that's going to work out. We have a lot of ults thrown into the Rumble, though, and Kellen is unfortunately not able to help him out enough. And a couple of picks going the way of Kwangdong Freaks, trying to claw their way back in this game.
These individual picks are going to start mattering more and more if Kwangdong can hold off on giving up objectives on the rest of the map. That is going to be the big question, because we do see Lucid and Showmaker here towards the top side.
Yeah, they're going to try to go all in on the Aatrox, but World Ender comes out and he just flashes away, and they're going to get another turret.
Yeah, that's so much gold. Going over here to DK, still going to be a very favorable trade for them. Bulldog picking up another kill, though, is absolutely huge. Again, I think that's the win condition you have now. It's Lethality Aatrox popping off, and it's not Smolder, but it is a Dragon, and he is currently 2-1. But Showmaker has so much gold because he's been farming turrets. He's just been PvEing. Watching Chovy VODs clearly is cheeky little ultimate from Showmaker there.
Yeah. Just kind of toying with Quantum, I suppose. Gonna deny that one. Every roll, gold is in favor of DK here. As we'll take another look at how this happened.
Nicely done from Kwangdong. Kingen isn't even in a position that makes you go, man, why are you there? Just in between his own two turrets, but nicely proactive play here from Kwang, and it's these type of hit-and-run tactics that I think you want to go for and then just keep stalling the game. Second Drake actually quite big as well, because it is another thing you can use to go, hey, we're not gonna contest anything, we're just gonna sit back, try and scale our way back in this game. Now, the state of the game is still not great, because they're almost 6k gold behind, and DK should start up Baron. At the same time, though, I've seen DK be in these type of positions before, and this hasn't always ended the way that I think it should.
Yeah.
So as long as they start Baron and then actually turn, I think their chances in this game are still looking fantastic.
Yeah, as long as...
Don't flip and Nash. That's
I mean,
all.
The thing is it's not really a flip, but also it's very dangerous to be stuck in the pit against what they're going up against. Dudu is just dead, as Lucid is also here. Dudu is Aatrox, and he's going to get the ult out of Lucid at the last moment, I suppose. But
tragic.
Still going to go down, and still struggling against that Rumble.
Should have played Rek'Sai, then you get your ult back.
There you go.
There you go. No one's playing Rek'Sai, I know. I'm not.
Unfortunate.
I'm not that optimistic.
Yeah.
Nicely done by Kingen.
But again, you could just start the Baron. I mean, you have Callisto-Rell, right?
Should,
so
yeah. Yeah, no, I agree.
Just do that, and then if they get a little bit too close, you just turn. This is one way to do it, I guess. They're going very deep in this, and it's only Kellen and aiming. As now Bull trying to get some damage down. Kellen in a bunch of trouble, and there's no more Fate's Call, so he's just going to go down. Yeah, pretty interesting. And we have seen teams struggle in that exact part of the map here, and so will DK.
As still has his empowered ult.
Yeah.
Aiming has to back.
They're just going to start this one up. And they do it incredibly fast with Varus and Asol. So now DK kind of up against the ropes, and they're going to respect it. Actually, the equalizer is fantastic, but a massive ult comes in from Bulldog and hits everybody. As now aiming is going to be taken out, and DK are going to be wiped off the rift. And Kwangdong Freaks look at upset in game one.
This is why people are sometimes questioning DK, their mid-game. The dragon has awakened again. As we go back to a happier time for DK fans, as Kingen and Lucid roast this Aatrox. Thought the Aatrox not tanky enough for that one. But then this, Kellen aiming. There's no one there!
Look at Lucid and Showmaker in the pit. They're like, well...
We really don't want to do this.
Yeah, Yep.
Yep, and then here, out of desperation, like I think that they already peeled off. That should be enough by itself, but then here the re-engage from Quantum and the ultimate from Bulldog, absolutely pivotal. Down a member as well, like yeah, you get the kill, who cares? And the Kwangdong fans go absolutely nuts, Valdez.
You can tell they believe.
Well, now you might be looking at Soul Point and Bulldog 6-1-2 on this Asol. DK, they still have a good team fight. They still have a gold lead, but it's shrunk, and it's more than just the gold, right? It's just the feeling, Valdez. It's the feeling of that dip. You gotta be respectful.
And it tells the story. Yeah, the Baron as well. Quantum Freaks now down 3,000 gold, and I say that as a positive because they were down like 6,000 or more, and DK, they had like this incredible teamfight composition with double AD carry and multiple ways to engage and tons of damage. But just one mistake and then a bit of an overstay, and Quantum Freaks immediately take advantage, and now it's anybody's game. Quantum Freaks should be able to take this dragon. You've got double Cloud Dragon. Is going to be extremely useful up against what they're playing against. And now you're one dragon away from the Cloud Soul as well. Think about the Cloud Soul for, I mean, Alistair, the Viego, obviously. Aatrox is the big one.
Oh my god.
And maybe Kwangdong Freaks just win this game. I mean, as DK, you got to lose a lot of confidence after the way that last game, or the last fight rather, went.
That's the main thing. You can not take that Baron and
not again.
Fine.
Not here.
No, they won't. You cannot take that Baron and be fine, I think, and just play for Soul, play for Picks, play for choking out Vision. You can take it, and obviously then you just win the game. You cannot give it over. Like, it buys so much time for this Kwangdong composition. And I don't think that the scaling on DK is necessarily horrible, but like, I think this right now might be as strong as they are going to get.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Kingen isn't going to do nearly as much damage, went for Crypt Bloom as well, which also is going to... Yeah, that's going to...
1.5 star
I know, that's going to
deduct
deduct another one. Lucid is probably just going to stick on 2 items for the rest of the game, so... And Vi in general isn't really the pick that you look towards to get more power. Really, the only one that I think is going to be rising is just Showmaker, and compare that to Lethality, Aatrox, and Bulldog. Bulldog now has an arm guard as well, so like he's the one guy that you desperately want to kill.
Yeah. I mean, Bulldog is so incredibly fed that even if DK had a nice scaling comp, you might not feel too good about it into this. Not to mention the Varus, which, you know, went Lethality, but we've seen what Lethality Varus can do in long games in terms of damage. And Bull has been playing quite well himself. He hasn't been the star of the show, but it's been serviceable. And Quantum now, he knows that he kind of rules in terms of like this game of chicken between the two supports. So he's just able to roam around. He's got his team behind him, and that's going to give a massive vision advantage to the side of Quantum Freaks, which means that engages from DK are going to be much more difficult to pull off. I mean, there's 2 control wards in that one brush. I don't know what's going on with that, but just double the vision, right?
Yes, you need a banana brush control. It's the most important thing, and this is what you're going to do now instead. You're going to put Showmaker in a side lane, because I do think that he is still incredibly strong. And his all-in might still be better than... Oh, actually, Bulldog has stopwatch, so I don't think you're winning the all-in either. But you need to try and play for a pick.
That's Zonya's.
Well, exactly, yeah. So, I don't think you're reliably going to take him down. But you see, this is what DK now feels like they need to play for. Just try and set up these little traps. And if Kwangdong don't fall for them, don't lose their nerve. The next team fight is going to take some real heroics from DK. Now, there is still, again, Rel, Rumble, we're never going to count out. But Kingen post-laning phase hasn't looked that good. And Cal and his engagers have also not looked on the same page with the rest of his team.
They just haven't looked decisive. And
well,
as you mentioned, it's like... It's kind of like he's doing it alone, you know? It's not going in with the team. The timing is all off. Coordination is not there.
Which has been a recurring problem for this roster. In this game, it's what they need to fix. Because I think that you can still win a team fight by just completely blowing them up in a single combo. If you get a 4-person Magnet Storm with Kingen's ultimate on top of it, like you can still win the fight. But if Kwangdong don't give you the opportunity, if Kingen can't find the angles, if the communication isn't there, because this is what they're going to just keep doing now. You see like how deep Lucid is in between lanes here. They're trying to set up vision towards the top half of the map, trying to set up these vision traps and hope that they can ride that to a win. This is something that DK Challengers used to do a lot as well, when they would get in positions where it felt like the game was in a really rough spot. Just try and wait for mistakes, but in the LCK, it's not going to be nearly as high of a chance. Wait, do they just get...
This is what you should have done the last time. Now, Cuz is here.
Cuz is here, so...
Just don't mess up the timing, and you're fine. You got sticks in the Baron. Yep, just like that. The smite comes in, you've got Rel 2, and that's it. That's the Baron gone. And Kellen might have to pay for it, but there is Fate's Call to come on in, and looks like all of DK are just going to get out with a free Baron.
Okay, well, good enough. Yeah, I don't know how they did it. I thought that they were going to set up vision traps and someone would walk into it, but instead Kwangdong says, we don't like traps, we're not taking the risk. I know Baron is spawning, but what if we don't?
All play on the Dragon side and get zero vision on the Baron, end in our own jungle, and we play around the Dragon that isn't spawning.
Back like 20 seconds earlier, even 10 seconds. If you have the threat of Bulldog there, that would never happen, but now... Still an opportunity to get the Sawyer for Kwangdong. That alone.
And a brush.
They have the control. There's also not a lot of vision set up here for DK, but DK have Nash. I might, given that it's Cloud Soul, they might be opting to just push, but no, we're going to look for a fight here.
Let's see how the smite does go. It is going to go over as Cloud Soul is in the hands of Guangdong Freaks. And now we got the Zhonya's in. The ult from, oh man, Quantum coming in over the top. That is a massive pulverize and a big chance for Quantum Freaks, but a lot of low health bars here in Showmaker. And aiming still alive because he's getting some resets. The miracle it's happening as Bull and Cuz in the pit. We're going to try to take this in at the two-man as Showmaker is alone, but he can't do it alone. And Kellen is going to be taken out as a last thought as well, just dancing in the brush, and that is an ace to the side of Guangdong Freaks.
And it felt like DK had the angle. It felt like they found it, but their team fighting just not up to par. Disjointed. If Showmaker joins the rest of his team, that could be enough. Like, again, I want to show, because so much damage goes down onto this backline. They're in a really awkward position. Kingen goes in. And then we have two fights. We have Showmaker chasing after Dudu. Imagine if Showmaker is with the rest of his team here. Imagine if they're playing together, but they're not. And Cuz in these type of scrappy, messy fights, Viego, he flashes over the wall to take the Wraith, then baits Showmaker in. Absolutely incredible, the team fighting.
I think Cuz saw the angles in the draft. It's like, this is going to be a scrappy game.
It's fine.
Give me Viego. You won't see it in the beginning, but eventually, D+ will slip up somewhere.
And now Soul is there, and DK didn't even get to use their Baron buff. It's gone.
It's gone. It's scattered to the wind. And Bulldog has an empowered ult.
Oh god, he almost has death cap.
And the power of stasis in that last fight was just so beautiful.
The trap?
Cuz in a little bit of trouble, but now it's actually Bulldog who is going to eat a bunch of damage himself. A Lucid getting pretty low himself as he is so incredibly low, but it is Cuz that is going to be the first one to go down. And now it's Bulldog who goes next. As a 4v3 in favor of DK, and the Kalista is going to pop off in moments like this. Kingen is a bit low, but Quantum gets the double engage. Dudu ulted away, but you can't keep him out of this fight forever. As here comes Showmaker, going to jump over the top, takes out Dudu, and might be able to do it. He's up against Bull, and it's Bull to take him down. And here we go, Bull up against two. And there's no objectives on the map. There's nothing to fight for. But damn, is it a close fight.
Oh boy! In the end, they're able to take down the dragon, but they do have to pay the price. It looks like Lucid initially is going to go for Cuz instead. Uses his ultimate there on the dragon. Ends up making it out somehow. And the engage on Cuz is actually what ends up being big. Then the rest of Guangdong does end up showing up. And then here it feels like, from this point on, surely they can make it work, but I actually think so much damage going into Quantum, and Quantum finding that engage on aiming, absolutely pivotal. Showmaker, meanwhile, has to deal with the fact of the Aatrox, so he doesn't really get to play that far forward. And then here, Bull. If Showmaker lives and Bull dies, like, inhibs are gonna fall. The fact that they're able to kill the Tristana, they're absolutely pivotal. And you know what, fellas, I think that we truly have no idea. This is, we are in...
It's up in the air. It's a jump ball right now. Who's gonna grab it?
Quantum.
Okay, nice equalizer.
Ooh, yeah, better use that. Make sure that you don't end up going down there. And both teams are just playing yin-yang sides of the map, so we have a very heavy push from Guangdong, full control of the bot side jungle. And then the same for DK on the top side.
335 stacks.
He's gonna finish Death Cap next as well. And that play from Lucid, it worked there. But if you try engaging onto Bulldog like that again, I don't think it's going to end up working out.
Yeah. As a 5-man unit will be much more difficult. Quantum Freaks pushing in. They don't even have the Baron. But just a moment in time as people are top on the side of DK, they get a mid-inhibitor turret. Now Cuz is on the run once again.
It's just an Elder Flip, isn't it?
Yeah. But again, I feel like that does favor DK if they can start it, but the issue is that Quantum Freaks have a decent amount of control at this point in time.
Their poke is also, like, so insane. I don't actually think, because I agree with you in a perfect scenario where you just get to, you have Rel, right? You have to set up you get to set up your sticks. It is basically impossible. But I think DK just dies if they, unless Guangdong do the thing they did last objective and just
let him have it.
Let him have it, which don't do that, Kwangdong.
That is a strategy you can employ. Wouldn't recommend it.
Look at the deep flank angle here. But like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I
That dragon is scary.
The pings are going down as well.
Yeah.
They do know. I think Lucid was spotted on the top side ward.
Because getting banana brush control.
Very, very important.
And it's an Elder in 45 seconds as well. So
we trade Baron for Elder and then we just leave it at that. Death cap is done. Valdez, I think Kwangdong has this one in the bag. But Kwangdong have also not been great at closing out games that feel one.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't think anything is a guarantee at this point.
I was about King, come back.
Yeah.
This is gone.
The damage is way too much.
DK!
Nobody's here. Nobody's here. They have no idea. And the vision is gone.
Play.
Yeah, I mean, it was just way too much damage.
Wait, Kingen?
Oh, we got TB coming back, and now Kingen.
Now they got to rush Elder. Something. Wait!
Oh, Bulldog! What's going on in mid? Bulldog's down! And now Bull is eating a ton of damage from Kingen, who should be traded back.
Not like this!
4v4. No guarantee. This is a very strong Viego as well. And dude is going to catch the wave. So I think DK with the health bars in this position.
Like maybe, but Showmaker can TP back. Cuz, banana brush!
Oh boy, no control, and now Cuz is in so much trouble. He's on the run as the Ren comes in and the Vi follows up, and Cuz trying to just survive, and here comes Aatrox over the wall. Dudu trying to help out.
Showmaker's here!
Showmaker is here, and a chance and a flash, but it doesn't matter. He's dead anyway. And now Dudu over the wall he goes. He's going to be taken out by the Krugs. And now we have Showmaker in a lot of trouble. Aiming, who goes into his GA, but the power of the Varus and the Viego in this situation are too strong. And Kwangdong Freaks will win the fight and maybe the game.
I think that's it. Bulldog's alive as well. DK. They don't even get Cuz.
Kingen's alive.
Oh wait, he can ultimate. There's no
There is
No,
Baron.
they still have Baron. Yeah, I think that's it.
I think this should be it, but Kingen, one last stand. Oh, he doesn't have Zhonya's.
Doesn't have Ignite either.
I think he can't do it.
That's gotta be it.
Do it, yeah. And he's just gonna get ulted on, and that'll be the end of the Rumble. End the game, as here is Bulldog as well. Shows up for the end. And GG, Kwangdong Freaks gonna take game number 1.
What a game, Valdez. Absolutely bonkers gameplay. Both teams very clearly, very desperately want the win here. As man.
You can see everybody's really emotional after this one in the Kwangdong Freaks booth.
Oh, the fans as well.
Yeah.
Having their teams back. And that's the type of game you don't want to lose. If you're D+, have it in your hands and then feel it slip away. As we're going to take a look at the goal graph, that's not going to be a pretty sight.
No, we fell off a 6,500 gold lead mountain. And it all came off of the back of a couple of mistakes, and the guys on the side of Kwangdong Freaks believe they played out the fights really well. There were a bunch of whoopsies, you know, free Barons going one apiece. And at the end of the day, Kwangdong Freaks were just the better team. They played out those later game scenarios better. Even with some of the mistakes, they still deserve the victory, as they will be ahead 1-0 in the series. And they have a chance, just one more win, and they make it into playoffs. Guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
쳐 버프.
천천히.
버프만 못 쳐. 나만 기다려 제발.
연벨 존야 체크 좀 해줄래?
존이 없어.
존야 없대 얘들아.
죽기 전에 썼어. 흐른.
풀 없어 없는 거. 풀 없고 노존야. 야 끝내면 될 듯.
위에 거부터 쳐. 위에 거 먼저.
내가 걸게.
타워 쳐도 돼. 타워
해도 돼.
타워 얘들아 그냥 타워.
야 깨봐.
타워 얘들아 타워.
간다.
아 진짜 미안하다 마지막에.
뭐해?
네. 나 쏘리.
야 나가지 말고.
아야 고맙다. 나이스. 고마워요. 아 쏘리 미안하다 진짜.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. We're here to try to break down what was an absolute barn burner. It started off as a series between Kwangdong and D+ that looked like it was going a direction for D+ that they were really enjoying, and abruptly took a right-hand turn off the deep end. It was ridiculous. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs and Wolf, who are going to try to understand for us exactly what happened in that one. Let's begin with the draft, gentlemen.
Let's start with the draft, because we can contextualize the game with the draft a little bit. Strong early game for D+. You got the Kalista into a Varus that opted for an Alistar bottom lane, so that one is really going to go well. Obviously, you got the Tristana mid, you've got a Rumble. Play that matchup well, you take the Ignite. Boom. You got a winning top side as well. You've got Vi. So you can lock down this Aurelion. So yeah, he's scaling, but what if you just win the game before then? You talked about the journey. They were taking this on, and they took a right turn. Yeah, everything was going smoothly. Early game was going fantastically, massive lead. Now, they didn't take a right turn. They flipped the wheel and flipped the car, rolled down the cliff. It was such an we were, after the second big team fight, we were like saying, all right, that's it. We got our highlights. We had highlights prepared earlier. We're like, that's it. It's done. There's no coming back. There's no way. There's no way. Right?
Apparently there was a way. I will say that, like, obviously we've seen Kalista comps that kind of like they get to a point, and if they lose a fight, they really fall off hard. But particularly into Aurelion Sol, when like the massive AoE ult, like the empowered version hits, and like the slow hits a Kalista from like a mile away, and she's just like hobbling along, it really just doesn't sell you on the pick in the late stage of the game. Obviously, Kalista's super strong, but you really have to capitalize on that early advantage, find the momentum. And we kind of talked a lot about how, you know, if you are looking for an upset, picking the dragon is really strong, but it feels like, you know, Quantum Freaks didn't really get the right dragon, but it still kind of worked anyway.
Yeah, any dragon seems to be the right dragon, as it turns out. So they didn't get the Smolder, but they did manage to find the Aurelion Sol, and he did a heck of a lot of work. Let's dive into our first highlight here and have a look at how things all started to go wrong for D+.
There were so many fights where the engage was onto this Aurelion Sol towards the later parts of the game, and this is when Quantum Freak started to turn this game around, and that he lives and then burns down whoever was trying to get on top of him. D+ are super split, and then he could chase them down so quickly. And with Cloud Soul later on, this dragon was flying at the speed of light. It was a Mach 5 dragon. And his ultimate, his powered ultimate, as you mentioned, Ox, is so good at keeping the Kalista at bay. And look at how quickly Bulldog could just burn this Baron down for free. And if they try to get on top of him again, there's just no way they can actually secure the kill.
And honestly, with Bulldog having the empowered ult and with Kalista being so low, I think he should have just opted out of this fight, because you see aiming loses half of his remaining health just to the ult AoE, and then not only do you end up giving over Baron, but you give over a ton of kills, a triple kill to the Aurelion Sol. I think sometimes you just have to accept, okay, we messed up, they're gonna get Baron, that's bad, but don't make it worse.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a problem, and we saw Showmaker try his very best to try and get some of these resets in this particular fight. There were so many fights where Showmaker just didn't quite have the target selection to get himself going as this Tristana. We know that Tristana can take over a team fight, but it was sort of resets versus resets, and the Viego was getting a little bit more of an advantage. This is a perfect example of it.
Oh, exactly right, Atlas. This fight is where you could see actually the difference between the Viego reset value, as this is such a high value stopwatch here from Kingen, but it's not enough to change the tides, because Showmaker is chasing Dudu on the top of the fight. If he actually gets onto Bulldog instead and kills him there, then gets that reset, he can then kill Bull, and it's a super easy fight, but he chased Dudu, so Dudu doesn't die. And the target selection, again, just a huge problem here. And even when he does go in, he actually could have maybe then just gone on to Bull instantly, but does not. And I think D+ just feeling the frustration, the desperation of a game that was definitely won, but slipped through their fingers.
And honestly, I feel like in this situation, teams generally do a pretty good job of tracking summoners on like key carries. Like, I'm certain that D+ will have known whenever Bulldog didn't have Flash. But in that situation, like, you need to be aware of all the summoners, because it's really Showmaker should have been aware that because Dudu had Flash, you're not going to be able to pin him down. Even with the jump, even the Flash after, you're not going to be able to get him. So if he just turned off, gone for the rest of the fight, I think they just win that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disaster. Speaking of disasters, we have Huni's rating of Kingen's Rumble. 1.5 stars, and I actually think that this is generous. There was a Crypt Bloom, there was Swifty's first item, and yes, he managed to lane quite well, but with the build, can you ever come back? I don't think so. Not enough damage, not enough Sorcerer's Shoes, not enough Void Staffs. It's just a little bit of an issue. So Huni did give him an extra star for doing a lot of damage.
Not like
generous.
him. That's not like him, honestly.
I mean, he's a benevolent god, let's be honest. Okay, let's have a look at who picks up POG for the Kwangdong Freaks, though. I have a feeling, yes, it is going to be Cuz that collects it on the Viego, being able to find these resets, playing a whole bunch of champions really well this game.
Yeah, I ended up voting for Bull. I think it was the two of us we did, just because we thought he did a lot of great damage in team fights. His positioning was fantastic. This game was not an easy fight, or an easy comp to play out, obviously, into the Vine, Tristana, Rumble, Rel. But, you know, both of these players played extremely well. Cuz's resets and his late game team fights really helped them push to the end.
I think my highlight moment for Cuz was when he was getting chased. And he kind of looped all the way around like the Raptors, like Lucid was chasing him, and he was just too fast with the Cloud Soul to be caught.
I do like Cloud Soul.
That was pretty great, yeah.
That's what I'm all about. Let's have a look at the voting. And yeah, it's a split between Bull and for Cuz. I think Bulldog might have been in the conversation if he didn't just randomly get caught at the very end and die. And so that wasn't so good. But this game, this series, could be a very interesting one, and to find out whether it is, let's throw it back to the cast. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you, space astronauts, for that awesome breakdown of what you could possibly find to break down from that game number 1. A wild and wonderful one. Kwangdong Freaks, one game away from playoffs. Cuz gets the POG 7 out of 12. And now a chance. We saw a lot of the players here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks were very affected by, you know, how crazy that game was, how many fans they have here. Can they keep it together and get it done against DK?
That's the question. If you are DK, you really need to go back and go, guys, we were 90% to winning that game. We stomped them in the early game. We got great leads across the board. Our laning phase was a lot better. It's fine. We just need to play our game. We need to not make the type of decisions. But then you just look back at so many games where you go, if only we didn't make those specific decisions for DK. And it's been definitely their biggest problem. We'll see if they can bring us to a game number 3. Again, if Kwangdong win this series in any way, they will be the one locking in the playoffs spot due to the difference in game scores between them and FairX, as Dudu wasn't the problem but will not be allowed to play his Aatrox nonetheless.
A new approach.
They're gonna ban
Game 2.
Way again, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. The Aurelion Soul was piloted well until Bulldog, you know, kind of was just out of position at times. That's not really a champion issue. More of a just, I think, perhaps nerves or whatever you want to call it, mistakes. Talia also going to be taken away. So perhaps Hui gets skipped unless they ban it here instead of Renekton.
Showmaker, that is the second game in a row. His PvE was great, but as the cast mentioned, some of the team fights not quite living up to expectation. And that comes off of the back of a relatively rough game on the Annie against Genji as well. And Showmaker, to me, he needs to function. There's other players on this team that can have a bit more of an up and down type of level, but he can't. He needs to pull through. He is the heart of this team. Kalista is open, and the Kalista wasn't the problem. I'm fine with the Kalista locking again. Don't mind it one bit. Bull did have an amazing game on the Varus. I think the vote's very, very warranted, as mentioned. We'll see what they end up going for, because I wouldn't be surprised to just mostly run it back. This is CV Max after all. And they won! So
they won, yeah. I think it's fine. I don't think there's really a big issue with this draft. You know, even the Viego got value towards the end of the game. They're using the entire timer to really put some thought into probably what their second pick is going to be. They don't have Aatrox to pick in this spot like they did in game 1. So just Viego instead.
If Bulldog ever learns Ahri, this team is going to be unstoppable. I'm telling you.
Well, unfortunately, Bulldog has not learned Ahri yet.
No, and it's not going to be the case. The Rel lock-in shouldn't be a problem here either. But we were saying to each other going into the break, yes, give Lucid Rel, and no, they can still pick it up, and pick the Renata.
Yeah.
Helen is so much better on these type of champions than he is on engager boards. It's been a consistent problem for him. He's had games left and right where he's all right. But
Pick up Vi too if you'd like.
Yeah, I think the Vi was fine. Obviously, Luce had the really big error where he went in. But outside of that, I do think his target selection was good. Xin Zhao makes sense as well. But I think the Rel just... Luce has shown that he can be very clutch on this. And it gives your team some much-needed engage.
Yep. Definitely a lot more AoE
yes.
with the Renata Glask as well. You can kind of layer that on top if necessary. Just throw a bunch of AoE ultimates into the mix.
And now maybe Aiming and Kellen will be less incentivized to go into many people. I would love this combination. Super strong 2v2, and they will lock it in here. Nico to come through here for the Kwangdong Freaks. Different look from Bulldog, but if they can win that mid-jungle 2v2, this team is going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Shown the tenacity already in game 1.
We'll see where that does end up as we move into our second phase of bans. Rumble, not going to be given this time. I do think while the build was a bit iffy, we did have a huge amount of damage, and I thought the equalizers were quite nice actually from the side of Kingen. So
I agree.
I don't mind the respect ban away from the Rumble, and if you want to play something like a Renekton, gives you a little bit more room to do that, although it might just get banned here.
Wouldn't mind the Renekton. I imagine that Kwangdong is going to do...
Well, they banned Ahri against Bulldog, so they give him credit for it. He has not played it yet this season.
Do like that. And yeah, we haven't mentioned it yet, but obviously the Nico has also started coming up as a support specifically into the Renata. Renata into ranged matchups is not the best of time. The only upside is you don't have to ban Nocturne. I don't think Kwangdong is going to play lane Nocturne here.
Or Viego top.
I mean, I'm like wondering what is the most likely. It's probably like mid Nocturne, even though it's not very good anymore. If you're looking in that direction. No Renekton, instead a 4th ban towards Bulldog. DK saying, you are Bulldog, we know you. There is absolutely zero way that you are playing Nico.
His next most played is Corki. Corki and Orianna.
Oh god, the R5 Corki
are the next two on the list.
Actually, Orianna is kind of insane, no?
Feels quite nice, yeah.
Your engage is a little bit lackluster, but Orianna combined with Viego and Nico has a ton of team fighting power.
Trundle's not a champion. Please remove that.
Into Renekton. I wouldn't mind Volibear. We'll see what Kingen ends up pulling out here. A lot of top laners already taken away. Gnar, it's the Kingen special. I would not be even remotely surprised. Showmaker had a great early game on this Tristana pick. So Tristana Gnar, I think, makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, Tristana can do well into a lot of different matchups if that Nico does get flexed.
Kingen he's grinning though. Am I gonna get some anti-Renekton tech?
What did he mean by that?
Is it Ornn?
Is it Quinn?
Tank Volley? Yes!
Provides you a very consistent front line for double AD carry.
And Volley always was good into Renekton. Even when Renekton was one of the big picks, it was like Volley, Ornn, often taken away. Oh, that is a Bulldog classic. And that's a 2v2 that I'm looking at him going, hey, Viego Syndra, the crowd, guys, everyone, I'm telling you, the Kwangdong fans, they are sending their energy.
Yes, a large portion of Kwangdong Freaks fans are here tonight, and they are cheering them on. They won playoffs, and they might just get it. And you're playing Syndra into Showmaker as well, so Bulldog kind of throwing the gauntlet here. He has played one game of it to a win, Bulldog, and so, you know, I think saving it for the counter pick, for that last pick into the Tristana, you have tons of setup. I mean, every single champion can find a pick on the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, really, looking at these two compositions, I'm not gonna say because both these teams have thrown away leads before, but if you get ahead with either composition, it is disgusting, right? You have the snowball of the Renata, the ability to, into a relatively short-range composition, Syndra notwithstanding. A bat?
Is that Lucid?
Oh my god, it's Lucid Red Chihuahua. It looked like a bat! Okay, well, the defense
the Korean meme is that
Valdez.
Lucid looks like a Chihuahua. Just for a little bit of context. Very interesting drawing. We're getting ready for Game 5 on the night, and this is going to be pretty interesting. I think DK, you know, somewhat similar, a little bit less damage, no rumble this time. We'll see if they can put 2 and 2 together and give us a third game in this series. Let's hop into the rift for Game 2. And you guys might notice the crowd is very loud. We are on the Kwangdong Freak side.
But
the DK fans are also really loud. They're just
then, though,
over on the other side of the arena.
I think that it's the intensity more so than the volume.
Yeah.
That really
That
is
too.
saying a lot.
Oh, they're invested. They are invested for sure.
As Kingen, probably going to be the build that we've seen many times. Yeah, is going for Ingenious Hunter as well as Taste of Blood. So you are basically a drain tank, but you also have a pretty good matchup just naturally into Renekton. You get to lock him down. Renekton doesn't really reliably get to do his really oppressive trade in Predator. He goes in with E and stuns, you know, Qs. You have a lot of power in longer trades as well, as we do have an early invade here. So Showmaker is just utilizing his bone plating to the maximum extent, and Lucid is going to get an early camp here. We'll see when they spot this. Will be when they walk over the ward, so very shortly. See
you could
how
also just gank.
responds.
You could wait.
Well, they know now.
They're just going to do that.
Guys?
Here we go. Level 1, flash on in. That's the handshake as Quantum in a bit of trouble, but he is going to flash away from this one, and Bulldog just walks it off. And actually, they're totally fine.
Ends up being double sums, but Kellen also invests his.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit disjointed there from DK actually giving an opportunity to look for something, and now Lucid will see what he's able to do. I imagine Cuz might look for an invade, because obviously in the 1v1 you're going to be feeling great, and I also think Lucid probably picked up a little bit of experience, still aiming on to hit a very early level 2, as this is, as mentioned, the early game, and particularly the shoving power of the Volibear, extremely strong. Get to utilize the passive. If Kingen is able to actually hit his E's, particularly with Doran's Blade, you can really put
Doran's Blade?
Sorry, Doran's Ring. Thank you. I got my my Doran's item mixed up.
Yeah.
But hard to reliably just... Oh my god!
Okay. What? Hey, he's going to get it! First blood! Just like that. Trade your flashes too. Handshake here is going to put an end to this aggression, but man, Kingen, he's out for blood. Jeez.
I love it. Good for you. That's your first Ingenious Hunter stack. Buys tier on his first back, obviously. Generally go Fimbulwinter second. Can also go Spirit Visage in some specific iterations. And he doesn't have to TP. Dudu does, because the wave had already bounced. Also, because Cuz went for the bot side gank, which ended up getting the cleanse, but not much more, Lucid actually was fine. I was really worried, because you can have these things with Rel, where if you do get invaded, it can be really hard to then kind of fight your way out of it. Cuz should be able to pick up this top side scuttle with the prio that he has. We'll see if Lucid wants to try and go for a steal. He is a level up.
Oh, Cuz quick on that one, but he's still down a level. As you mentioned, Lucid trying to put some pressure on, but with a decently sized bunch of range minions. It's going to push him back, as Kellen is going to take a huge amount of damage from Nico and Varus.
Taking a beating there is Kellen. Great handshake there in the gank. Don't know if we're going to see a replay of it, because it didn't really lead to anything, but if he doesn't hit that,
Dude,
might be an
so
opportunity to flash it. Yeah.
He just...
No, I know.
He just got here.
Yeah, it's Volibear. It took like, what, 2 E's, and you're going to be in for a very unfun time. I think it was Rascal, though, that got a really great early game on this Volibear and then ran towards some inners. Just take another look at this.
I thought that was Kingen. I was asking you about that earlier.
Maybe it was Kingen. I thought it was Rascal, but it could have been Kingen, because Kingen actually played it as well and lost. But yeah, there, knowing the early damage that he has, this is exactly why the volley can feel so oppressive. And you have great proxy capability as well. If you might,
yeah.
You know, I'm a.
It's like an
I'm a big
Udyr that
fan.
actually has threat, right?
Yeah, and if
it's
you
not quite as mobile, but
exactly. And if you do get your ingenious hunter stacks up early, because you build Unending Despair and Fimbulwinter and Spirit Visage, like the amount of sustain and healing that you get as long as you can get like an E and a W off, absolutely ludicrous. And also takes away some of the late game weaknesses that Volley have. And looking at what Kwangdong have, who is going to kill tank Volley? Because there isn't really something like the Aurelion Soul that we had in the last game.
Bull is playing lethality into double tank.
Yeah.
Maybe just deciding that the threat is too large, but I don't know if he will ever kill them.
I think it makes sense when you look at how the comp plays out, though, because for Kwangdong, like with Nico, Syndra, and Viego, either you kill a target and that wins you the fight, or you don't, right? Like, it's so burst reliant that I think layering the arrows on top of it is quite nice. Oh my god.
He's assaulting on top, and Dudu's in a lot of trouble. Just going to eat the lightning. Die, and now he is dead, and there's nothing he could do. Kingen is letting him know about this champ. Seems like Dudu's not very aware.
He's not aware of the Volley Bear, and he is paying for it with his life. Bramble Vest done for Kingen as well. Dudu went for Executioners, which, yeah, in longer trades might be nice, but not really gonna make that big of a difference when Kingen is this big of a level lead. 2 solo kills already. It's Lucid gonna go in, take a little bit of damage. I thought there was an opportunity there to go for Drake. This is important, but again, whichever team gets ahead should be in an absolutely exceptional position. Both teams have great way of setting up picks, and Showmaker will be okay.
Yeah, his max range just looked pretty cool, but doesn't amount to too much. And yeah, it is kind of on a knife's edge right now, but Kingen's kind of pulling the weight early on in this one to try to get that early lead for the team.
Has his Grasp proc, and the moment the E hits, he's like, got my Q, easy. Not even impressed.
I got him. And he did. He did get him indeed. Dudu just trying to push waves in.
Yeah, it doesn't get better, unfortunately, for Dudu. This is, because I think that, so you have basically 3 schools of volley builds, right? You have jungle volley, which we've seen a little bit of. Doesn't feel that great with Iceborne Gauntlet, Sundered Sky, kind of a bruisery build. Very strong early, falls off really hard. Then you have the variety that we'll never see in the LCK, but is very funny, which is Riftmaker Nashers, where you just split push.
Just slap stuff.
Yes.
Very fast.
Just slap stuff continuously, as Cuz definitely knew that that was going on, but can't really do a whole lot about it, unfortunately, as he doesn't have prio towards the mid lane. And he doesn't have prio top, but if Kingen joins a fight, you're not winning it. So should probably let that one go.
Ult comes through. That is the scan of the week, but not going to be low enough for any follow-up there. As meanwhile, Quantum getting on in. That's a root now and a bunch of damage into Kellen.
Ooh.
Trying to create space potentially for Cuz to start up a dragon.
Could have maybe done something with that. He's going to start it up now. Should be the early Drake going over. Big win for Kwangdong, but we might have a dive towards the top side. Kingen has his ultimate. And Dudu, he's just not sitting on a whole lot. Lucid, is he gonna get 6 off of this wave? No, just gonna do a level 5 gank.
No, just gonna Volibear things. That's the turret, and it is denied. But he is gonna flash away from this one, and Dudu will survive.
Nice.
Just not enough lockdown on time, and Dudu will squeak away from that one.
Yeah, he does stay alive. That's about all that we can say about that. Very, very nicely done. I don't think that alone is going to be enough, as we do see both top laners end up staying anyway. Dudu, you will die if he finds you, and he's like, sorry, Mr. Bear. Didn't mean it. Kingen doesn't have TP either, though, and Dudu does, so Kingen wants to make sure that he gets the wave actually pushed in.
We had a trade of objectives. Cuz did, in fact, get that Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
And, of course, we saw earlier, Lucid picked up the Bubs, first 3. Mid lane has been going just fine. Showmaker just going for the Merc Treads. And then going to rush his first item. No Hex Drink or anything like that yet.
Big difference with the last game is that this time the bot lane is going way better for Kwangdong. With this counter pick of the Nico, ends up working out quite nicely. We do have the 2v2 here. Maybe imminent.
Sun's going to come down, and Showmaker just angling towards Lucid. Stun going to miss here from Cuz, as now they're kind of confused about which target to go for. Both sides.
Yeah, but
just walk away. Just I'm sorry. Just
Showmaker has Mercs as well.
Level 6 Nico here.
Yeah.
Kellen is going to take an insane amount of damage. They bait the Fate's call out, and kind of had to do that. Otherwise, the follow-up could have been deadly.
Oh, for sure. And that's now Fate's Call gone, and still double summoners available here for Bull and Quantum. You got to be really respectful. This bot lane looking amazing here in game number 2. And let's not forget, DK, even with the lead in the last game, wasn't able to actually make it happen.
Woo. That's a plate. Just like that.
Get the back cancel? Doesn't actually end up going for it. We do see both of them have just... I think Kingen did get it back in, but Dudu hasn't.
Yeah. Dudu's
Should
still
be Unending Despair done now here for Kingen, so if he does go back, pick that up, his longer trades are going to be even more oppressive. If he can get a second Dragon here as Kwangdong, again, it cuts both ways, right? I feel like whichever team gets ahead is in a really good position, but also neither team, I think, skills that well because it's so reliant on execution. If you make any mistake, you end up going down. Particularly with the Rel builds now going towards the Knight's Vow Thornmail. Like, compared to a couple of patches ago where it was Bami's Frozen Heart, Koenig, Rukern.
Yeah.
It's not the same, right? It's not really comparable to what you were able to deal with back then, as Kingen has decided that the grubs are in fact his.
Sure. Why not?
Why not?
He's going to have some help from his buddy Rel. And they'll be able to take all 6 and feel pretty happy about that. This bottom lane does look pretty oppressive for the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and they know
mid lane is going better for Bulldog now.
They also know that the jungle is on the top half of the map. Lucid is sitting up top. One of the big things that we have seen with Kalista Renata is that even though their laning phase obviously is really going to struggle into this, is that if you are able to find early all-ins or early skirmishes around dragons, you can still get a ton of value out of Bailout, out of the Renata. But we haven't really seen any of that either. It's just been kind of an isolating laning phase because both junglers have mostly been heading towards the top half of the map. Which, yeah, means that Kingen has a big lead, but if your Kalista lane doesn't really get to be ahead early, get a whole lot done, it is going to feel quite rough. And yeah, actually understandable. I think you don't want to be in this matchup. And Kingen at this point is so far ahead of the curve that he could probably shrug off a decent amount of the poke. It is going to come through here as Lucid might have an angle here. But Dudu, he's just going to respect.
Yeah, he was pretty far forward, but he realized at a very good timing that he should back away.
I think he got the plate as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's fine.
Even Cuz sometimes loses to the patience timer.
Yeah. Happens to the best of us. Meanwhile, Lucid pretty far in the enemy jungle as well, and 3 members of Kwangdong Freaks are coming up to the top side, might have a little skirmish. We got teleports across the board for both teams. Cuz getting right on in there, and he's going to be the one stunned up and hand shook. As they say, they do not want to fight just yet.
No, DK is like, oh, Cuz is here? No. Gonna piece out of that. Not gonna run the risk. So this lane swap not amounting to a whole lot. At least for now, but we're gonna get a Herald fight. And that's where I think Kingen in particular is gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Also want to see what type of ultimate Kellen can get. And on the flip side, everything stands or falls by the one pick. Do you get Cuz going early? Do you find backline axes between Bulldog's ultimate, Quantum's AoE CC, and then Bull's poke? And you find the angle. Showmaker going to be TPing in with Kraken Slayer's Kellen.
Yeah, you just flash on a Quantum who is going to flash away, and now you don't have your ult or Fate's Call. As now, big flank is coming in, though. They're trying to get behind onto this backline, but Bull is totally safe, and Kellen's gone immediately. Quantum going to knock him Showmaker, and the follow-up stunts are huge. As we talked about from the draft, Kwangdong Freaks, they put 2 and 2 together, And now that should be their Rift Herald.
You have Rel! Why are we flash engaging on Renata? Well,
I don't have the answer for you, Chronicler.
Well, why not,
I don't know what
Valdez?
that was.
Because now, kill onto Bulldog, kill onto Bull. Dudu gonna be feeling a whole lot stronger. I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see the angle at all. It's only aiming there. This is exactly the same play that you had last time around.
Yeah.
And then here, Showmaker and Kingen are behind them, but realistically can't do anything. Lucid can't engage.
And now Bulldog is down by himself on the bottom side. Scan of the Week is going to help out, but still had to flash away from that one. Still going to get a cheer from the Quantum Freaks fans as he does stay alive, which is more critical. And now we do have the Rift Herald to smash into the mid lane. This is already mid-turret, down at 15.5 minutes for Kwangdong.
Bounty gone on Kingen as well. So now this top lane matchup, Dudu gonna get a lot of extra gold influx. It's the coordination on DK. It's just nowhere to be seen. This team matched Gen G.
On Sunday.
Yeah, you're right. Today's Thursday. What am I saying?
A different day on the week.
And
Like,
also,
totally different team.
Man, if Kwangdong actually end up getting a 2-0 here when all of us had given up on them, I'm gonna credit that completely to the fans. That's a fan buff. Because they look unrecognizable. Well, if you go back like a month and a half, they're like, yeah, of course.
While back.
A good while. As another Cloud Soul. They are blessed today.
Atlas is he's working overtime today. And I suppose so is Ox. Not a single Chemtech soul.
It's the
to be seen.
Forces of evil versus the forces of good. Like trying to get a Cloud versus a Hextech.
Yeah.
Or a Chemtech, rather.
We've had mostly engage cones today as well. Not a lot of disengage cones.
That's me. I know.
I feel very happy.
I know how you dislike the disengage cone.
And I am a bit worried for DK. They have not been able to show much. Can they get something going here on the Dudu, who has been the main target in this game, the only person, and he's like, nope.
They have vision. So they see Lucid going over, and they're like, okay, you're coming over. There is someone waiting for me. And now, on the other side of the map, DK are just going to give up a turret. Dudu, I think, should be able to at least hold on to the next wave. And Kwangdong are running the map. Now they're sitting at a 2.5k gold lead. And we'll see. DK, they were in a similar position in game one.
Oh, the trickery, and now the follow-up here. And this is on to Volibear. He is nearly going to go down, and that just opens up this mid-turret. Everybody was bought, and so they just get a free turret on top of it. Now Showmaker will be able to trade one back, as he is pushing in this bottom lane. Also Lucid to take away their blue buff. So it is something traded back. But certainly a lot of mid-pressure gains here by the Kwangdong Freaks.
2 item spikes about to be hit here for Kwangdong. Really big. Quantum actually finishing his rocket belt. Going to be able to get backline access way easier. We've already seen aiming having a tough time, although in that one I don't think that was really his fault, because they threw everything into Quantum, which I still haven't been able to figure that one out. I'm sure the space will be able to explain that one to us, right?
Go next, Tyler.
Yeah,
it's not never mind.
It's not done just yet, especially after game number 1. We can safely say that it's not over until the Nexus has fallen.
Absolutely.
We
we have no idea who's going to win this.
No, there's also on Kwangdong a lot of squishy targets that if they just get caught, if they have a bad TP angle, then that's going to be the end of it. What is really telling to me, though, and this is the second again this has happened, is I don't think that DK's team fighting is bad, but they play like it is, as in like for the composition.
Yeah.
It feels just very forced. That engage from Kellen, but also some of the plays that they made in the last game.
Yeah, it's just not really what you would normally expect from a pro team with this kind of composition. Everybody would kind of be on the same page. Even if it's like one of our Eastern standings teams, they would kind of group up as a 5-man unit still.
Yeah,
they would still look for angles, and it wouldn't be clean, but at least they're like kind of doing it as a team.
Yeah,
whereas DK are kind of like on 5 different pages, you know? So
Vision control has been really good here as well, continuously spotting out these ganks very early on. So denying Lucid the opportunity to get anything going on this rel. And DK, if they end up beating KT a couple of weeks ago, matching Gen G for a really, I think, a very decent series, and then end up just getting 2-0'd by Kwangdong, it really, again, showcases the issue that this team is dealing with. For Kwangdong, again, imagine having it be so close and then just getting a 2-0 as they try to find Showmaker, but this is Tristana, he has his flash available as well, and was still okay. But the Baron threat is going to be there here. This time around, the Kwangdong's Baron is much worse.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty slow. I mean, you've got like Viego and Lethality Varus. It's pretty rough. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, we are sending Cuz down here to try to take out King. Can be dangerous with Baron, but it's still very early, so trying to get on top of a Volibear as well, not an easy task. Here is Cuz, and he's not going to hit the stun.
Yeah.
Got him pretty low, but not going to amount to too much.
Yeah, good call not to go for anything there. Unless you actually 100-0 him by hitting the stun. Sustain is definitely going to be something to be careful of.
The dragon's up in 10 seconds.
Oh, no, they're not playing for
Do
dragon.
we want the dragon?
No, we're flipping for Elder. Which, this time around, it's jungle rel. So that's actually much better than it was last game. So, yeah, just flip for Elder. It's fine. Lucid will get it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even just individual Cloud Drakes are pretty good. Like, it feels like something you should want, right?
Well, no, don't get me wrong. I agree with you, Valdez. But does that
So
matter?
does Kwangdong. I mean, they're here. They're like, oh, yeah. We backed a little bit late, but it seems like DK don't want to fight over this. And, you know, jokes aside, DK are saying, okay, well, these guys are spiking pretty hard right now. Maybe this time Showmaker can carry in later game fights. And maybe that is true. But, you know, giving away Cloud Drakes for free isn't always the play we see at this level.
Very different game from the previous one. It feels like both teams have kind of overcorrected, but Kwangdong, they're chilling. And the one's actually picking up the objective. They're the one with a lot of control. Right now, maybe a fight here over the red buff. Have I cost or cursed it?
Oh, stolen!
And the crowd goes insane.
They're so happy with that. You know, it's a global team red buff. It's huge. You deny it from the double 80 carry, red buff composition. If only Bernard on the top lane. Or Kennen. Not this time. And once again, kind of like game one, although different because the lead has swung earlier, we do have a consistent kind of gold situation for a while. This time, Quantum Freak's in the lead, slowly growing it.
Kingen also hasn't been able to get a lot of ingenious hunter stacks. Both kills are just doo-doo. Because they had one team fight, and that team fight didn't really go that way.
Was it a team fight?
Great. No, not really.
Bull on the prowl.
Bull. Generating. It's not the banana brush, but it's a big win nonetheless.
Quantum's got the banana brush covered.
Oh, don't you worry.
Yeah.
So DK is sitting here, waiting, and Quantum is like, okay, that's fine. We'll just shove waves and wait for Dragon. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Cloud Soul with this composition, it's going to be very difficult to run away from Nico, who presses her R button.
Look at that.
And sprints at you.
This is in the game. They have 15 and 1800 damage.
Yeah. I didn't even notice that. I was looking at the gold diff, as Cuz has farmed up quite a nice amount. Bull is going to have to cleanse here, but throws in a Chain of Corruption and just walks it off. Holds on to his flash. Nice little angle from Kingen, but he did have to flash to make it happen.
Where is the follow-up again? That's a great play.
No, it was a solo Kingen adventure.
Yep.
It was a solo game, okay?
What do you mean a solo Kingen adventure?
That's what it was. Clearly, I mean, we saw it happen.
Kingen the big happy bear on a solo,
yeah.
solo adventure. Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Winnie the Pooh, the video.
You're right.
Cuz is caught a bit. He is Viego.
He's very fast.
He's gonna get away. Meanwhile, we got a fight down on the bottom side. Dudu pretty brave to fight up against the Volibear. But with the Dominus ticking away, Kingen draining as well. Opts to go into the ult. This is a pretty close fight, actually, as Kingen now, he's on the run, and there's no vision. Well, not enough vision, so he's just going to back off of that one. Could have looked for the kill onto Kingen, but didn't want to risk it.
Ooh, Eclipse doing a lot of heavy lifting there, as well as Dudu at this point. Gonna have a ton of points in his E. The scaling Renekton end up coming up huge, and big there as well. I think Kingen sitting on a decent amount of gold as well. The Executioners from Dudu also denying a lot of healing.
Maybe the Volibear just isn't as good as we thought chronically.
I'm not willing to accept that. The problem, hear me out, the problem is the lack of ingenious hunter stacks. And I'm not even. It is partially facetious because it hasn't looked that great, and I really want it to be good, but I shouldn't let that distract me from it not being that great. But it is genuinely what makes the build work, right? Because the amount of unending despair ticks that you get plus your Fimbulwinter is a really big part of what makes it strong. But there's only been 2 kills, and both of those were part of Kingen's solo adventure.
Hey, he had Lucid that one time. I think he didn't get a kill.
Yeah,
this
true.
time, though.
Yeah. He was there, but it's still only Bear versus Crocodile. Was again the Vision spots Lucid, who is level 11, by the way, because obviously he doesn't.
No XP.
No camps.
No farm.
No.
You just sit there and you press R. That's your job.
Buy a World Atlas. I'm not even joking. Like, at this point, that might be worth it. The generated gold could be big as we start the objective.
Lucid, look at his flank here. They don't seem to know, although Cuz is checking the flank, as is Dudu. And they stop the Baron. So, flank not going to amount to too much. Dudu going to engage into the pit. As all of DK is just hiding on bush. At least they're standing together.
The dragon!
They're standing together.
Okay, I guess you trade soul.
They're together.
It's fine. You trade soul. It's okay. Just trade soul for Nash.
They know
they
this
do
is
actually.
happening.
No, it's actually gone though. Like, I don't think Cuz makes it here in time.
No, I don't think Cuz will make it.
Oh,
but
I
they're just going to back away.
They're not going to take the risk.
And now Cuz is going to go back.
Of course. They can't run risks. Can't throw the game. Cuz is going to get soul.
King is just going to ult away. We'll be fine. Trade of ults, and Quantum Freaks will trade up because they get the Cloud Soul. And there's no Baron going the way of DK. And Quantum Freaks are just, they have this one control ward in this little valley, and they know it's not happening.
No, I get it, because it's Kingen's solo adventure. No one else can do it. No one else can do anything.
Camera on the Volibear clearing mid waves.
Get me that locked camera.
Cloud Soul goes to Quantum Freaks. And now the engages from them are going to be insane. Cuz is on a little solo adventure of his own, not going to be able to use the disengage cone. The horror.
So I guess we are just flipping for Elder if Kingen is there, because if Kingen isn't there, it would be rude. It's an adventure after all.
Yeah. It definitely helps if you have team fights so that you can get the ingenious hunter stacks.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That way your Volibear matters and does things. He's looking to pick up a Spirit Visage. He's getting closer. I'm only focused on King now. That's all I care about.
No, you should.
He's got the most kills in the game. He has the most interesting build. And he's a champ we don't see that often.
It's so funny because I also understand, like, Kwangna also doesn't actually want to start a Baron and risk losing the game, right?
Yeah. Their Baron is pretty pitiful.
Yeah. And obviously the engage from DK is still quite good. So they can't really run the risk. But the problem is that because DK is not contesting anything, they're always down vision control, which makes the threat of a Nico flank so much bigger. And it means that Quantum has a lot of power. I don't know why I'm pausing. Just think I'm going to be in the action. Bulldog?
Look at Bulldog. What is this angle? Oh, the engage, aiming, forced to cleanse. And now, look at this, Fate's Call as well. And just a bunch of value picked up by the side of Quantum Freaks. They didn't have to use much to get all that.
Little
and
dangerous.
Now, the Baron wide open.
Are they going to start it? They're setting up the trap. Bulldog!
Showmaker! Oh, very nice buffer.
Aiming?
Aiming has to flash, and even more value gained by the side of Quantum Freaks.
That's without anything besides Bull's ultimate invested as well. King and they know he's there, but I think he does get the back off. Don't think anyone can stop him here. Should be able to get his Spirit Visage.
I feel like they need Dudu there to tank the Baron so they can start it and actually threaten it, because I don't think TK ever believed that they're ever going to do Baron. They're like, okay, cool, yeah, you got all of our stuff.
Okay,
we're just gonna back now.
Yeah, Kwangdong also know that's King in solo adventure. He's solo leveling, okay?
Yeah.
He needs to be there. He's the main character. Nothing can happen without Volibear being there.
Yeah, so let's just wait politely until Kingen, he clears the bottom wave, and then he'll join here at the top river.
Right?
And he's going to jump into them. It's going to be very scary,
Okay, so
Bear.
now DK takes control of the pit, and then they back off.
Yes.
And then Kwangdong take control of the pit, and then they back off. I was a little worried there that Cuz was going to do something, but fortunately not the case.
It's all about the banana brush.
Kwangdong is firmly in control of that one.
Yeah. I feel like the Scuttle Crab doesn't matter as much on this Rift, because there's just so many angles you can hit the Baron from, and Scuttle Crab isn't going to give you vision unless they're actually standing on or right next to it.
Okay, this has got to be it.
Kingen's here!
Kane is here, so we get to do stuff.
Maybe we flash on top of Bull again? That happened, right? I didn't make that up.
It did, yeah. Pretty sure.
Ooh, look at that. E-poke on Quantum.
It's about the most action we've had all game, so
yeah.
I'll give it to you.
So, will it be Elder Flip, or will one team at some point just out of boredom decide to start up the objective? Let's ping pong in waves, everyone.
Yes!
I think
Lucid!
Oh no! Lucid, he's caught! And eventually, you felt like this was gonna happen, right? Lucid had his head in his hands, but there's just no vision, there's no control. They don't know that Baron is happening or not, and eventually somebody's gotta check it. This time it was Lucid.
That's Nash.
Yep.
We don't even know what led to that situation. Dudu, as long as he doesn't die, this is a fully free Nash.
All right, there you go. Baron Nashor collected by the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They have Cloud Soul, they have a Baron. What is their next play?
Can't do anything.
So, oh,
scatter
that's
from Bulldog.
rough.
That's nuts.
And again, I said in the draft, you hit one stun, and the guy's dead.
He's dead, yeah, no matter who it is. But it's also, as you were saying, like, someone has to stand guard. Callan can't walk into a brush. Lucid ends up getting taken down. If he flashes, the scatter would have lived, but not going to be the case. Now the Baron buff here, that should lead into Elder, and I think Kwangdong are actually going to 2-0 DK here. If DK had shown any signs of life, I'm like, maybe they find a good team fight and make their way back in, but...
I'll believe it when the Nexus explodes. Before that, no,
you also
TK
don't...
has an equal chance to Kwangdong Freaks,
you also
as far
don't
as I'm
trust,
concerned.
You also don't trust Kwangdong?
No, why? I mean, they won the first game, they did. They played it better, but it didn't mean it was necessarily a clean game from them or anything. So, we got Elder spawning in 15 seconds, by the way. DK seemed to know about it.
Oh, the deep flank. We're gonna commit. It's a solo adventure!
Oh,
it's
God.
gonna run at them!
It's a very deep flank.
They don't know.
They have no idea.
They don't know about the bear. Is it enough?
I mean, they're back. Okay.
Now they know!
Now they know. And they're going to try to turn onto him, but now Bull is on the run, has to flash away. Lucid is so far away from his team, but he's got King in there. King in leading the charge, but the rest of the team can't do any damage. As in the back line, he's trying to take out Bull, and King is left to die all alone. Because now that Nico not going to hit anything, Handshake is good to delay them. As the scatter comes in, Bulldog has been so clean on those, and now Kellen's going to be taken out. It's a 5v3. Kwangdong Freaks, potential to take this one and go to playoffs if they beat TK tonight. They will do that.
Lucid's gone!
Lucid's gone, and Kwangdong Freaks, they want more. They'll take aiming as well, as he will just turn to his inevitable doom. No flash, no way to live. And it's only Showmaker, as 5 men from the side of Kwangdong Freaks are barreling down the bottom lane.
Kwangdong Freaks pull it together when it matters most.
There's just no time. I mean, Take a look at yeah, it's just over.
It's done.
The Baron buff will help them push in, and Guangdong Freaks, they are going to playoffs of their own hands. They win a 2-0 against D plus Kia. We did not expect it, but man, they played their heart out, and the fans are loving it tonight.
Quantum and Bull hugging one another, the fans going insane. And what a deserved win here from the Guangdong Freaks. Yes, DK, obviously there will be a lot said about their form here today, but I think we got to give credit to the tenacity and the ability to trust one another for Guangdong that we haven't seen in, again, like a month and a half.
You know, we said this about Guangdong Freaks when Bull came in a very long time ago. Even just one player coming in can change the whole vibe of the whole team, and it feels like Quantum was able to help out. I'm not sure if it's only him, but certainly they look different today. And they have so many fans here just to cheer them on and make it all possible. As Cuz wants to hear more, that is his signature pose. And I'm sure he has heard quite a lot from the fans today.
Bulldog making his first playoffs. Cuz back in them again. It feels right. Bull, I still can't believe that.
Oh, look at this.
Man, Quantum, he looked so meek the entire game. He was just like very level-headed, very focused.
No, not the...
Not the DK cams.
Yeah. When it comes to DK, I mean, not a clean series going into playoffs. They do have one more against Life Esports Saturday Showdown. But I don't even know what to expect from them. They looked good against Gen G, so maybe they play better against a better team, but not against Quantum Freaks, not tonight.
And yeah, bite it, they did. Even playing in the Volibear, he was not the one doing the biting in this game.
They took a big chunk out of DK.
Yeah, I think that it just strengthens my convictions that DK is just reverse KT, and we don't know. On any given day, they can be great, and you can look at them and go, what is happening?
And
How do we go from King and like flashing and solo bowling someone level 2 to nothing happening at all at any point?
Somewhere along the line, they just lost their confidence to fight, and they said, okay, let's just wait for late game, and they essentially didn't do anything, and it allowed Guangdong Freaks, after this fight, like DK just disappeared from that.
Yeah,
like, okay, we're not fighting.
It was done.
We're sitting back, and if Guangdong Freaks do something, we'll respond. And it's okay to play reactionary if you're trying to scale up, but not if you do absolutely nothing and then you just get picked, you know, and you don't have vision control. They lost just way too much, and Guangdong Freaks did very well with the lead.
As we're taking a look at how close Kingen actually gets to killing Bull. It actually kind of blows my mind. Wouldn't have been enough, but at least it would have been something. But instead, Dudu off to the side, gets on top. And even with Quantum's ult not hitting anyone, it doesn't matter. It's not enough damage, there's no front line.
I think they're just saying, don't rush, take it slow. Just calling out like no flash on Boo, and everybody had no flash at that point in the entire game. Saying calmly, end the game. I'll go back to base and TP. I'm just gonna ult him. Take it slow. And Bulldog did, in fact, just ult him.
Oh, you gotta love it, Valdez. Tragedy for FairX, but Guangdong, they had their faith in their own hands.
Yeah.
And guess what? They took that opportunity and got a 2-0 win to secure themselves the playoffs. And
yeah, and you know how they did it? They did it off the back of beating DK twice, beating KT once. It's not like they took all the weak teams down, and like they actually were going through their slump as they were facing some of the weaker teams. They lost twice to Bro, right? Remember that? And
I do.
Those 5 wins from the early stage in round 1 of this season, plus just a couple of wins along the way, were enough to get playoffs.
Man, what an I didn't expect this, Feldes, but the fans made it happen.
Neither did I.
I don't think anyone did.
Was a very fun series. 2-0 for Quantum Freaks. They do make playoffs. We have our 6 teams now in playoffs decided. Let's throw it over to the space and see what they had to say about that game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day and a surprising 2-0 for the Kwangdong Freaks. Welcome to the playoffs to them. They have officially made it to at least the 6th slot. And unfortunately, D+ Kia not able to really figure things out after what felt like 10 minutes in or 15 minutes into game 1. It all was kind of downhill from there. Gentlemen, it did begin in the draft, though. Let's have a look at what was picked this time around, because we kind of liked it from D+'s perspective.
Yeah, I did like the Aurelion Soul Band that did eventually come through. It seemed like there was a possibility for Kwangdong Freaks to utilize that pick similarly to how they did in game 1. And the picks here from D+, they changed up this time and actually went Renata Rel, which we were expecting in game 1. This time they went that path. But we're never able to find consistent engages. The Volibear in isolation into the Renekton very good in terms of what he can do later on if he gets large enough is quite good. But the Nico and the Syndra actually just kind of always kept him or anybody, any frontline at arm's length. Kellen had a pretty rough game on this Renata, one of the picks he's most famous for, by the way. And I think things just kind of fell apart from there. I thought both drafts were pretty good, but the execution is what mattered.
Yeah, I think the Syndra made a lot of sense because I think every single champion on the enemy team really can get shut down by that. We saw countless times where, like, you know, we saw Kingen on like a big flank with the Volibear just get shut down by the stun. We saw have great effect against the Rel. But also, like, if you're going to be picking Viego, because I don't even feel like they did this last game, but in this one, if you're going to pick it, you need to have like single target burst and lockdown so you can kill a target, get those resets. And I feel like this comp does that so well. Like, everyone on the side of Kwangdong Freaks has set it for the Viego. Once you kill that initial target, the momentum is so easy. And you saw the D+, you know, in the game, once the momentum was given over, never really got back into it.
Yeah, they didn't. And it started off with back-to-back solo kills by Kingen on the top side of the map. I actually felt like the Volibear pick was really, really smart. You can get extraordinarily strong, and then he sort of walks at this Syndra that isn't quite able to take him down, and then theoretically things are going to work if they're able to keep that acceleration going. But they just weren't able to. I think it's back-to-back Callista compositions that really didn't quite work. And here in our first highlight, we do get our the beginnings of an example of this, as this was... The decision-making was quite odd.
It was pretty baffling, to be honest, here, as Renata flashes in to look for the engage, then wastes ult, and then has to be Fate's Called, which you could argue maybe didn't have to be Fate's Called, but was. There's a sitting duck, and then the fight is lost here for D+ off the back of this because there is no Renata ultimate, which is so required to actually stop the onslaught of the prio that Kwangdong Freaks had around this pit, and it was just a really bizarre call. And in isolation, we normally don't get highlights like this where one player makes a whoopsie and the team gets a capitalization, but this was a huge swing of gold. This was the first time that Kwangdong Freaks actually got control over the map. And up until that point, once again, just like game 1, D+ was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I feel like you have a Rel to pair with a Renata. Like, some combos we've seen so far this season, like, Rel finds initial engage, the Renata on top, and it's devastating. So I don't know why they didn't look for that there. And also, we've seen, you know, champions like Renata, champions like Braum, where they are best utilized when people are coming into them. And then people are trying to force these plays. And sure, there's occasionally a window where it works, but often you have moments like this where, like, you basically Renata ulted only the Nico clone.
Yeah, and it doesn't quite work because you really do need to follow up. Like, Magna Storm brings everyone close together and then Hostile Takeover makes them fight each other. It's pretty beautiful when it works out, but we didn't even see any of that attempted. And unfortunately, the game slowed down to a snail's pace after this point. Kwangdong Freaks just suffocated them out of the map, and then this pick happens, and it felt like the game was kind of doomed. The interruption, fantastic from the Scout of the Week.
So he gets caught here, interrupted on the crashdown, and then they attempt to go for this play with Kingen on the flank as Elder is spawning here. Good flash from Bull. The Magnet Storm doesn't get enough done, and Bull just has handled these Volibear engages so well. Where's the rest of the team? Where's the follow-up? Where's Showmaker? Nowhere near Kingen, and he just eventually gets bled down, and then Dudu comes back in for this engage as well. He's super tanky at this point, and obviously has a ton of healing he can get here. And once the Volibear is dead, it's just an easy front to back for Bull, who, again, just spaced so well that Kingen's engages didn't work out. And there's just so much to mitigate, so much peel with the Syndra. The comp of Kwangdong, in retrospect, is just so good at shutting down D+s.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, you just saw D+ looking quite disjointed. It's easy to focus on that, but I'm glad that Quantum Freaks are showing kind of that life, because we've been really heavy on them for good reason. They have struggled a lot, but I really miss that, you know, that 5-3 Quantum Freaks, and I feel like we got a bit of that coordination back in this game, even though it obviously took a while to get to it. That fight there, I think, was what we were looking for.
Yeah, I think we've finally seen them come back around, and it was definitely a bit of a plummet before this
Just in
point.
time.
Yeah. Sometimes you find the bottom, and they've managed to figure that one out. Now 2-0 against D+. Let's see who picks up POG for this one. Few options, and it's going to be Bulldog. Landed the scatters that won them the game.
You know, this win over D+ is kind of reminiscent of when Bro took that upset win over D+ a few years ago to get playoffs as well. And it's just one of those happy stories where you never predict it, you didn't see it coming, and D+ gets upset, and then we have this team make it to playoffs, no fear X. And Bulldog, I mean, we talked about Tundra in the highlights, talked about it in the draft. I mean, there's so much here to peel for Bull and to stop the chasing D+ members. Catching Lucid right before this as well was super critical. And I think it's well-deserved. It's a split vote, but, you know, I think all three of these votes make sense.
Yeah, a lot of external Cuz votes as well coming on through there, and I think that Cuz definitely played exceptionally well on the Viego. Once again, of course, one of his best champions last year especially was absolutely extraordinary on the pick. But now it is time to throw it over to Dia for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Kaz and Bulldog on the side of Guangdong Freaks, who just took D+ Kia down and advanced to the playoffs. Congratulations! The crowd goes wild, and this is probably what gives you the energy to get this sort of victory today. And Bulldog, this will be your first playoffs as your career. How do you feel? I'm very, very happy. After saying hello to the fans and getting to my seat, I heard how loud the fans were, and I think this is all really thanks to you guys that we were able to win today. And Kaz, back in the round 1 match against D+ Kia, you got a solo POG, and you were the main contributor yet again in the round 2 matchup. So how do you feel? Yeah, before the match, I noticed how loud the crowd was, and I think that really helped today. And against D+ Kia today, I'm just really happy that we were able to prepare so well to get a 2-0 victory. Bulldog in game 1. So as soon as you saw the Tristana on the enemy side, you locked in Aurelion Sol. So what were you looking for comp-wise? I'm pretty confident with the Aurelion Sol as a champion, and it felt like a good champion to go into Tristana with, so that's why I locked him in. And Kaz, in game 1, your bot had such a hard time in the laning phase, so what was the talk with the bot lane like? Yeah, bot told us that they were struggling, and I tried to cover them, so that's what my movement was focused on. And with Ferris, I believe that we would do a really good team fighting. So as long as we stalled, we knew that we would be able to win. And yeah, you guys had over 6,000 gold difference, and you had a huge comeback. So how were you able to stall the game out until the very end? Yeah, I think Quantum really gave us a breath of fresh air. And I feel like us being able to focus until the very end really helped. So let's take a look at this next highlight. This was the last team fight. Were you sure that you'd win? To be honest, Bulldog said, "Oh my god, I took the wrong route." And he got picked. But you know, Bull was actually really good. He was so crazy with his form in the team fight. And we were watching the Hana Life Esports game, and we were like, oh my gosh, Viper is crazy, but I feel like Bull was just as crazy. And Bulldog, at the end of game 1, we heard you say, "I'm really sorry," and you were apologizing. What would you like to say to your teammates? Yeah, I TP'd wrong and I made the mistake. I died and I got a huge heart attack in the moment. But I'd like to tell you guys, sorry, I won't make the mistake again. And yeah, Bulldog, in game 2, you got a POG. It says Unbreakable Spirit Bulldog Fighting. The Bulldog in game 2, the enemy took top Volibear. And they also brought out the mid Tristana again. So what were you guys most wary of during the draft phase? I was considering playing Aurelion Soul again. But throughout our discussion, our plan B card, Syndra, came out and it actually went really well. So was the Syndra something that you guys were prepared with? No, not really, honestly. But I think this would be a card that we consider that we can pick when we don't have any options. So this is a POG card. So with Quantum, alongside Quantum, you guys made it to the playoffs. So how was playing with Quantum? I think he's a great player. And would you like to say anything to your coaching staff? Every match they prepare so hard for the drafting phase, and it feels like they give us such good feedback. I feel like they're such good coaching staff, and they're really good people. Quantum is a great player, and coaching staff is a great player, it seems. And Kaz, would you like to say anything to your teammates? So our coaching staff actually gives a lot of love for mid and bot, and I hope that you guys would give me some love too. I'm just joking. My teammates, they go through a lot and they put in so much into practice, and hopefully we put in enough effort into the playoffs and give you guys good results. So today's victory might be all thanks to your fans. So would you like to say anything to your fans? Due to all the support from the fans, I feel like I cannot say this enough, but we're here only because of our fans. And we'll put in a lot of effort into being able to give you a lot of good results. And Bulldog, you know, like I said earlier, the crowd gives us so much energy. Thank you so much always. And this will be the end of the interview, and let's take this moment for the players to read off the standings. Kaz, please reveal the standings. After Kwangdong Freaks got a 2-0 victory against D+ Kia, they have locked in and advanced to the playoffs. Congratulations! And this will be the end of the interview with Kaz and Bulldog of Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the interview translation. A very, very happy Bulldog and a happy Cuz there as well. All very supportive. And we're going to do our own little viewing of the standings here. As yes, confirmation the Kwangdong Freaks have locked in the playoffs is there. And unfortunately, FearX didn't even get to try and play for it.
Yeah, I will say though, FearX's series against Kwangdong Freaks, dropping that game actually made a pretty massive difference to the game score.
Yeah.
If they had 2-0'd Kwangdong Freaks, they would still be in the running now. So yes, it's unfortunate they got knocked out without playing today, but there was definitely things that could have changed to make their dream alive.
And KT also taking a significant advantage over D+ in the standings as well, 4 games. They'll likely play against each other. It's pretty much set in stone already, but still, in terms of what your finishing scoreline is, KT LCK also going to be happy with this upset.
Yeah, and that's playing for side selection as well. They're most likely facing off against each other, and that does mean that being able to choose the side, and it's looked very important to try and get blue side as well. So tomorrow we've got more games though. Gen.G taking on OK Savings Bank Breon, and we do know that they hold a blue shell in the final weeks of the regular season. And then Nongshim taking on FearX. FearX with the shackles removed. Nothing to play for anymore, and we'll see whether they can demonstrate something to look forward to in summer. But that is going to be it for us tonight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you see you tomorrow for more LCK.
내가 없는 곳에서 최강을 논하지 말라.
저희를 이길 수 있다는 그런 생각을 버리시길 바랍니다.
또리 플러스 기아 입장에서 최강 팀들 상대로 갚아주고 싶은 게 많긴 하거든요.
플러스 기아를 가볍게 보지 마세요.